much.
Well, I'm hoping that I can get that answer in the positive, so I can at least get my gangway replaced. It is literally falling apart, and it's very dangerous.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Let the
you.
record show that board member Yin Tu has joined. Welcome. Any other speaker cards from public forum? Going once. Going twice. Sounds like we do not have any more speaker cards. Our board business, we will consider adoption of the board minutes, meeting minutes of May the 8th. Can I entertain a motion to approve those as mailed?
I'll move approval.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Dr. Olson,
Aye.
Mr. Strawn,
Aye.
Ms. Tu,
Aye.
Ms. Warren, Chair Cantu.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Number 2 is chairs and board members and state board liaisons and executive officers reports. We'll call on our state board liaison, Nicole Morgan, to give us a report. And she comes to us directly from vacation from a time zone far, far away. So we really appreciate you making the effort and joining us. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Cantu and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here this morning and provide you with the liaison report. So on July 3rd, the state board adopted the proposed regulation to make conservation a way of life. I know I've been here over the past year or more speaking about this item, so it has been adopted. The board initiated the formal rulemaking process on August 18th, 2023. So yes, just about a year here, and held a public hearing on October 4th, 2023. So, and at our June 4th board meeting, the State Board's climate team introduced a plan to develop a new State Board climate change resolution. The development will involve staff from the water boards, divisions, offices, and regions, along with public engagement. The members recommended for staff to also reach out to our sister agencies to learn from their process and incorporate that into ours. And just want to recognize that when I did say boards, offices, divisions, regions, make sure that, make sure everyone understands, this statewide effort, make sure that we are incorporating what you are doing here and what other regional boards are also doing. We'll make sure that this is a complete effort and we're taking, all of our vast state into account as we're going through this important update to our climate change resolution. The proposed timeline aims to have a new resolution up for adoption and consideration within a year, so pretty quick there. The Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience Advisory Group held its third meeting on July 11th, and that's the third meeting for this calendar year at the Cali EPA headquarters building in Sacramento. And just this past Tuesday, the State Board adopted the 24-25 Clean Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan. That is the plan that states how we will utilize the funds for this fiscal year, state fiscal year, for our clean water funds. That also includes some of our recycled water funding. And so then turning to the drinking water state revolving fund for this state calendar year, during our July 16th state board meeting, staff held a workshop to provide an overview of the drinking water SRF IUP and with the supplemental IUPs. And so those are intended use plans and receive public input regarding the drafts. Written public comments were due on July 24th. The board would consider adoption of that proposed IUP during its regularly scheduled board meeting on August 20th. So let's see here. So we also have a fund expenditure plan for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. That one there also will be considered at our regular scheduled board meeting on August 20th. So state board staff are also working on a utility wildfire general order. On June 28th, the state board released a draft general order and related environmental impact report on an expedited authorization process for electric utilities that conduct wildfire mitigation, electric operations, and maintenance activities to support safety needs while ensuring adequate water quality protections. The state board held a staff workshop to provide an overview of the contents, purpose, and objective on July 23rd, and will hold a public hearing on the order and supporting EIR on August 20th. Public comments are due on August 30th. So let's see here, staff committed to convening a second statewide agricultural expert panel to evaluate the data collected under the state's irrigated lands regulatory programs and to consider the regulatory approaches adopted in the East San Joaquin Petition Order and the Central Coast Ag Petition Order. On May 13th of this year, Division of Water Quality staff released a notice for public comment on proposed questions for the second expert panel, areas of expertise to be considered for its members, and data to be provided to the expert panel for consideration. Comments on this effort were due on June 28th. At the same time, staff are working on executing a contract with the third-party facilitator who will manage the process of convening the expert panel and conducting outreach to stakeholders during the process. Staff expect the contract to be executed in September and the work to be completed within a year time frame. So that concludes my report this month, and I am available for any questions. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Olson.
I have a question because I heard that the federal government was going to reduce the funds going to the state revolving fund. Do you have any new information on that, whether that's still going forward or?
And so what it's looking like, so we do have our the funds from the bill from the Inflation Act. So if we look, it's holding steady. So we're getting additional funds coming to the state. Our base funding is lower. However, we do still are getting more funds into the state. So it's balancing out. We also have earmarks that are coming into the state. They're going to Pacific projects. And so it really looks at how you're looking at that funding. And so I'm more than happy to send you over. There's some slides that have been provided at the state board meetings. Happy to share those slides with you all. So you can see how the funding looks, it's holding steady. It's just how those funds, where those funds are coming from. And so we look at the long term. If it holds steady this way, it would appear to be reduced funds coming in the long term. However, we'll have to wait till we get to that point in time to see what our funding looks like.
The reason why I mention it is because from my experience on the Western States Water Council, it was one of the best funding sources for leveraging money because of the match required. And so if you have any interactions, please pass that along, and that it's a very, very popular program. And it's always had problems, that there's nothing new and why should we keep funding it? But it is a valuable program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Olson.
So the state revolving fund is an older program with the state of California. So we get revenue coming back as people service their loans. So
Yeah.
are we maintaining that baseline because of revenue that's coming in for loan repayment as opposed to new capital improvements coming in from Washington, D.C.?
It's both.
Uh-huh.
And so it definitely is both. And so we're looking at, what that long-term outlook looks like, and definitely working with our financial advisors. I just want to also just make sure that those that I want to say depend upon our state revolving fund are aware of just what that long-term outlook, what is looking like right now, that we're communicating, and just also communicating the need and how our utilities and the great benefit of the program. It is very beneficial for California, and want to make sure that we are communicating what the long term of the fund appears to be right now, with working with our financial advisors, also leveraging the bond market and just looking at all the alternatives that are available to us to make sure that we keep a healthy SRF as we move forward.
Other questions for our representative? I have one on irrigated lands.
Yes.
We do have an irrigated lands program here in San Diego region. However, our characteristics of our lands are dramatically different from the templates, and basically being dramatically different than the Central Valley. Our lands, each farm is on an average, I believe it's 5 acres or less. So the scale compared to 300 acres or more is radically different. And we found it very difficult to apply the goals and objectives of the template that came from the Central Valley region on our area here. And so we asked for some consideration. I don't think we got that. Is that correct?
I apologize. I do not recall at this moment in time. I do recall this question coming up. And so I will need to take a look and to get back to you on that question.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for our executive officer from his report as mailed? Hearing none. Do you have any updates or announcements?
Yeah, thank you,
Executive
Chair.
Officer Gibson?
Thank you, Chair Cantu, members of the board. I'm going to reserve most of my comments and updates from item number 10 today. But I do want to ask the board, and joining me in welcoming Dr. Lauren Kim and Riley Nolan, who have just joined our staff. Dr. Kim will be working in our Wetlands Protection Unit, and not a minute too soon. And Riley Nolan has already been drafted to work on the border issues, including the advanced restoration plans or water quality restoration plans. Riley or Lauren, are you here today in person? Lauren, hi, say hello.
Welcome.
And Riley, I believe, is in training today.
As well she should be.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anything else?
That's all that I have at this time, but I'll have more information for you on item number 10, the operations plan. I'll save most of my updates there.
Very good. We'll now move to our consent calendar. We have, yes.
Just for board member updates, I just wanted to say a quick thank you to all the staff that helped create and chaperone the field trips that we were able to take in these last couple of months. It was really informative to get down to both the treatment plant at the border and out on the bay, and to see some of the projects that all of you have been working on for literally decades at this point. So thank you for taking the time out of your day to make that happen. It really makes us more informed as we're making our decisions. So thank you.
Here, here. I'm glad you brought that up. We found it very helpful, very good. Our consent calendar, we have items 3 through 7, 3 through 6. Are any of these needing to be removed from our calendar here? All of them seem to be very standard procedure. Are you all prepared to accept them with one motion for items 3 through 6? Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, the clerk will call the roll.
Dr. Olson,
Aye.
Mr. Strawn,
Aye.
Ms. Tu,
Aye.
Ms. Warren.
Aye.
Chair Cantu.
Aye. Motion carried. Item 7 has been postponed, so we will look for that to come back in the future. This brings us to the item that I think everybody in this room is here for, and that is item number 8. It's the update from the United States section of the International Boundary and Water Commission on a time schedule order, Region Board 9, 2023, number 189, compliance for discharges from the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant to the Pacific Ocean through the South Bay Ocean outfall. So we'll start with a staff presentation from Melissa Corona. Right there you are. Are you ready to go?
Good morning. Can you hear me now? Okay. Good morning, Chair Cantu and members of the board. We have a lengthy item, item 8, and I really don't have much of a presentation. I was just going to do an introduction, and we have a series of presenters. But our first presenter is USIBWC Commissioner Giner, who hasn't arrived yet. We thought we were going to get to this item slightly later, and she had to fit in another meeting this morning. So she's on her way and will be here in about half an hour. So is there any way we could take an item out of order
Yeah.
or?
Thank you, Melissa, and my apologies to the board and chair. We thought we would take a little bit longer this morning and before getting to this item. So what I do suggest, given that we have a few minutes, that I suggest if we can move item number 10 up. I'm prepared to do item number 10 now. That will take us, I think, till 9:40, about the time that the commissioner expects to arrive.
Very good.
Sounds good.
Without objection, we'll move item number 10 up. Resolution endorsing the fiscal year 2024-25 operational plan. And we'll hear a presentation from our executive officer.
And do we have my presentation? Very good. Thank you. This is the annual meeting in which we present to the board our accomplishments and our resolution for our funding plan for our practical vision projects going forward. Next slide. So among our accomplishments, although the work is still very much ahead of us, is the border water quality issues. A couple of the items that you will have a chance to act upon later this year include the advanced restoration plans, what we're now calling the water quality restoration plans for the Tijuana River, for bacterial indicators and for trash. Both of those plans are TMDL with load allocations. They're all TMDL alternatives, and they would be achieved through the implementation of the record of decision projects that you'll hear a little bit about in item number 8 in a few moments, and then again a little bit later in my presentation. The board also adopted a time schedule order, which we're here to talk about in item number 8 today. And we are continuing to engage with the state, federal, and local governments on all the issues we can with the federal government to address these issues from Mexico. And you're going to hear a lot about that. It will also appear, of course, on our top priorities. The Water Board also was able to conclude the first phase of the San Diego River Investigative Order. We've received a very substantive report from the parties. Our staff have been reviewing it. Kelly Dorsey has sent a letter, or is about to send a letter, to the stormwater agencies and other parties regarding some of the findings and next steps. We have an agenda item for you in November to update you substantively on what we found in that. And then again, to remind everyone that this was a groundbreaking effort to look at human sources of fecal waste that cause or contribute to the exceedances measured as bacterial indicators in the beach closures, for example. So many of the investigative tools had to be created for this project in terms of looking at human sources in storm drains and differentiating them from natural stormwater runoff, identifying the DNA of the bacteria and relating it to potential human sources. We looked at, among other things, sanitary sewer leakage, exfiltration, as it's called, as well as infiltration. We also looked at private lateral issues, septic systems, homeless encampments, and potential sources there. It's a very substantive report, the only one I know of its kind on the West Coast for sure. And I think we have a lot to learn from that, and it will help inform the work that you'll be considering in the coming years on the REC 1 beneficial use water quality objectives and the total maximum daily load update that the board adopted in 2010. We've also made substantial progress on the Coronado IR site, remedial site number 12, also known as the Fiery Marsh. Historically, in the 1940s to the 1970s, the Navy and contractors disposed of all manner of hazardous materials and broke every rule in the book that I ever learned about mixing oxidizers and reactants, so much so that it would spontaneously combust. There's substantial pollution there, and there is transport of things like vinyl chlorides and PFAS and PFOA to San Diego Bay. Moving forward on that, We asked the Navy to do a benthic study offshore to evaluate what the potential effects of those pollutants are in San Diego Bay. The only good news is that while they have already cleaned up some of the site, many of the materials and contaminants tend to be bound to soil and don't move with the groundwater. So the things that do, like PFAS and vinyl chlorides, we want to evaluate what the effect is on the first receptors in San Diego Bay, the benthic macroinvertebrates and fish and shellfish there. The Navy and the Water Board are continuing to work on that site along with DTSC and California Department of Fish and Wildlife. But as the feasibility study was done in 2003, this is a significant step forward on cleaning up one of the top 5 contaminated Department of Defense sites in the entire United States, as it was identified in the 1990s. So we're committed to action and environmental outcomes, and you can look forward to updates of reports on that. The board also adopted the Lake San Marcos Cleanup and Abatement Order, an effort of many years. I think we learned some important lessons from that, and right now the parties are implementing that. You will have an agenda item on the next calendar regarding a time schedule order that will allow the discharge of well water to maintain lake levels and the installation and operation of 2 new wells to replace the existing ones. That will be on your September agenda. The board also adopted, through my action as delegated, a San Mateo Creek Exotic Invasives TMDL, only one I know of in California. We're looking at trying to restore the southern steelhead runs in San Mateo Creek and removing exotic invasives like bluegill, bullhead, and bass are a key step forward. This is not a coercive TMDL. It enables the Water Board and others to seek funding from non-point source grants to manage those areas and remove those exotic invasive fish and help ensure the attainment of that watershed for southern steelhead spawning in the years that it can support that habitat. The San Diego Bay, the board staff have prepared a very ambitious publication on PCB concentrations, ambient PCB concentrations on disturbed and undisturbed sediments in the bay. This will be very important for us to implement sediment water quality objectives and to identify areas in the bay that continue to be impaired and areas that can be used as reference conditions to evaluate those constituents of concern. And I included several photographs this year of our staff engaged in public outreach. In years past, we were able to do Earth Day fairs. This year we did not, but we were able to have a booth at the San Diego Fair. And I was able to authorize extra time for staff to be there on weekends and holidays to represent the board, which they did very, very well. You have a picture there of Riley, in fact, our new employee, interacting with the public and educating them about watersheds. And missing on the bullet point here was an early response to the Caulerpa prolifera infestation. And so that is a photograph from Fish and Wildlife of their divers holding a piece of the Caulerpa in the Coronado Cays area. Next slide. As you may know, the Water Board adopted approach in our practical vision that identifies key beneficial uses in key areas to prioritize our work and enable us to try to achieve significant outcomes. We identified the 4 key beneficial uses as healthy aquatic ecosystems, unimpaired fish and shellfish consumption, unrestricted recreation, and sustainable local water supplies. For each of those key beneficial uses, the staff prepared a set of outcomes to be attained and strategies to attain them. Next slide. That was approved by the board in 2017, and it continues to be our guiding map for our work. And I'll be updating you on our operations plan based on those key beneficial use areas. Next slide. Healthy aquatic ecosystems. I'm happy to report to the board that on September 18th, we will be presenting the biological objectives that you adopted in December 2020 for the state board's consideration. We look forward to presenting the case that Southern California rivers and streams in the San Diego region can be protected for the warm and cold beneficial use using the California Stream Condition Index and adopting that into our basin plan so we can implement it through our permits, our plans, and our policies and enforcement actions where they are appropriate. This is a very key next step in moving forward and updating the basin plan, is including those biological measures of the attainment of those beneficial uses. So it's integral, has been integral to our healthy aquatic ecosystems approach and the practical vision for some 14 years now. it's been a touchstone of my career for about 30 years. And then I want to mention many more years than that. But we continue to work on the Tijuana River issues. As I mentioned, you'll have a chance to consider later this year the water quality restoration plans. Those are 2 of 10 that I intend to bring to the board to address the transboundary pollution that we're currently experiencing. We have a plan in place to start addressing the others, but the first 2 are bacterial indicators as a surrogate for sewage, removing those so that we have flows in the Tijuana River that are not polluted and causing the health effects that they are, as well as ecological impacts. This month in my executive officer's report, you may have seen a substantial update prepared by the staff that included a slide from UC Santa Barbara fish population studies that go back to the 1980s. And talking with Dr. Jeff Crooks, both of us recall that even though we had daily flows in the Tijuana River in the 70s and 80s and up through 1997, we still had fish in the estuary. But as of 2021, the population was crashing. In 2022 and 2023, no fish at all. And that was the same this year. UC Santa Barbara is no longer going to send faculty and staff down to the Tijuana estuary to sample. That's just one aspect of the magnitude of the issue that you'll hear more about in item number 8. Tribal beneficial uses are another key priority for us in the Healthy Waters chapter. We'll be continuing to meet with the tribes monthly and preparing documents for the board's consideration during the next couple of years to identify and designate waters for those tribal beneficial uses, the cultural beneficial use, tribal subsistence beneficial use, and the subsistence beneficial use. This is a very important step. It has ramifications throughout the state as there are other designation projects ongoing right now. And our staff are working with the other regions and with Cal EPA on these issues to make sure that we can bring a respectful amendment to the basin plan to the board that acknowledges the use of these waters since time immemorial and complies with the law to show that these are beneficial uses that were extant or may be realized in coming years since 1975. You have heard this before, but we are bringing forward the regional stormwater permit. I did predict when the board considered it in 2013, it would be a 10-year permit, and I feel vindicated. We have made substantial investments in restructuring how we address stormwater through a watershed water quality improvement plan. There have been some successes and there are lessons learned. So this will be a very, very substantial step. We're working with stakeholders and we plan on a series of workshops as well as board workshops on this item during the coming year. Caulerpa prolifera, as I mentioned, is present right now in the Coronado Cays and has made its way out into San Diego Bay, into the estuary, into the reserve, the Fish and Wildlife Reserve. And so we are continuing to work with the Port of San Diego, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the contractors to identify and eradicate this wherever we can. It goes without saying, and I'll repeat it here, that if we are unable to capture and control and eradicate this, much of the board's work for the last 50 years to restore San Diego Bay is imperiled when we consider things like being able to enjoy fishing and shellfish collection there. The habitat of the San Diego Bay is basically at risk. We would lose all the eelgrass habitat that we have spent so much money, that the U.S. Navy has spent money creating in San Diego Bay. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Reserve would be substantially impaired. So this is a real significant and serious issue and will be a top priority for our staff going forward. Very grateful to the State Water Board for providing clean input and abatement account funding that helped expedite the contracting to get this work done, tarping the Caulerpa and killing it, but we have a lot more work to do. The board conducted an agricultural WDRs workshop, and we plan to bring those agricultural waste discharge requirements to the board for its consideration. A question was asked of a state board member, Morgan. There's a blue ribbon commission that has been reconvened by the state board. Although we had several questions that they did not add to the charge list. They do have a question there regarding how to address nutrients from small farms, which are exactly our concern and condition here. While we want to make sure that we implement the statewide precedential orders like the East San Joaquin order effectively, we also have to be cognizant of the economic impacts that would have on small farms. And they're not all large agribusinesses on Highway 99 or 5. In this case, they're smaller farms, 4 acres, 5 acres, but yet nonetheless, they do discharge significant amounts of nutrients, which we are seeing in the Santa Margarita River, which is the next item on the list, nutrients in Santa Margarita River and San Luis Rey River. So the status quo is also not acceptable. So we have to have a regulatory approach that's effective and that respects both the economic impacts as well as the environmental outcomes to be attained. And the growers should be able to see that the requirements and the waste discharge requirements relate to attaining those water quality objectives. So the Santa Margarita and River nutrients water quality objectives, we plan to bring either a TMDL alternative, a water quality restoration plan, or a TMDL to the board for its consideration in coming years. That will be a multi-year effort. Next slide. Unimpaired fish and shellfish consumption. The several of you who had a chance to go out on the bay with us individually had a chance to see firsthand some of the work that we've done and some of the locations we've done it in. This was one of our top priorities, of course, and it will eventually inform the tribal designation for subsistence and for subsistence designations. So right now we're implementing the strategic water quality assessment approach you approved last year. I mentioned the cleanup of IR Site 9, the Fiery Marsh on Coronado. Well, we're continuing to evaluate how that site is potentially affecting the ability of the public to consume fish and shellfish from San Diego Bay. And of course, ongoing contaminated sediment investigations are proceeding. We still have significant areas of the bay that are impaired for PCBs, tributyl tin, copper, zinc, and other bioaccumulating pollutants. In some cases, they're deep enough in the sediments where they are not of immediate concern unless the sediments are disturbed. But in many places, we find that they are in fact biologically available and making their way into the food chain in San Diego Bay through zooplankton and phytoplankton, which means it gets from one location all over the bay very easily. So it's not a question of clean up one site and you've cleaned up that site forever. You have to clean up all of the sites. And so we have a strategic plan for that ongoing. The Shelter Island Yacht Basin Copper TMDL, the board adopted. We have been working with the port and the Port Tenants Association, the working waterfront in the marinas there. We have attained significant reductions of copper, but we have not yet met the standard. But addressing this through boat hull coatings is only getting us so far. We need to take this to the next step. And so we're looking at reevaluating that TMDL with the biological objectives that I mentioned earlier and the sediment quality objectives and bringing a matter to the board on that in 2 or 3 years. Next slide. Unrestricted recreation or the ability of the public to enjoy the waters. Obviously, Tijuana River is a key issue. And today is 979 consecutive days that Imperial Beach has been closed to the public because of sewage issues. And those sewage issues are now extending as far north as Coronado on a regular basis. This is, again, an item you're going to hear a little bit more about in a few moments. But it is one of our top priorities, and those water quality restoration plans will be one step forward to realizing long-standing permanent controls of these transboundary flows. Yesterday, I met with the commissioner and staff on the potential project of river diversion and treatment system that, if it were in place today, would be able to capture most of the daily flows at the daytime hours from the river. We'll talk more about that in a few moments, but that project included on the record of decision is probably several years away, but we did discuss several alternatives. You'll have an opportunity later this year or next year to review and revise the TMDLs for indicator bacteria for the 20 beaches and creeks. You earlier adopted this year a time schedule order that buys the stormwater agencies some time to investigate and abate sources of those human fecal wastes, while the board considers an update to the TMDL and the basin plan. And as I mentioned, the San Diego River investigative order will be implemented now that we've learned some things from it, and we'll be including that information both in the stormwater program as well as in that basin plan amendment. And we're continuing to prioritize human sources of fecal waste for Rec 1 violations for staff investigation. Next slide. Sustainable local water supplies, arguably one of our more successful chapters in the practical vision. Our goal was to work with water agencies to identify levers that the water board could pull that would help and facilitate the reuse of water and the development of sustainable local water supplies. Being at the end of 2 very long pipelines makes us especially vulnerable, and the San Diego region has been a leader in innovating and working with agencies that purvey water to diversify our water supply portfolio and help ensure its resilience in the face of climate change. So at last, we'll have an opportunity for you to consider the San Juan Basin Salt and Nutrient Management Plan, a work of some years that we're looking forward to being able to bring to the board so that we can facilitate water recycling in that region. One of the challenges that I think we're going to see that you've learned about is PFAS and PFOA. being present in the waste streams from those water recycling plants, but also already present in groundwater basins. And how do we manage and address that so that we are able to use recycled water in a safe and effective way? That's going to be very much an ongoing question during the coming years as we're grappling with that. We're continuing our drought resilience outreach again. We had a couple of good wet years, but they're already drying up and going to soon be a memory, and we'll be back to the status quo of long periods of drought punctuated by wild and crazy atmospheric river winters, but not very frequently. So drought resilience, we can't lose the ground we've gained in terms of conservation and management of local supplies. So happily, the East County Advanced Water Purification Project, a pure water project, is moving forward. You may have an opportunity to consider a permit on that later this year. And the pure water phases 1 and 2, you'll have an amendment on your agenda in the coming month and an opportunity to hear from the city of San Diego on phases 1 and 2. And I hope that they will be able to update the board and demonstrate their commitment to following all the way through on the pure water program to eventually supply as much as 50% of San Diego's drinking water from recycled water sources. That topic also came up yesterday in our meeting with the commission in terms of water recycling in Tijuana and encouraging them to move forward on a project that would do an indirect potable reuse. So we're trying to take the lessons we've learned here and share them where we can and where they're useful. And of course, we are continuing to expand where we can the non-potable recycled water reuse in the region. Next slide. Racial Equity Action Plan, the state board adopted. So we've developed a staff team and we're working on it. Eventually, what will come out of that will be how do we change ourselves, our organization, our culture, so that we can be more inclusive and be respectful of the longstanding concerns and issues on racial equity and environmental justice in our region. But we will also be reaching out to the communities eventually to bring in their input for you to consider. Kelly Dorsey is leading our team, and if you have any questions on that, she'll be glad to step in and fill you in on where we're at. We have an excellent staff team that are engaged on that. And rather than bring another resolution or another statement, we want to bring some real actions to you for your consideration and for your update. We're also going to include engagement with the underserved communities, as I mentioned. Next slide. For multiple beneficial uses, this recaps some of our key priorities: border pollution, the agricultural waste discharge requirements, and the stormwater permit. Those all affect multiple key beneficial uses. You will also have a chance to consider this year the general permit for the U.S. Navy. U.S. Navy has 3 facilities around San Diego Bay. We're trying to consolidate them into one permit. Most of the work has been done, but we'll need to do public engagement and respond to comments from the Navy and from US EPA before you'll have a chance to receive that permit and consider it for adoption. We were forced to suspend our progress on the Point Loma Ocean Outfall NPDES permit and 301H waiver, but we're hoping to be able to get that back on track when the city has got its permit in place from the Coastal Commission, and the Water Board and EPA can then conduct the second hearing and consider the permit, and on EPA's part, the 301H waiver of secondary treatment standards. We're implementing in our staff work in key beneficial uses climate change adaptation measures. And I'm working on a review panel for the ocean monitoring acidification and harmful algal blooms called the ROM-SPEC model developed by the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project. We were able to bring in a National Water Research Institute review team. They've reviewed it. They've given us comments. We all agreed that the one thing we needed was an executive summary. And then we all agreed that this was science that was way outside most of our own immediate experience. And so we're working with SCORP in the panel to better understand their recommendations. For example, what controls should we include in a Point Loma permit for nutrients? That is a concern of California Association of Sewering Agencies and others, that they could be looking at billions of dollars of requirements to reduce nutrients in discharges to the Southern California Bight, which we do see about 40% of the waters each year impaired by harmful algal blooms, and ocean acidification effects are being amplified by those nutrients. So this is a very important and potentially very expensive effort. State Board may be considering this in an ocean plan amendment in coming years. So we want to make sure that the state of the science is at its very best cutting edge to inform those decisions. So I'll be representing the board as well as the other agencies on that effort going forward with SCORP. Next slide. And that concludes my recommendation, my presentation rather. I do recommend that the board consider and adopt a tentative resolution R9 2024-0097. One should not put off till the end one's update on slides. So that's out of order. You had missed one. This work that is described in the resolution and on the work plan that you see is not all of the work in the water board. It's probably about 25% of the work. A lot of the core regulatory work takes place, as I call it, below decks and doesn't come to the board for action, but those in the resolution are. So those are things that you'll have an opportunity to consider, and my staff and I are prepared to take any questions if you have them at this time.
First, we'll ask for questions from the board members, and then we'll open it up for members of the public. Any questions for our executive officer?
This is just related to one of the topics for the, I guess, a win this year and then moving forward. When will we know if we've been successful in our efforts to contain Clerpa and San Diego Bay and the other waters in the region?
I predict, Board Member Warren, that this will be at least a 2 to 3 year working horizon. The divers are continuing to go out and check areas that they've treated by covering them with tarps and checking areas that they haven't checked yet to make sure that we haven't missed any. Unfortunately, this Clerpa can reproduce from a little 2 millimeter segment, and it fractures and breaks off and spreads easily. So for right now, the areas that are immediately tarped, we'll be removing the tarps here in the next couple of months and checking those areas to see how effective it was. And they'll be continuing the surveillance. They're tarping now areas outside of the Ks, and we'll continue to review and evaluate. But I think it'll be at least 3 years before we can comfortably say we've eradicated this and we've gotten it all.
What's the right cadence for updates to the board on that topic?
It's urgent, and I think we're updating you, if not monthly, then at least every couple of months on the investigation.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Olson.
Yes, I'd like to know, can we get updates on the river diversion going on in the Tijuana River?
Yes.
Since it's so important to the overall
You'll-
health.
Yes, Dr. Olson, you'll hear a little bit more about that
I
today,
will.
perhaps. But the short version of it, as short as I can make it, is that a river diversion was installed in Tijuana in the 1990s with the construction of the International Wastewater Treatment Plant as part of Minute 283, in which the two sections of the International Boundary and Water Commission agreed to work together to end the flows of sewage and industrial waste across the border. PB-SELA, as it was called, has operated intermittently for the last 30 years, almost 30 years, and was upgraded substantially several years ago to a 35 million gallon per day chopper pump system. Right now, however, they cannot operate PB-SELA effectively because Pump Station 1 is not fully operational, and Pipeline 1A that you may have heard me mention in previous reports is also not fully operational. So right now, PB-SELA is functionally a stranded asset until those repairs can be made. And hopefully the commissioner and EPA can update us today on progress towards getting PB-SELA operational. However, when PB-SELA is operational, although it will provide some relief almost immediately to the members of the public in Imperial Beach, which is extremely important, it simply moves the wastewater laden runoff to the coast where it becomes a problem at a different location. The only advantage is that it does take a few days for it to travel up the coast to Imperial Beach and the ocean, and much of that bacteria has a chance to be attenuated by surf action and the sun. Right now, it's raw sewage flowing down the river right into Imperial Beach. So PB-SELA is extremely important. In the long term, however, the several agencies have all agreed that we want to see that water captured and treated and then discharged 3 miles offshore. That is the ideal alternative for those diversion flows. And that diversion and treatment system can't be an alternative to Mexico maintaining their sewer collection system, expanding capacity in their collection system, and operating their collection system. It can't become the default option of choice to dump it in the river, knowing that it'll be taken care of downstream. That has happened too much during the last 20 years, and it needs to be corrected. So the commissioner may have some thoughts as to going forward how a treaty minute might help govern the operation and funding of this treatment plant. But it's imperative to the needs of the communities that you'll hear about today that we have that option to intercept and divert those flows so that they don't become a default flow down the Tijuana River into Imperial Beach, resulting in public health impacts as well as a complete fish collapse ecological collapse in the estuary. So we will be providing you updates. There's funding available right now for a NEPA evaluation, which needs to be done. It was not complete with the programmatic environmental impact statement, but there is no funding for the capital costs of the project or the operations and maintenance costs of the project. So that remains a substantial challenge to bringing a real result to the public on the US side of the border for dealing with these cross-border flows.
And which agency is responsible for funding such project?
Congress would be the one to decide whether it should be funded or not and how much. So the key steps right now are to complete that environmental study, properly scope the project so that the costs of capital improvements as well as operation and maintenance can be understood by those who have the authority to make those funding decisions.
And is there an estimation on the impact from acidification from these increased loads going into the ocean at those points?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Olson. The study team at SCWRP actually did consider the waste discharges all along the Southern California Bight, including the South Bay Ocean outfall in the analytical work that produced the ROM-SPEC model. So we've already looked at those sources because we've had this sewage issue from Tijuana for a very long time, and the ocean outfall has been there since 1997. So we included the mass loadings of nutrients there, as well as at Point Loma and all the other points up to Point Concepcion in that modeling effort. So we've looked at it, and we understand that if we're going to apply controls for nutrients at the Hyperion wastewater plant in Los Angeles or the Point Loma plant in San Diego, we will also need to look at that source as far as it is within the board's jurisdiction. And the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant is within the board's jurisdiction, even if the wastewater in that plant comes from Mexico.
Okay, I just have one further question, and that is, since we've had more flows going in to the ocean than we have had previously, is the study that was done up to date enough to be able to help us in the long run and to be able to assess perhaps increased damage that has occurred to the sediments of the ocean in the meantime?
Yes, I believe so. Because Dr. Olson, the flows have increased in the Tijuana River because they're not being diverted to the coast via that pump station and that pipeline in TBCLA. So the default flow is gravity right now down the Tijuana River, rather than being pumped over the hills to Punta Bandera to be discharged in the ocean. It used to be they were discharged there, and SCWRP has had permission to do Southern California Bight monitoring in Mexican waters to help quantify these impacts. And our South Bay Ocean Outfall NPDES permit with the City of San Diego and with the International Boundary and Water Commission includes a substantive investigation and continuous monitoring of sediments, water quality, fish tissue associated with the South Bay Ocean Outfall and the Point Loma Ocean Outfall. And the board recently required plume tracking studies, which in this case showed that the flows from South Bay Ocean Outfall generally are southwards into Mexican waters almost immediately adjacent. So yes, we've already done a lot of that key work as far as we've asked the right questions. And that was one of the key questions we asked the National Water Research Institute. Have we asked all of the right questions? And can these two models be coupled? And are we able to use them to extrapolate and plan for future increases in ocean acidification and harmful algal blooms? And can we also use it to evaluate if we implement controls, however expensive or inexpensive they may be, what will the result be most likely within confidence intervals? Can we predict how the ocean will change because we're able to apply those perhaps billions of dollars worth of additional controls to remove nutrients? Those are key questions to be able to answer before the boards begin approving permits with new requirements in them throughout the Southern California Bight. So yes, for the South Bay Ocean Outfall, we're looking at it as a change of location in terms of where those flows go. But I think we have a very good understanding of what the impacts are from the South Bay Ocean Outfall, as well as the ocean environment from those flows when they were discharged at Punta Bandera, as well as when they have flowed down the Tijuana River.
You have to forgive me, but that spurred one more question. Is it possible for me to see some of the data on the data input into the models,
Yes.
as well as the corresponding flows during those times?
Yes, I believe so. That question has come up. There's a number of publications on the subject, but I believe
But if
that
you refer me to those publications, I greatly
I
appreciate
will start
it.
with that. And I do believe that that question was posed to the review panel, and that we would be able to make that information available to the researchers who wish to have a good look at it, including yourself.
Okay, thank you very much.
Board Member Yantu?
Yes. Thank you. You mentioned earlier about the 3 miles discharge in the ocean. Is that the standard? Or is that what we would like to see? Because I thought that was only about 1 mile out discharge.
No, the South Bay Ocean outfall is a 3-mile discharge point. So it goes from the International Wastewater Treatment Plant and the City of San Diego's Water Reclamation Plant underground, surfaces on the ocean bed, and then is discharged offshore. There's a Y. There are 2 arms on that Y. Only the south arm is currently being utilized. When they increase the treatment plant at IBWC, they'll have to activate the second arm on the diffusers. That is I wouldn't say that it is a normal discharge point. There are outfalls that are much shorter, and Point Loma is much longer. But that was the one that was identified as being most cost effective when it was designed and constructed in 1997 to deal with the combined flows of the 2 treatment plants. And it was designed to eventually deal with all of Tijuana's sewage. It was originally designed to accommodate about 180 million gallons per day. And right now it's getting about 30 million gallons per day. So there's a lot of unutilized capacity there that the several agencies who litigated against IBWC, as well as the Water Board, were concerned that we take advantage of, to follow an approach that worked very well in San Diego in the 1950s and 60s on up to the present time, which was a regional wastewater treatment plant with a regional collection system. We have a cobbled together collection system and a regional treatment plant that's no longer adequately sized to the job. So a 50 million gallon per day plant, as I describe it, is the economy model. It would really have been better at 60 or 75 million gallons per day. And the river diversion flows would be commingled with that wastewater effluent to be discharged offshore, which would prevent it from being released down the Tijuana River where it's currently causing the issues, or simply being discharged at Punta Bandera. So 3 miles is a good distance. It's only about 90 feet deep. It would be greater if it was deeper like Point Loma, but 3 miles offshore, it puts it into the offshore current, which flows southward, which disperses it over a much wider area than we see with some of the other ocean outfalls. So the short answer is that it's a pretty good setup that's underutilized.
What size?
I would have to ask Morgan Rogers, but it's very, very large.
Board Member Gary Strong.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions or a comment. Fiery Marsh, where that pollution is, it's basically going into the bay, right? None of it makes it over on the ocean side of that.
That's correct. It's adjacent to the ammunition pier Bravo.
I was going to say, okay, right.
And it is a very deep contamination, like up to 120 vertical feet of contaminated sediments. But as I indicated, thankfully, most of those contaminants stay in the sediments and don't move with the groundwater. But the vinyl chlorides, the PFAS and PFOA, those do. And those are the immediate targets of concern. The Water Board and Department of Toxic Substances Control and Fish and Wildlife have all expressed our concerns about the other constituents, particularly with climate change and sea level rise. But for right now, we're focusing on the ones that do mobilize with water and do get to the bay, and whether or not those are having a harmful effect on the benthic invertebrates in the bay.
My second point is more of a comment, and that's the TMDL for invasive fish in San Mateo Creek. And at the risk of accelerating my reputation for only being concerned about fish, I'm looking at that as the top of the chain when it comes to using biological objectives. San Mateo Creek, I had the opportunity last summer to hike clear up to the headwaters of that, above Camp Pendleton, actually through the section of Camp Pendleton where even the Marines don't go. And if there's an example of what our streams looked like 200 years ago, the way they should look, that's probably it. It's absolutely gorgeous up there. But it's full of invasive fish that are precluding, as you know, the reintroduction of the native steelhead. But it's also an example of, again, the canary in the mine shaft. It's an example of what's going wrong with an otherwise pristine stream. So I really congratulate the staff and Chad in particular for coming up with that and groundbreaking. a groundbreaking approach to this problem. I think it's going to go a long ways to helping us improve one of what's already one of the best streams in the region. And the other thing, yesterday I was able to get out to the East County Advanced Water Processing Plant, actually specifically to discussing their construction going through Mission Trails Park, which, by the way, is an advantage. They're basically fixing a sewer pipe that was never meant to be a sewer pipe in the first place. So that is a good thing. But one of the questions I had asked, and the answer is kind of scary, is so as they go from 2 million gallons a day to 16 million gallons a day, where does the sludge go? And unfortunately, the answer to that is it still goes in a truck and gets taken to Arizona and put on turf growing fields that then the turf's brought back and put in our schoolyard. So, and I guess there's concern going forward about PFAS and whatnot from that chain, making it so they can't. I guess it's a long-term question. What are we going to do about this? The fact that we're taking sludge from just about all of our sewer treatment plants and trucking it out of state because our state regulations aren't functional. There's got to be a better way to do it. I know Encina bakes it and uses it for fertilizer. Maybe that's the answer. But I think going forward, I'd like to continue to hear a little bit about how we're going to deal with that problem.
Yeah, certainly, Board Member Strawn. Without wanting to line up too much more work for the staff, I do see perhaps in the future several executive officers' reports on biosolids. We have met and discussed several times at the Management Coordinating Committee the issue of PFAS in biosolids. We're finding it everywhere, and we're trying to see how we manage that. The several communities in Southern California all have different strategies for dealing with those biological solids from the wastewater treatment plants. And just for context, that the International Boundary and Water Commission plant, part of Mexico's contribution of the plant is taking those solids to Mexico for drying disposal. But it is one of the issues we have to deal with when we retool our wastewater collection and treatment system from simply being take, treat, and discharge to being take, treat, and reuse, that we now have to have different infrastructure than we used to have. Biosolids is just one aspect of that. Brine is the other one. And then making sure that our ocean outfalls, which may have lower volume but higher concentrations of some constituents, that we are regulating them in a way that is still protective of the receiving waters, the Pacific Ocean, both at the bottom of the ocean and at the top of the ocean. So there's a lot of work that's ongoing. For the East County Advanced Water Purification Project, the pipelines are being laid to Lake Jennings. There's a permitting process underway right now with the Drinking Water Division to reuse the water there through that reservoir, as well as through us. But they also have to deal with the brine. And so their membership in the Metropolitan Wastewater District, the Joint Powers Authority, they're changing what they're sending to the city of San Diego. It won't be as much wastewater, it'll be brine and wastewater when they don't have enough capacity. So those have raised some issues between the districts, which are still being sorted out. But I think happily the districts have understood that our challenge is to ensure we have adequate, safe, affordable water supplies for the future, and that legal issues and challenging piping issues are ones that we can manage. So those projects remain on track.
If there are no more questions at the dais, yes, Dr. Osen.
I have one question regarding private spills, and they look like they're about 50% of this, not in volume probably, but in terms of number of spills, 50%. So one of the things I've noticed in the part of the, I'm actually in Orange County, but in the southern part of Orange County, is as new developments go in, they want to have smaller distances between the units in order to increase density. And it means that normal public utilities trucks cannot get into those areas to be able to service them. So in the area that I'm in, at least for one landowner that I'm aware of, the water and wastewater district have negotiated that they will take over these private systems and service them. And that the developers are paying for the smaller trucks that are needed to go into these areas. And I don't know if this is something within our jurisdiction or not, but it is something that we can only plan for by looking ahead. So I'm not expecting you to be able to answer that today. It's kind of out of left field. But if we can check into that and see if there are any remedies that we can encourage either utilities or BIA or someone to look into.
Thank you, Dr. Olson.
So are you thinking that the operational plan should include subdivision design or utility design in new subdivisions, and it's our ability to regulate spills therefore, or its impact on spills?
Well, I think we do. At least we get reports on the spills, so I would assume we somehow regulate them. But what I'm concerned about is as we go forward, there is an emphasis because of the housing shortage to increase housing units, which of course I'm for. But as they go forward, that as developers plan these, that they take into account the private areas being able to be serviced. And so when you put them in the homeowners association hands, that's something beyond their expertise. And so whether or not we transfer that as an additional responsibility to utilities or how it's exactly dealt with, I'm sure our executive officer and staff can do a much better job understanding that than I can. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, we'll open it up for any questions or comments within the room, and then afterwards we'll invite people on Zoom who have questions on the priorities as presented for the 24-25 operational plan. Do I have any takers? If so, you've got to do a blue card. And we'll just do an announcement for anybody who wishes to speak on the next issue on border flows. You need to also fill out a blue card, which are behind this on this table, so please do so. So seeing no respondents for the operational plan, anybody on Zoom who wishes to make a comment on our operational plan? No.
We have one comment.
Oh, we have one.
Yeah.
Let's see, where is he?
I've opened Ted Kimes' mic. He has his hand up on Zoom.
Mr. Klein?
Mr. Kimes.
Yeah, Mr. Kimes. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, fantastic. One of my questions is regarding the actual lawsuit and the proposed settlement agreement that was agreed to by all plaintiffs back in 2021-22. Is there a lead plaintiff counsel that is currently tracking the court-ordered action items and the associated implementation of those time periods?
Does anyone know the answer to this?
Yes, Chair Cantu, our counsel, the Deputy Attorney General Phil Hughes, is working with other co-counsel and receiving reports and updates from the U.S. Department of Justice and IBWC on the status of compliance. There are issues that we are concerned about. For example, one of the requirements was installing a berm in the Tijuana River and maintaining it. The flows have been too high for that berm to be closed. And there have been issues with the canyon collectors and their operation, as was agreed to in the stipulated settlement. But because of sediment issues and flow issues from Mexico, which the commissioner will probably describe in her presentation, have confounded their ability to comply with that as well. But we are nonetheless tracking very closely the settlement terms of that 2021 lawsuit that the parties settled with the U.S. Department of Justice and IBWC.
Okay. So again, we want to invite comments on the operational plan that was just presented, the Regional Board's 24-25 operational plan.
Real quick though, do you post the status of the action items and their current progress?
We have not posted that, Chair Cantu, but we can add that as you wish to the executive officer's report. But But as it is a question for the Water Board and the U.S. and California Department of Justice to consider, you may want to think about how you want to present that information.
And one last question just for the board.
Is this
Any-
question on the operational plan of this regional board, or is it on the border flows?
It's the actual lawsuit that
Yes.
all plaintiffs
I
entered
think
into.
you may want to hold your comment until we open the agenda item on the border flows. We're talking
I
now.
will, but it seems like the Water Quality Board, though, should be the lead plaintiff for the lawsuit, should be tracking the action items and should be posting on the website so citizens can see whether or not the IBWC is in compliance with the court-ordered agreement.
We're going to be discussing that in our next item. Are there
Okay,
any
great.
other comments on this item, which is our proposed operation plan for the coming fiscal year? It looks like we have none. So I'll entertain a motion to adopt the proposed operation plan for 24-25.
I'll move approval. I'm sorry.
I'll
Thank you,
second
Dr.
that.
Wilson.
Oop.
I'll second it.
And we have a tie for seconds. I'm assuming no first additional comments. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Dr. Olson,
Aye.
Mr. Strawn,
Aye.
Ms. Tu,
Yes.
Ms. Warren,
Aye.
Chair Cantu.
Aye, motion carried. And we've been, it's been requested that we take a 5-minute break. So our commissioner is here, but let's say we'll take a 5-minute break and everyone will be ready to go at that point. 5 minutes. from the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant to the Pacific Ocean through the South Bay Ocean outfall. Ms. Corona.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your flexibility in taking this item out of order. And thank you for your questions on the last item because you got us warmed up for this one now. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to have several presenters for item 8, including Dr. Maria Elena Giner and Dr. Gilbert Anaya, both from USIBWC. As you know, Dr. Giner was appointed USIBWC Commissioner in 2021, and Dr. Anaya is the Chief of USIBWC's Environmental Division. So both Commissioner Giner and Dr. Anaya will provide an update on the status of the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant. Last December, the board adopted the time schedule order, and that was for the plant to achieve compliance with secondary standards by August 15th, which is tomorrow, of course. Commissioner Giner joined us at the last board meeting in May to provide an update on the plant, and she offered to return today to share its status at this time. She's also going to discuss work being done to investigate and reduce transboundary flows. Following USIBWC's presentation, Doug Lydon from EPA will provide an update on coordination with agencies in Mexico to upgrade infrastructure and reduce transboundary flows. Then Dr. Falk Feddersen and Dr. Kimberly Prather, both from Scripps Institute of Oceanography, will provide presentations on border water quality related modeling and aerosolization research. We will then receive comments on this item, including from City of Imperial Beach Mayor Aguirre and the Port of San Diego. But first we will hear from Commissioner Giner and Dr. Anaya.
Thank you. And welcome, Commissioner Dr. Giner. We're looking forward to whatever you may tell us, and I know we have several questions for you.
I would not think any of less of you, for sure, on that. So for those of you who are unaware, I've been in this position since August of 2021. And this is, I believe, the third time I'm here at the board talking about the efforts that are going on by the IBWC. And one of the things I always start my presentation is that what's happening in the region is unacceptable. And because of that, I have moved forward on doing 2 fundamental things to this agency that I think are showing some of the results of what we're seeing today. One is ensuring that we have the resources needed dedicated to the plant. When I got here, the plant staff was a staff of 2. And at that time, between 2010 and 2021, like I've stated previously, only $4 million was invested in that plant. The second thing that I feel that I bring value added to this process has been the transparency of information for the sake of accountability. Okay, I hold our staff to the highest level of accountability as well as I hold myself. And because of that, I have some of my key staff here, and if they don't mind standing up, please, my IBWC staff. Okay, so who we have here present is our Washington liaison. Don't sit down, Dan. Stand up. Our Washington liaison, he is very critical to a lot of the advocacy that we've been doing with Washington within the Department of State, as well as with Ambassador Salazar. Ambassador Salazar is the ambassador from the United States to Mexico, and he is the person that helps me get on regular agenda items those discussions, as well as the U.S. consulate. The U.S. consulate, I met with them yesterday. We have a new consul general. He was unable to be here, but he is also critical to this effort. It has been a very collective effort in terms of pressuring Mexico, in terms of bringing additional resources to the IBWC so we can do the job that this region deserves. The other person I have here is Sally Spiener. She's our Foreign Affairs Secretary. She is responsible for negotiating all of our minutes. And having that sense that she has now been relocated to this region precisely because of the sensitivity that is going on here, and has been a wonderful asset for us with regards to advancing solutions to the region, but also in ensuring that we have the appropriate minutes, not only for this project, but for addressing drought in the region. The other person we have here is Jennifer Peña. She's our general counsel. And so some of the questions that came up, yeah, of course, I rushed to her and I said, what are we doing? How are we reporting some of the compliance with our judgment or whatever the legal term is, but with our order in our settlement agreement. And so I have her here as well. And then the other people are my technical people, right? We've got our two principal engineers, Ray Macias, who is in charge of engineering. Raise your hand, Ray. Yes. He's in charge of engineering, and I'll be talking a little bit about where we're at with the procurement of the contract for the rehabilitation and the expansion. And then we have also Isela Canava, who's our principal engineer for operations. And I know many of you have seen her here. And of course, you know, Morgan, he's our area operations manager. And of course, Gilbert, who's in charge of environmental. They're here as well because we are accountable as a team. The accountability stops with me, but it does cascade down to all staff. The other thing is being sensitive to what is happening in the region is really important, right? And bringing staff so that they can hear public comments, so that we can hear feedback is critical. And let me tell you, my engineers push back on me. Engineers don't like people, I've learned. And that's,
what is your background?
I'm an engineer. So I criticize my professional background, but I do have a PhD in public policy because I know that there's a purpose behind infrastructure, which is to benefit people. And so I take that very much to heart, that I went back to school at the tender age of 49 to do a PhD on it. So that is a very important element of what I do. So if we could get my presentation up. Yes, please. And as we get that up, I do want to start, okay, the next one, yes, the next slide. This is what I'll be covering today. Is the status of the South Bay repairs, the sediment challenges that we're having, obviously the rehab, the much anticipated rehab and expansion, the Tijuana River Valley Monitoring Program, which is part of our time schedule order, transboundary flows. What is our path forward? Because we're not finished with improvements to what needs to be done in the region. And permit compliance testing, my colleague, Dr. Gilbert Anaya, will be talking about that. So if we could go to the next slide, that'd be great.
And with your concurrence, I think we would like to take questions as you go through each topic.
That's fine.
From the board.
Perfect. Yes, because there's a lot here, right? Okay, so just to remind everyone here that we're working on multiple fronts. One is obviously having a federal facility operated by the federal government, not meeting federal law, is deeply concerning. And as such, we've dedicated the resources as they become needed for repairing our plant for permit compliance. The rehab and the expansion is another piece for reduction of transboundary flows, as well as minutes. Minutes are the tools that we use to have agreements with Mexico on the activities that are working towards reducing pollution, sediment, and trash. And that's minutes 320 and minutes 328. So those are the three areas that we're working on. My colleague from EPA will be talking about minute 328 and some of the projects. There are 16 projects in there with an investment of $144 million from Mexico. They have obtained about 50% of the funding, which is really good because in Mexico, construction does not carry over from a budget year to budget year. So having all the funding at this point is not really helpful because they will lose it. Having 50% of the funding in year two or we're barely wrapping up year two of the minute is quite impactful, and we will see the results as projects are being completed. So let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, so just to talk about what we've done in the region, like I mentioned before, between 2010 and 2021, I sat down with staff and I said, show me what we've been investing in the plant. And because when I started in August of 2021, the first crisis I had was the plugging of JB1 and the spillage of sewage all over. And that was quite shocking to me to hear that JB1 96-inch valve was like stuck in place like at 9 inches or something like that for years. And so that was one of the first steps that I did. And that's where I discovered that only $4 million had been invested in that plant. Since then, because of this, so infrastructure is not like a fine wine. It doesn't age well, right? And so investment is really important. And so because of that, right now we are playing some serious catch up, and we have had to invest $31 million in this plant in 18 months. Previous to this FY24, the entire construction budget for the IBWC between 2010 and 2021, the average for the entire border was $32 million. And we manage a lot of infrastructure. Luckily, because of the advocacy that has come from the board, from the regional board, from the participants that are here, from the members of Congress, that funding this year went up to $156 million in construction dollars. That is a huge benefit for us, and about $105 million of that funding will be going to the rehab and expansion of the plant. So far, we've spent, of the 31 million, we spent 24 million on repairs and upgrades. And I'll be giving you an update on the MPDS permit status. Well, let me start there. We are not going to make tomorrow the deadline, right? But we do have a plan. There are a lot of unforeseen challenges that we've been having with regards to transboundary flows and sediment, and things breaking down at our plant that were unexpected. But in spite of that, we are envisioning adding about almost $2 million additional funding in order to meet our new timeline that we're going to be requesting the board for. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Before we move off of that, so those sums relative to the past sound really significant. And we're very appreciative that you have brought the focus and the organizational structure when you came to join this organization, that we've seen more investment than we have historically, but we still have unprecedented levels of failures. So even though that's more money than has ever been spent before, it is still not enough because the plant's not operating.
Right.
So the questions we're going to have for you is, how are you going to make that transition from a reactive, unforeseen acts of God or whoever is out there acting that's causing problems versus just the preventive maintenance to keep the plant going on a baseline that we haven't seen happen? Not that we're not appreciative of all the effort and success and advocacy that you've been successful in bringing, something we have not seen historically, but nevertheless, your Herculean efforts fall short, and it is outrageous to this area.
Right. No, I completely agree. And I'll talk a little bit about the asset management department that we created within the IBWC, which we staffed. We contracted that effort back in December of 2023, about 9 months ago. We've staffed it. We have a staff of 3, almost. We're going to be staffing it. Right now we have 3. We're going to be adding a 4th person. I'll talk a little bit about the information that we're envisioning getting from that will be useful to be able to determine what proactive maintenance costs should be. Okay, and I have the slide with regards to that. So, okay, so let me first focus on the ongoing repairs of the plant. But you're right. Right now we're in reactive mode, right? And so reactive is like, we think we get a sedimentation tank up and running and it breaks, right? And so
this is a beautiful picture of when I went there, I didn't see anything remotely like that.
Right.
I actually saw what you warned us about, tomato plants.
Right. And we have a picture of that too. So what have we done? So the influent pumps, the last time one of the bases for the rehab and the unprecedented resources that we've put in is that it's not just to fix things, but to create redundancy, right? And the way we've set up this presentation is we go through the different pieces of the plant and we talk about, what the issue was at the time, what's the current status, what's still pending, and what's the resiliency that we're building in there. Okay, so in a good example here is the influent pumps. We had already procured 3 spare pumps when we had an issue were recently damaged, the influent pumps. And we were able to take 2 of those 3 and replace the ones that got damaged. Right now, 3 of 6 is what you need to operate. But we are refurbishing those pumps that were damaged, but we still have 2 more pumps at an order. So the yellow is kind of the new stuff since I last presented. Again, that was an unforeseen issue with regards to something that happened in Mexico. And I'll talk about what we're doing with Mexico, because again, Mexico is another sovereign country, and that is our challenge, right? It's out of our circle of control, but not out of our circle of influence. And that's what we're scaling up. And I'll talk a little bit about that as we're going through that. The activated sludge tanks, there's been no change since that. Those are working fine. It has a little check mark because we've met that improvement there. And again, we do have additional resiliency of 5 spare pumps. Can we go to the next slide, please? Oh, you have this. Oh, I'm sorry. I have okay. No. Okay. So in our primary non-potable pumps, again, check marks on that. On our secondary non-potable pumps, again, we've had no change. The unstabilized sludge storage tanks, no change. We've got the redundancy that we need in those, but since we last talked, there's been no change. This is where our challenge is, the primary sedimentation tanks. And on the left, as you can see, this is what it was prior to the cleaning. Those are the tomato plants that were growing there because of so much sludge buildup, right? And we started in April with cleaning up this first PST. We started then with PST1, cleaning that up. We got PST5, I'm sorry, in April, we got PST5 online. After cleaning PST1, we got it online. In parallel, we started cleaning PST2. Unfortunately, PST5 went offline because due to the removal of a plug in the international collector in Tijuana, right? Some of the repairs that are going on have been really impactful to our system. Like right here, you can see PST5, the sediment buildup after 2 months in operation. We got PST1 online. Then we got PST2 online. So we got to the point of having 2 PSTs online, and we actually started to see after PST5 went online and having PST1 online, and then followed by PST2, some improvements in the water quality fairly quickly. And my colleague, Dr. Gilbert Anaya, will be talking about that. Unfortunately, again, this sediment buildup we experienced from Mexico affected our PS2 and it went offline. Right now, we are currently only 1 PST is online. This is some of the grit and gravel that we've had. Yesterday, we had a very tough meeting with Mexico, a binational meeting with the state of Baja California. The federal government was there, the Mexican section, to show them our concerns with the sediment. And I have a slide that we shared with them, and we do have a plan of action. And
we're interested in hearing that.
yes. And I think what's really helpful is that discussion with Mexico doesn't just come from us. It comes from when Mayor Aguirre meets with the governor of Baja California. It comes when the mayor of Mayor Bailey meets with officials in Baja California. It comes with the congressionals going to the San Antonio de los Buenos visit that we had back in June, being there front and center and telling them the things. It comes with the greatest tool we have in democracy, which is our press, them covering this issue. That is really important. And that is how collectively we are starting to get action, because the pressure is definitely mounting. And so it gives us a level of responsiveness that we need to address this issue. It does also give us a level of defensiveness from them, right? Because they're feeling the pressure. And but at the same time, it continues to advance the discussions.
How about the State Department? Have we seen a lot of activity, let's say in the last 6 weeks, since we've had
Yes.
these unprecedented flows and all this grit that you're
Yes.
having to deal with? What
Yes.
is the State Department, particularly the ambassador, doing?
Right. So one of the things that we have involved, so let's start with the local U.S. consulate for us. Okay. The U.S. Consul General Tom Riot, as well as political economy director Chris McComb, were very active. And so one of the limitations that I have as the IBW commissioner is I cannot contact Mexico directly. I go through my Mexican section. But who I do contact is the consulates. And they act very quickly. They start following up. They'll set up meetings for me. And my Mexican counterpart sets up meetings for me. She has never barred me from that, right? But it does help when we have US involvement in these meetings front and center. The other thing that I do on a regular basis is I have meetings with the Mexico desk, Max Hamilton, to go over these issues. And those become talking points to Ambassador Salazar, as well as some of the other contact that's being held by other offices of the White House with the Mexican government. Okay. Now, specific to settlement, we are putting together a briefing paper for Ambassador Salazar to better inform him on this issue. So that he can engage with the new administration. He meets frequently with the new administration on this. And right now we are putting all of that information together so that he can have that discussion. That is what our strategy is so far. Does that answer your question?
It seems like the time is now. This is a great opportunity with the new administration to be able to make some early headway.
Right. One of the things that is also clearly evident in the discussion that we've had with Consul General, I was talking a little bit about the new Consul General. The new Consul General, Christopher Teal, who just came in, he came to our binational meeting. Well, it was actually organized by the U.S. Consulate yesterday, but he was there the entire time. I briefed him. He's only been there 2 weeks, I believe. I briefed him last week in preparation for his courtesy visits that he's doing. And so he has all of these issues front and center, and he's bringing up these issues. And one of the things that has come to light is that it's really important for the state of Baja California to understand that their work doesn't finish with just San Antonio de los Buenos, right? That their work is beyond San Antonio de los Buenos. It's the improvements to the collection system. It's getting, right now, our number one urgent issue right now are the flows in the Tijuana River. And we have that very clear front and center in our mind. And we have another binational meeting this afternoon in Mexicali on this issue, that it's going to include this issue. And so the idea is to continue pressing them that it's not just about, they're not done with San Antonio de los Buenos. Okay. Obviously, a drought in the region has been impactful, as well as their collapsing of collection system, right? And that's why we have so many flows going on in the river right now. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I don't want to really get off of the health of the actual plant that your plant, the plant that we have the permit on.
Right.
But a little bit about these flows. You know, everybody has problems with pipes that collapse, and they have to shut down plants and pipes to do work. That's standard procedure on any preventive maintenance. But they use bypasses.
Right.
And it sounds like what we're seeing in Tijuana, they're not using bypasses.
Or-
why is that?
Right. This is something we've brought up. We have not gotten a direct answer as to why they're not using bypasses. We haven't gotten a direct answer as to why they're not doing any sediment containment efforts, because it's not just the bypasses, putting sediment containment efforts, right? Right now, we are in the process of sharing the data to show them we have these issues. And I'll talk a little bit about how we're going to show them the data with regards to that. That is a little bit of the resistance that we're getting right now, sadly. But my Mexican counterpart is very much recognizing, as well as ourselves recognizing, that this is a dry period. There should be zero flow in the river. There should be, and we should not be getting these levels of sediment. And you'll see a table in a little bit about the levels of sediment. It is right now, we are not over the hump of finding the solution and because of the fact that we are in the process of demonstrating the problem right now. And I'll show you with data. And I'll give you an example. I'll give you, at the risk of not divulging too much with regards to these binational meetings, because it's supposed to be a safe place where we can hash it out and really, get in each other's face and say, look, this is not acceptable. This is not, but anyways, I'll give you a small example with regards to the sediment. They don't understand where the sediment is coming from. And so I don't understand either because it's not my country where the sediment's coming from, right? And so that level of discussion we're getting in. So we're going to do we're going to give them some information on the data, disaggregate it so that we can see what months the sediment is coming from, and then we're going to go do an inspection. So that was, after a very contentious discussion on the sediment, that was a path forward that we identified to see how we can get our arms around the sediment. That's just one example.
Well, I'm glad that you made some progress on that, but literally we don't care where the sediment is coming from. It is no question that it's there, and it's there in huge volumes, and it is their sediment. So that regardless of where it's coming from, once they touch it, it's theirs, and they have responsibility to keep it from ruining your plant.
Right.
And causing your non-compliance.
I agree. Did you want me to respond to that? No, okay.
I was just going to say that the sediment, there's no month that there is no sediment.
Right.
Even dry months and so forth.
Right. And we were just as incredulous that they didn't understand that was happening. So, okay. So where was I? Oh, okay. So PSTs, the compliance of our plant and the permit, right? So originally we had envisioned finishing and getting 3 operating PSTs, a minimum of 3, because that's what we need to get our plant in compliance by July of 2024. As I've talked about extensively right now, the sediment, we are adding additional resources in order to get the rest of them get recleaned, unfortunately. And now we are targeting September of 2024 to get those 3 PSTs functioning. The good news is that, and that's one of the things that my colleague Gilbert will talk about, is that we saw very quickly our plant meet compliance as we were getting our PSTs up and running. Yes, Dr. Olson.
Hi, I have a really in the weeds question, so forgive me. When I look at this timeline, I see that PS2 came online on July 3rd and a chain snapped on July 16th. So my question is, operationally, when you see sediment building up that fast, is it not possible to take that offline before you have serious problems?
Right. The issues of the sediment have been in the last 6 weeks. And so we've transitioned our team. Now our team meets bi-weekly to discuss these issues with Mexico. So this is at the operational level. I am meeting weekly at the commissioner level to discuss these issues. And so now we are very clearly communicating that when they are doing works and they remove a plug, that the implications to our plant will be tremendous because it will bring all sorts of sediment issues with it. So right now we are in the process of defining a different protocol, defining a protocol for these types of situations. There's a lot of lessons learned that we're having to ramp up very quickly. I got an email out a couple of weeks ago, and I have a couple slides on this, or maybe was it last week, on what is our path forward on the sediment and the transboundary flows. Our path forward right now is still in the diplomacy and collaboration phase. We have identified, yesterday we had a meeting, we have identified some concrete actions so far. We are having regular meetings, like the last meeting that I had with the state authority was in early June. We have one in August. We're going to have another one in September. Again, targeting these issues of excess flows and sediment.
Well, that's good. You've gotten a lot of practice now in cleaning the sediment from the basins. Could you do that more quickly? It seems like, I mean, I don't know, do you contract out to have them cleaned? And it seems like that should be done more quickly, have somebody under standing contract or,
So.
because it's not a surprise anymore that this
Right.
sediment just keeps coming downhill.
Right, right. So Veolia, who's our O&M contractor, we have been issuing task orders for them to do this. In parallel, we're building more institutional capacity within the IBWC's local office. We are right now putting together a scope to have an O&M contractor on board so that we can deploy them quickly and get them to any sort of these types of issues, right? Because we can't be just sole sourcing contracts to Veolia. That's one challenge. The other thing that we're also going to be doing is we've created a position for acquisitions to be located here in San Diego. So that the time for contracting these services is real. That's where our area of efficiency is, where we have the most opportunity right now, is getting that contract in place quickly. From a work perspective, I mean, cleaning it out is cleaning it out. We're doing it as fast as we can, but our area of efficiency that could potentially be gained is in the contracting phase.
Right. It's a question of getting it started.
Right.
Because it's going to take some amount of time to get it done. Well, that's good news. I'm really happy to hear that.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? I guess the thing I'm looking at here that concerns me in a way, and you may have just answered it, may be a contracting issue, but it looks from this schedule or this timeline that it takes a couple of months to fix a broken sprocket or a chain. Is that a contracting issue, or is it really much more complicated than I would? And
I'm gonna bring in Isela, who's my chief of operations.
I've been wanting to come up.
Yeah, I mean, if it's 2 months to fix a sprocket.
Would
No,
it be
well-
okay if she can answer that?
So the limitation is that we have to have flow going through 3 tanks at all time. So we have to have flow going through 3 tanks at all time. Doesn't mean they have to be operational, but we have to have them available. So we cannot take all the tanks off at the same time. If we could, we would have. So even though you'll see the reason that we couldn't start, like the chain snapped on PST2, we couldn't go back and start cleaning again because we already had 2 offline. So we just can't go in and start the work right away. So right now, really the restriction is the limitation that we have to have flow going through them. Even though they may not be operational, we have to have that flow. And there's also restrictions on the size and how much equipment we can get there. We've doubled the amount of equipment we've gotten in there through our contractor. We went from 2 Vector trucks to 4 Vector trucks. We're doing what we can with a space limitation, but really the limitation is not being able to take them offline at the same time. And that has been one of the challenging items. So when we put it online, something happens, we just can't automatically take it offline.
So you need 3 going. So our goal should be to have 5, so you can always be working on.
Yes, that's the redundant piece that we need, and we haven't been able to get there, but that's what we're working towards.
All right, thank you.
And it is, whose requirement? Is it for plant operation that you need?
It's for the
3?
capacity, the amount of flow that we get through the plant. It's for capacity issues. We have to have 3 online. Yes.
So when you do, and that means junction box 1, where you can, it still doesn't work, is that
It's still not, it's still, right. We're still doing the design build. Commissioner has a slide on that. But right now.
You're doing the
flows to
design work?
The design work, yes. And Commissioner has a slide on the update. She'll update you on JB1. But right now and she'll talk about this, the flows we've been getting to the plant have been about 20 MGD, but we still need the 3 tanks flow going through the 3 tanks with that kind of flow that we're getting.
Okay, I understand that, but we've known for years that the junction box 1 didn't function. And I think that's a diversion of flow to the plant. Now, in other words, maybe you can explain to me, we're now in 2024 and you're under design. Was it lack of fun? I mean, what exactly, why are we so late designing one of the sort of, I think, options going into the plant? And
At the beginning, I believe it may have been lack of funds, but Commissioner was able to get more funding. It was also some procurement challenges. So right now.
But you're in the design phase, so usually.
It was a design
does-
build. It's a
okay.
design build contract, so we had to
And it
procure
was,
that.
I'm sorry, I just don't remember. I'm
We-
sorry.
We
'cause
have
you've
a
been working-
slide on that, on
Okay.
the dates
Okay,
and all
great.
that. So I'm hoping you can defer your questions. for
Sure,
that.
of course.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Yes, the day I was visiting and doing a tour of the facility in June, none of the tank was working. So I'm kind of curious to know if minimally you have to have two tank working. Is it pretty frequent that all of the tanks are not working?
No.
No?
So we haven't, I think they all went down, and Morgan would know this, in 2023, 2024.
Hurricane Hillary.
Yes, the Hurricane Hillary. They weren't operating as they should. They weren't taking out the solids and the trash, but they have flow going through them. They had flow going through them at the whole entire time until we take them down. So you see PST5, until we take them down and stop that flow from going through them for cleaning, they have flow going through them. So that's what we need. We need the ability to have flow going through them, even though they're not operating to take out the trash. Okay.
Right, that's what's happening. It was the
Right.
flow is still going, but it's raw sewage that
Right.
is flow is going.
Right.
Again, thank you.
And the other issue we had was when Mexico lost its PB1A, one of the lines that is there to divert the flow from the river or from the collection system to the coast. So because of that capacity was lost. And so we were getting excessive flows at our plant, which just sludged it up. And since we didn't have the possibility of throttling it back because of JB1 not functioning and other repairs that needed to be done in Mexico, that was also the other issue that really impacted our plant. Then Hurricane Hillary hit, and then there was another one after that. I don't remember what it was called. And so it just was already a fragile plant and just pushed it over. Okay. Very good. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next. It's not responding. No. Okay, all right. So the other challenge that we have right now that has really become very problematic right now is Hollister Pump Station. And that was when Hurricane Hillary, we started seeing the vulnerability in there, and we started again dedicating some resources to go on ahead and clean it out. There's a lot of sediment. You can see here from the sediment, this is a slide we showed to Mexico. This was March of 2023. And this is March of 2024, right? And look at the differences in the sediment that is going on. And so right now we are working towards bringing it online the first week of September with electrical repairs and the relief valve installation. There are other longer lead items that we've made we've procured out that will need to be repaired. But in essence, that's where we're working with Hollister Pump Station. We are cleaning out the sediment area, that sedimentation on a regular basis, all that muck's there, because we know it clogs up the intakes, right? So that is our plan there, and we have a target of bringing it online the first week of September. So we still have we're a few weeks out from that. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not sure where to point. Okay. All right. Now let's talk about JB1. We are having a delay on that. This is the date that we were talking about. It was awarded in December of 2023. We got our first design submittal in design. At that time, we did have a HR, a human resources issue at the IBWC because we did not have a contract officer, an engineer that was responsible for this contract. And we hired this new terrific individual that has a lot of experience in water and wastewater design and operations. And when he came in, we actually he started asking a lot of technical questions, which is why the design submittal delays was from May to August with regards to what is the size and really verifying the levels of flow that we should be designing for. As such, we actually increased the gate size. And so now we have a 90% design. We intend to accept the 100% in September of 2024 and construction starting there short after. We don't have a final date for the construction complete because it is a progressive design build. And the reason being is because right now we're already behind schedule. We were supposed to get it done in February, right? February of 2025. That was in our time schedule order. We are envisioning we're right now working with Veolia on a schedule for this because we do want to do some works in parallel right now, like some of the civil works that we've identified as reducing the original time of construction period of what, that's like 10 months of looking to see how we can start crunching that time so that it doesn't go, several months out after February of 2025. We also recognize the rainy season is some of the things that will affect us in here, I believe. But either way, we will be sharing with you shortly that new schedule.
Our rainy season's usually not that rainy, except for sometimes we
Yeah.
get a big slug. One of the things that concerns me is, and normally we're very cautious about getting into operational details. We just want it to work. We
Right.
don't tell you how to make it work. However, it occurs to me over and over again, are you certain, and I'm making this statement not so much for you to answer, but for people to be worried about it, that your contractor is showing the urgency that we feel they need to show in terms of responsiveness when there's changes? It sounds like there was a real value added change.
Right.
Clearly, you're receiving much greater flows than historically you were engineered to. That's a good move. I definitely appreciate that. But the length of the delay is longer than when I used to run projects, I think I would have found acceptable. So I know you're dealing with lots of constraints, but it occurs to me that your contractor doesn't feel the same level of urgency that they should.
So there is, ramping up from a certain way of operating things to actually ramping up with staff and expertise that is needed is something we have been working with Veolia. More recently, in the last, I would say 3 months, I've started to meet with Veolia personally. Isela, my principal engineer for operations, meets with high-level staff within Veolia bi-weekly to review capital plans. Okay, so now we have now a system in place to talk about with them what are the additional resources that we have or that we need, so that we make sure that the regional office is well-staffed. They do have issues just like other wastewater treatment plants in recruitment and retention of staff. That's something that I think is industry-wide. We're having that issue in Nogales, but they are committed to ensuring that we have the staff we need to achieve this. Now, Veolia is an international company that doesn't want South Bay to ruin its reputation, right? And so
Let's underscore that point.
Yes. And they recognize that. So I think the feedback that I personally am giving to the president of Veolia National is he has seen it very valuable. And one of the things that he is also doing is adding a procurement person within his team to just monitor South Bay and get contracts pushed through their piece of authorization process. So that was a very constructive meeting that we had. Then we're going to be having another meeting. September 10th, with them, to again, go back and reassess where we are with resources from them. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. The schedule. So this is our, just a summary of our schedule right now. We, under the time schedule order, obviously, August 15th was when the plant, you can see in bold, was estimated to be put online. We are not going to meet that. That's tomorrow. But we have presented a alternative schedule for consideration of the board. And then JB1 is supposed to be
You know,
online.
I'm sorry to interrupt you again. But the August 15th at the time, I had to talk myself into that generous timeline. So I know it's not lost on you, and I know how deeply you feel and how committed you are to being successful. But we find it really disheartening and outrageous, frankly, that there's a constellation of events. You don't have control of all of them. You probably have control of actually very few of them.
Right.
But nevertheless, our outrage is the same, regardless of how much control you do or do not have. And I really look to the US federal government in its entirety, the administration and the Congress and the appropriators, that they would allow this situation to happen and subject the people of our region for such a very long period of time, and not just the people, but the flora and the fauna, so that we don't even have any fish anymore. There's being done a epidemiology study to document, not that they need to identify, but document the magnitude of the health impacts due to these continuous flows. So I just want people to know at the State Department and in Congress and the administration that this is outrageous and totally unacceptable. I know you see that. You see it, you go there in person, you feel it, you see it as if your own children are there. I understand that, and I am totally convinced of that. But there needs to be a greater response with more resources, not just on, IBWC's part, but in the federal government's part and Veolia's part, to do the kinds of things to get the plant operational.
Right.
Everything that has to happen with Tijuana, that's a different story. That's another story. Everything that has to do with Tijuana, and everything that happens when, a tropical storm might hit from time to time. We're usually very happy to get the water, but we understand it was treacherous. But we still, bottom line, we can't lose focus on the plant has to operate.
No, I agree. Trust me, I agree. And, part of my job is showing up and doing this, right? Versus me sending a staffer to come and do this themselves, right?
And we really appreciate that. And the tone is, the transparency has changed 1000% from the past. Right. And we very much appreciate that. So we don't want to hurt the messenger. We want to give you more strength to support you in your, advocacy to make this better.
Right.
Sorry,
And
just a
go
further
ahead.
quick.
I'm sorry.
You keep saying for the board's consideration. I mean, the order is the order.
Right.
So, and this is an informational item only today. The board is not taking any action and there's not relief, right? Just to be perfectly, to match transparency to transparency.
Right.
Like that can't happen. And then just I have a question that you don't need to answer right now, but hopefully can be weaved into the presentation. I'm sure like many in this room, real concerns about what the next year represents for all of us. So what happens if there's a change in administration or a change in priorities? Can you just sort of weave that into the end game of your presentation so we can understand what's potentially coming down the pipe?
Okay. Okay. So no, I recognize that this isn't up for vote at this point, right? And thank you for clarifying that, especially to the audience as well. This is what we're just presenting as where our status is, and I'm sure staff will work with Dave, with the executive director. And one of the things that I'm really grateful for is the level of participation that we've had the board on a regular basis on the weekly meetings, that they participate in the weekly meetings. And their insight on this issue and expertise has really been useful. And so I do want to highlight that. So we'll be moving forward on the processes needed to officially inform the board on where we're at with meeting our requirements under the time schedule order as stipulated by the time schedule order. Okay. All right. So this is I don't know. There we go. Okay. Sediment intrusion, as we've brought up on multiple occasions throughout this presentation, is in spite of not only having an average flow of 22.7, these were the years where we were having all of this excess flow, especially in 2022 and 2023 after PB1A collapsed, and we lost half that capacity of flow to go to the diversion to the ocean. This is the level of sediment that we're getting, and it's really quite dramatic. And we showed this to Mexico yesterday, and they were, a little flabbergasted as well. And so what we are doing right now, what we agreed to with Mexico, is that we are going to disaggregate this data for them to show them, kind of, was it only during the rainy season? Was it, last month or the previous month? Excuse me. And so in 2 weeks, we're providing that to them. And within 30 days, we're going to do another meeting to go through and figure out what the source is. This is going to involve some inspection as well. They're going to do some inspection after we provide this data to them, so they can see if they can identify the source of the sediment. And because again, you're seeing 5 times and we're not even finished with 2024, right? We're only halfway there. And so the short, I'm sorry. Right.
It's likely to double.
And so the sediment intrusion has been a real issue to our plant. The short-term solutions right now is that the commission meetings and the consulate meetings to identify the sources is what we're pressing for. And at our plant, we're doing more frequent monitoring of this, inspections. We're adding more financial resources because cleaning out all this sediment is more costly, right? Mexico does take that sediment as part of their sludge back. And so obviously it's going to be more expensive for them as well because they're trucking more of this. But more frequent maintenance is something that we're looking at. Now, from a long-term solution, we are envisioning there's a lot of lessons learned from this trial period, I don't call it a trial period, this vulnerable period that we're going through. And we gotta bulletproof our plan. And so given the new funding, this unique opportunity that we have to rehab that plant, we are envisioning looking at those opportunities to more bulletproof our plan. I know Sarah Davidson has told me the precautionary tale, Sarah, I think is what you call it. The precautionary principle. And so definitely looking at ensuring that we have not only just a level of redundancy, but taking into account these lessons learned, part of that. Obviously, input from the board on these lessons learned during our design process is going to be really helpful. Input from key stakeholders on ensuring that redundancy and concerns are addressed with the plan, I think is also going to be very, very important. And I know it makes my engineers cringe because it's about talking to people, and I want to make sure that you understand that that's important to me as well. Okay.
Can I
Yes,
just
sir.
insert here? And I realize I'm repeating something I've done in previous meetings, but I want to do it for this group. And Dave, the status of the temporary use of that abandoned quarry for depositing some of the sediment, I assume that would speed this process or maybe make it cheaper. Is that still moving forward, or?
It is moving forward. State Parks is the lead agency. They have completed CEQA, and they're working on the report of waste discharge for us to regulate it with waste discharge requirements. That's probably about a year away. The bigger problem here, Board Member Strawn, is just simply that Those sanitary sewer collection system in Tijuana is carrying far, far too much sediment for any wastewater treatment plant anywhere in this country to handle. It's just simply not designed. Rocks the size of golf balls and baseballs are not going to do very well to your treatment plant.
Yeah, I understand.
And so getting the sediment out periodically is the only method. So the question that I've asked repeatedly, and maybe Doug Lyden can also address this later on, is our treatment plants and our collection systems have screening systems. Pump Station 1 and Pump Station 2, for example, have very large traveling bar screens, better than what they have at IBWC, to handle very large volumes of water. They really need something like that in the collection system in Tijuana before Pump Station 1 and before the international collector, not only to protect the IBWC treatment plant, but their own infrastructure, their own pipes and pump stations as well. But that seems to be, from what I understand, to be an unmet need so far. But yes, the short answer to your question is that project is proceeding. I met with State Parks yesterday. We're continuing with the Nelson Sloan Quarry reclamation using valley sediment, which is a different sediment problem that IBWC is also dealing with, inundating the canyon collectors under sediment. We've never seen that volume of sediment before, even with Tropical Storm Hillary or large storm events. That was a result of a failure to implement any construction of stormwater BMPs of any kind whatsoever on the federal highway project in Mexico, crossing those two canyons, Matadero Canyon and Los Torrellos Canyon. They put everybody downstream at risk by having no BMPs whatsoever. So if one ever questioned the need for construction of stormwater BMPs, unfortunately, IBWC can show you why we need that infrastructure, why we need those types of controls.
Yeah. And my second comment, and again, this is repetitive, but just to give some perspective, several years ago when we visited your plant, before your inputs and your current staff, I was told specifically that the fact that the junction boxes didn't work was not a problem because they didn't use them anyway.
Wow.
So, the fact that you're now focusing on this and doing what you are is a huge step forward. And I want to make sure it's clear that we appreciate that.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Board Member Strawn. I really do appreciate it. A little pat on the back every once in a while. It does help. Okay. So that's sediment. Oh, the other thing that did come up in our meeting with Mexico yesterday was the recognition that because of all of the excess rains that they got, that they're having a lot of issues of collapse of their sewer lines and all of the work that they're doing. Obviously, during those repairs, they get sediment in there, right? And so that is part of the source that we feel that we will be identifying and finding a solution. And I'll be more than happy to come back and continue reporting to the board again, making sure we have the resources that we need. And if we don't, sharing what we need in resources, I think is one of the things that is incumbent on me. And the other thing is accountability. I continue to hold myself and staff accountable for ensuring that this plant gets up and running. Not sure where to point this. Oh, okay. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the rehab and expansion. The last time I was here, we talked about getting it awarded. We are in final negotiations with our consultant. We've done the procurement process, which started December 8th. We received proposal. We got five proposals received in February 8th. We weaned that down to three proposals. Phase 2 is 3 proposals with costs. We got that June 11th. That included a huge series of meetings because this is a progressive design build. This is intended to reduce what would typically be a 5 to 7 year process, right? Where you do design, procurement, then building. Right, a project of this size, because it's not just expansion, it's rehab. And so we're excited that we are going to be awarding next week and having getting out a press release on that. Like I said, we are in the final stages of those negotiations. The expected design and construction is immediate, as soon as we sign that, we will be starting. one of the things that I know people are interested in knowing is how are we going to apply? This is again a unique opportunity to retool something to make it a little more bulletproof, and not so easily vulnerable. And part of that is having a strong infrastructure. And I'll talk about a little bit about the maintenance in a couple of slides after this. But we have, as part of the original condition assessment and procurement package that Arcadis put together for us, part of that package that went out did include some preliminary engineering, and that did include some very serious and heavy input from Veolia as to what are the challenges that they're seeing. Now, so that's how the preliminary engineering went out. We are going to be working with them. We've already discussed with them a contract because they get paid for O&M, right? But we want them to be part of the design team and eventual construction team as well. So we will need to execute a contract with them for that additional work that will need to come from them to be part of the design reviews, to be attending the meetings, and then eventually the handoff for the O&M. So yes.
So Veolia is going to be like project management, or, I mean, they're not the contractor
No.
to do the improvements.
Correct.
So you're looking at them for project management.
No, we're looking at them for
Construction management.
input. We actually have multiple contracts that we're executing right now. Okay. One contract is with Arcadis, who did this whole first piece of it, the condition assessment, the project management. When our average budget between 2010 and 2021 for the entire border was about 32 million, right? So knowing that we were going to have 300 million coming at us, which is now 400 million just for this available, I knew our agency was not going to be able to have it. So we worked towards getting this contractor on board that was going to help us with the program management. Okay. That program management was to keep everything on schedule with getting the procurement documents out, doing all that. So they've kept us on schedule as originally envisioned. Now that we are going into the progressive design build phase, they are going to do the quality control piece of it. So if they're going to be helping us review the design deliverables, Veolia will be part of the input to saying, no, this type of valve won't work for us versus this type of other valve, or, more on the operational input, right? So that's what Arcadis is going to do. In parallel, we're also executing an interagency agreement with the Corps of Engineers because we have a quality control piece, but we're going to get the comments from Arcadis, and we have a small construction staff. We are going to rely on the Corps of Engineers to help us do the quality assurance on this, right? So that again, Arcadis is going to keep us on schedule. They're going to make sure the quality control is there. And then the Corps of Engineers is going to do the quality assurance for us. And then Veolia will just be one of the members of participate in the design and input of that as well. Okay. So right now we are targeting to get all three of those contracts in place. So there's a lot of procurement activity that's going on at the IBWC. I do just want to remind the group where we are on the funding status of this. This is what's under procurement is the full design, rehab, and expansion of 50 MGD to 50 MGD plus a 25 MGD peaking factor. The estimated cost at that time when we did the preliminary engineering was 600 million plus or minus 30%. We did procure it as phases, depending on what we negotiate in price will be how much of these phases we can execute. Right now, we're working with a budget of about $400 million. The good news is on the House appropriation side, the House approved, I believe, once $165 million for our construction. And the Senate, 156, kind of around that. It still has to go to conference, but that's a very good sign that they are continuing to ensure that we have more resources than we've had in the past for construction.
So that 157, 160 million, that's over and above the 400 million you already have?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Now, not all of the 156 are going to go to that because that's for the whole border.
Okay.
Yes, that's for the whole border. Yeah. All right. So another element that was part of the time schedule order was I think that was actually part of the settlement agreement, was the Tijuana River Valley Monitoring Program. My colleague here, Gilbert Anaya, is responsible for that. He put a scope together. We got it approved by the board. No, I guess it was part of our time schedule order. We got it approved by the board. And right now it is in procurement. The proposals are due September 5th, and we're hoping to award by September 30th. This was part of the job is to look at water quality in the river, look at water quality in the canyons. We have lots of good water quality data in the ocean, and now this is adding to that level of information. Yes, Dr. Olson.
Are there any plans to look at the interaction between water quality and air quality?
That is not considered part of the scope right now. Okay. Oh, and I do want to highlight the fact that the other area of our budget has also received, which is our O&M budget across the border. We used to, our average O&M budget before I started was about $45 million for the entire border. That has also significantly increased. We are now at 64 million. This last budget authorization, well, this budget for the FY25, again, is coming from the House. The House put in $80 million for our O&M. The Senate, I believe they're at 69.3 million. So that still has to go to conference. So again, there's a good understanding that we need additional funding for O&M. And I'll talk about how we're working towards informing how those decisions are made as part of my asset management discussion. Okay. So clearly what's happening in the Tijuana River is unacceptable. As you can see here, the dry period in years past has, pretty much started we had the shoulders in April and has been dry, and we had very little, little to no flows in the river. 23 was a very challenging year for us. Actually, after July of 31st of 2022, that's when we started seeing an increase in the flows. Obviously, we got into the rainy season. But what's happening now that they have PB1A, the line that broke, well, actually both of them broke, but the one that was not repaired has been repaired. It has not been put in operation because we got into the rainy season, but we are still having these very high flows. These very high flows, we should be at 0. And so one of the things that we had a meeting on yesterday was with how are we moving forward on getting our arms around this situation. I'm going to go, let me just show you one more slide that shows where we should be. Okay. So if everything worked the way it worked, there's a lot of numbers on here. There's a little figures, but let me walk you through this a little bit. We've got the wastewater treatment plants in Mexico that discharge treated flow into the river. These yellow is what Mexico gave us as to what is expected to flow into the river, right? And right here, like for instance, PBC should be taking out 1,500 liters per second. The blue is what we're measuring. What's happening at our plant. Our plant has 25 MGD. Right now we're at 19 MGD because of all of the improvements, the repairs that we're doing to the plant. This should be at 0. Right now we have 47 million gallons per day flowing in the river. And then this should be at 50 MGD coming to the area. Part of it goes to San Antonio de los Buenos, part of it goes to the ocean, and they're at 18 MGD. So if you add at 19, 18, and 47 MGD in the river, that's 84 MGD, right? If everything was working the way it should, South Bay should be functioning at 25 average, 50, San Antonio de los Buenos at 50. Again, part of it is it's really Punta Bandera because some of it just goes right into the ocean. We should have a capacity of 75 MGD to be treated, and we should only have about 9 MGD in the river, right? And so part of the work that we're doing with Mexico is we have asked them to provide us And they just provided that data to us as to how much potable water they're putting in the system. How much of it is going outside of the watershed, because some of it is for Ensenada, not Ensenada, Rosarito. Some of it is for parts of the watershed that don't come into the Tijuana River. And then we take 80% of that. We're figuring out, they're giving us the volume of what they're treating at La Morita and Arturo Herrera. And we're trying to get to a point where this is how much sewage is coming into the river. Because one of the things that they've expressed to us is their concern that because of all of the rain, this concept here that says friático, that's groundwater flowing into the river.
I can't see where you're pointing. I apologize.
Oh,
Oh, it's red.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now I got it.
yeah,
Thank you.
okay.
We don't get it on our screens.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're looking at our screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you see this friático, that's like groundwater intrusion. Their thought is that, and these otras aguas could also be groundwater intrusion. So their thought is that there's a lot of volume because of some of it, not all of it, is attributed to groundwater intrusion. That's why for us, not only doing the mass balance from the perspective of flows, but also understanding how much water, potable water is coming into the system is important for us so that we can make a determination whether that is true or not. Right. Yes, Dr. Olson.
But if groundwater is entering the system, it's not bringing sediment, right?
Right, right.
And it's not bringing mass, and you're seeing the concentrations.
Right.
I have a really hard time understanding how that works.
I do too.
I just think that's impossible.
I think so too. But the data is going to show us. The data is going to show us. And so this goes to how are we getting our arms around this? I sent this email out. Let's see. Oh, shoot. I did. Went to my tab. Okay. I sent this email out of a blueprint for addressing transboundary flows, how we're going to get our arms around it, how we're going to help define this problem and the source of this problem, right? So right now, I'm having weekly meetings with my counterpart to go over this data that we have so far and our path forward. Our principal engineers are also having weekly meetings, and our field staff has biweekly meetings from an operational standpoint, to address these concerns about the sediment, the operations, how much to turn on, PBC, when to turn off, when it's going to be turned off. So those are the things that are going on a regular basis. The other thing is we've gotten access to a program through the federal government for reviewing area satellite imagery. And so now I've put a staff member to look at that on a weekly basis, because we can go on inspections so you see stuff, you don't know what you're looking at, right? So it's really important for our staff to understand kind of the dynamics of what's going in the river. And part of that is for him to give me a weekly report as to what we're seeing in terms of discharges into the river from the different inflow outlets that they have there. Some of it is broken water lines, but some of it is sewage. And you can easily tell because you see the tails of the sewage there. So that's one of the things that we're doing. The other thing, and I think this is really going to be really impactful and we'll have results in about 2 months, is that the Mexican section, this was an effort that the Mexican section proposed, was to do an investigation of these sources of water and determine the source. They're going to be also looking at water quality, but is the flows into the river, or is it wastewater? What are the volumes of the flows that are coming in from the different sources along the river? And there we go. The solicitation is going to be going out mid-August. We have the scope of work. We'll be awarded within a month, and it's going to be a study that's going to take us from September to mid-September to November. And like I said, it does have water quality information. We are funding half of that because we are very interested in being part of the process, as well as ensuring that the quality of the information is there.
As part of that agreement to pay 50% of it, will all the data be shared with us?
Yes.
What's the timeline on the study?
It is 6 weeks. Okay. 60, yeah. It's about 6 to 8 weeks.
So so that's going to occur shortly, right?
Right. It's gonna occur. So it's gonna go out for procurement August 5th, well, tomorrow, because we've already finished the scope of work with the 30-day procurement process, and that's in the timeline on number 3. I don't know if you can see it on your
And then one of my second question is, given that sometimes winter flows really impact the
Right.
plant, are you going to ask them to look at winter flows in terms of the mass entering the river?
That might be a good idea. It's not in the scope right now, but that could be something we could consider for sure. Okay. The other thing that we're also doing to try is really what we're working for. And this is, like I said, an email that I sent out to all stakeholders, letting them know that I was personally involved in this, was really on the data connection, the mass balance, to really calculate the volume of sewage. And so that's where we're working on. We want to analyze the trends, identify the patterns on a weekly basis. And then for the sewage volume, we've started to get data from the Tijuana on the potable water and the levels that they're treating. We've asked for it on a weekly basis. Unfortunately, they're unable to do that because they do their billing on a monthly basis, and that's how they can get us that information. And from a staffing resources, they can get it to us on monthly. So we understand yesterday they informed us that they just sent that information to the Mexican section, and the Mexican section will be sharing that with us. And then biweekly meetings at the local level, I talked about that. That's something that Morgan does. Part of that it does involve some inspections going into the Mexican section. We are putting together a protocol for making reports on that. We see the binational river inspections. Oh, I'm sorry. The binational river inspections are monthly, and the biweekly commission meetings are at the local level are every 2 weeks. The river inspections are with SAS. They take us to so the idea is once we have with the satellite imagery, that will help us feed for us to say, we want to go here or we want to go there. Right. And the Mexican section has also asked if they could be part of the process for the satellite imaging, because they don't have access to it as a government tool. And so given that is, they are going to be coming to our offices as we go through the time elapse type of information that's available. Now, the satellite imaging is not every day, it's periodic. So we're going to have to adjust as that information becomes available.
It also appears that these pulses are generated at night, in the middle of the night, which is a reason why it seems so unnatural, because the diurnal fluctuation doesn't meet any normal cadence that you see in wastewater flows.
Right.
I mean, it's as if somebody is intentionally releasing flows that they bank until after midnight. But that might be a little bit difficult to see.
Right.
So I might suggest your inspections happen extremely early in the morning.
Okay. Good suggestion. And of course, we keep so the flow patterns is something that we're used as part of our data analysis, right? And so flow patterns in our river are also something that we can look at, because we do monitor and measure river flows as well. So I think that's a great suggestion, is to make sure that we're analyzing that as part of the whole picture. Okay, so what's our path forward? So like I said, when I started at the IBWC, the field office was a staff of 2. They are now a staff of 5. We are going to be adding another dedicated contracting officer to be here in South Bay to ensure contractors are solicited and awarded timely. Permit parameters, we're going to have dedicated staff to check the lab results out of our environmental area, is assigning somebody just to do that. We also are going to have an IDIQ services contract for repairs planned for October, so that we can have a faster response. And then the asset management, which I have in my next slide, will help us identify the level of funding that's needed to do proper O&M. that budget request to include O&M funding will be required for the maintenance, right? So that will be something that we will fold into our budget request moving forward. The other thing that I did not put here was, what are we doing on the river diversion? Right, I talked a little bit about it last time I was here, but we have now, because our funding was very good for the FY '24, we are allocating funding. It is, I'm not sure if it'll be 24 funds or 25 funds, but depending on if we can get it out, the procurement out in time for this year. We are looking at building a scope, and we had a focus group meeting with stakeholders yesterday. Several of the members that are here were there. We had the county of San Diego, the port of San Diego, the mayor of the Imperial Beach. We had the consulate there. We had the county there. We had the board there, and we went through what is important to us for the Tijuana River diversion, because yes, it was part of the record of decision, but there's not a project. It's not scoped out. It just says we need a river diversion project, right? And maybe some high level costs. And so we really want to do a study that will look at what are the financial needs for something like that, both from a capital investment and O&M. What are the legal needs, the permitting, any sort of authorizations? Because one thing I've learned working for the federal government, like if I were queen for a day, I'd say, okay, let's just build it. But I'm not the federal government. I'm a member of the federal government, right? And so the federal government takes very seriously whether they are going to add more responsibility to themselves, right? Which is new infrastructure, the legal liabilities with operating new infrastructure. So that we're going to lay that out in a blueprint. What are the things to consider in something like this for a minute? Should this be built? What is the importance of a minute so that Mexico doesn't rely on this as their backstop? Oh, we don't have to worry. The Tijuana River diversion will pick it up for us, right? How do we ensure that Mexico's meeting their fair share and burden of this, right? So those are the things so we're looking at financial, legal, institutional, as well as what are some of the things related to the minute. And so I think what I'm trying to highlight there with this is that's another important path for our path forward. We did have a really good riffing of ideas, is what we like to call it, of what needs to go in there, what we want. One thing that the entire group agreed to, and this is really interesting to me because I do get letters from the community. I get emails from the community, and I respond to every single one of them. And one of the things, like, one of the suggestions that we got from one gentleman was like, why don't we invest it all in Mexico? It's so much cheaper. And one of the things that everybody in the group, actually Surf Riders was there as well. One of the group was that, no, we want it on the US. We want control. We want to have control. Right. And that was something that was very evident when the whole NEPA process was being done and continues to be evident now. Right. And so that is, so the Tijuana River diversion scope of work, we're envisioning, my colleague here, Gilberto Anaya, will be drafting it, having a draft for review in 30 days for this focus group to look at, to get feedback so that we can look at procuring out that analysis that is needed, so that this will give stakeholders the tools that they need to advocate for this, right? Does IBWC need to have it as a statutory authority? What is the level of funding that's needed? These are questions that we don't have answers to right now. And so I'm putting the tools out, and it will be up to the advocacy of the local stakeholders. Obviously members of Congress will have access to this information as well. Okay, that's the idea behind that. Now, one of the questions that I keep, I get on a regular basis is, why did we get here? How do we avoid getting here with this plant? It's not moving forward. This is not moving forward. Oh, there we go. Okay. How did we get here? Okay. And there are three, I've talked about this before, but I'll go a little bit into this, a little bit more on the asset management. There are what I call my three legacy studies for this agency. One of the questions that you asked, Director Warren, was like, what's going to happen if there's a change of administration, right? So I am hired by the president, and I do work at the pleasure of the president. And typically when there's been a change of administration, there's a change of the guard at the IBWC, right? In the meantime, in the 4 years or the 3 years that I've been, it'll be 3 years in August. Oh, it's a couple days, my 3-year anniversary. In the 3 years that I've been at the IBWC, there are 3 legacy things that I've worked on. One is a manpower study to look at the staffing needs that this agency has. And I have a fact sheet, which I'd be more than happy to share with the board, of the level of staffing. We need about 20% more staff than what we have now. Okay. And so we've put together a phasing plan. I've shared it with Department of State. And so now I'm starting to share it publicly. I've briefed them. We're asking for about an additional $2 to $3 million a year over starting in FY25 over about 3 years for filling these positions. Again, we have to be real careful about asking for too much, because then you can't spend it, right? So, it's about 60 positions that we need. And so we're envisioning about 20 positions. And we've actually started doing some of that work in FY24, but we're looking at about 20 to 25 positions every year. Okay. So that's one thing. The second thing, because I get questions from members of Congress, how much do you need? And I mean, I could say, well, I think intuitively we need $100 million a year, but I'm not the queen for the day, right? So they're not going to just listen to Maria Elena Ginebra. I've got to show them the facts. And so the manpower study is going to tell us how much we need for part of the O&M. But the other thing is this asset management. The asset management plan, we created an office. It started with a staff of 1. Right now it's a staff of 3. We're going to be adding, we have 2 program analysts as well as an IT, because this agency is a plethora of spreadsheets. And spreadsheets that are based on the criteria of whoever the area operations manager is, right? This is what doesn't work, and this is how I see myself correcting it. It's not even proactive maintenance, it's reactive maintenance. There's a little bit of proactive maintenance in there, right? So right now, this is a multiple year effort. We are putting in a computerized maintenance program as part of this, so that we have purchase orders. They just come out and they roll up into a big budget, right? And so and Chair Cantu,
everybody has that.
we did not. Crazy, right? I couldn't believe it. Anyways, so we hired in December of 2023, we hired a consulting firm, and they are inventorying our components. And we're focusing, the first phase are our gauging stations, our heavy equipment, and our 2 wastewater treatment plants. We envision by March 31st, 2025, having a budget that's proactive on maintenance on our wastewater treatment plants, our gauging stations, and our heavy equipment. We still have our dams, we still have our levees, we still have our hydroelectric power plants, and we still have our ports and markers that we have to work on. But we're now working towards moving from a reactive to a proactive. The other piece of the puzzle that we're also working on, because again, like I said, okay, so that's going to give us the O&M budget that we meet. It's called salaries and expenses. The staffing for manpower, the expenses, this asset management. The third piece of this is how much construction money we need, right? And so we've put out to bid a capital plan. That's a 20-year capital plan. When I got to the agency, I asked for the capital plan. It was a plan of 3 years of works of things that did not work. And again, not that proactive, right? When you buy a car at 5,000 miles, you have to do this. It's very different from what you have to do at 100,000 miles, right? You have to start actually substituting things out, replacing things out, right? And so the capital plan is another effort. I call it my other legacy, so that this agency has the science and the tools to justify the budget. And I'm hoping that it'll be information that's shared with the public, and that you will have that front and center should I be gone from this agency, so that you can continue advocating for the agency. Okay, so that's how, answering your question, Board Member Warren, that this is the reality of elections coming up. And your question, Chair Cantu, is how are we going to move from a reactive to a proactive? I hope that answered that question. And okay, and so now the next part is my colleague, Dr. Gilbert Anaya, who will be talking about the water quality piece of the presentation, which was the other question that we received. So, yes.
Before we lose you,
Yes.
I want to just mention two things. We've been here before. We fixed this problem many years ago when I worked for the state board and Pete Silva was my board member. And we thought we had it fixed forever, but it didn't have so many of these components that we find ourselves in a worse situation than we were when we thought we fixed it. So I know you don't get a lot of kudos, and because you have a very difficult job. We have seen a lot of progress, and that's all thanks to you. And it's thanks to you on so many systemic ways of moving from reactive to proactive. I don't think they knew the meaning of a preventive maintenance program or a capital improvement program, not in any meaningful way. So I have faith that we will get there in the future. And you're looking at a lot of other things, including river diversion, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't want you to lose sight on what I think is the most important thing, and that is to meet the time schedule order and have an operating plant.
Yes.
You have to do all those other things. You have to convince Baja California Norte to do what they have to do in Tijuana. You have to do that in conjunction with the State Department and the consulate and the ambassador and everybody else. But most important from our point of view here is to have an operating plant. And it's not that hard to do that, although I understand this was a particularly bad situation and it's hard to do it without sufficient funds.
Right.
You need to get the money from the federal government. The federal government has an obligation to take care of their infrastructure and not subject our community to the health hazards that we've been seeing. I don't want you to confuse our frustration, our agotado, our dismay, our outrage with a lack of appreciation of what you have been able to accomplish. We have worked with many commissioners throughout the decades, and I am very thankful that you are there now. And I have faith for the first time that we are going to be able to see a healthier situation for not just the people in the United States and the people, in our region, but also Tijuana. They deserve not to have this mess sheet flowing down past their neighborhoods.
Right.
So it's a much larger issue. So do not confuse our ire with a lack of appreciation of what you have accomplished. We very much appreciate all that you have accomplished.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I would like to second that. I haven't seen all these commissioners Celeste has seen, but I can certainly tell your sincerity and that you do feel urgency. I'm really concerned about public health, so I'm interested. And I think that we sometimes silo things.
Right.
And so we talk about water quality, but water quality has an interface with air quality, which affects the community. And as you move forward, I hope that's kept in everyone's mind.
Right, right.
But you've done a fantastic job to see this amount of progress. And I think what Chair Cantu said is very, very correct. Don't confuse.
Right.
I particularly am a very impatient person, so I have to
No, I
grit my
wouldn't have
teeth.
thought that.
But the progress you've made is really quite astounding.
Well, I don't want to, we're not going to cry victory yet, right? There's a lot of moving pieces that we're, yeah, I'm still focused on getting done what we need to do. I do want to share one thing is that definitely, again, I'd like to thank Mayor Aguirre. I know she's in the audience and I'm thanking her whether she should be here or not, is that her outreach to, and getting this message out has really, really, really been impactful. Her getting FaceTime with high levels within Department of State, her getting FaceTime getting all of 27 cities to sign a letter about their concern was really helpful. And the reason I say that is because that's why we were able to get this additional, but the budget climate in DC is not good. All the other agencies have gotten budget cuts. And so I really do credit her for that and all of the other actors. I know, the whole congressional delegation has also been Senator Padilla, Senator Butler, Vargas, Peters, Levin, Jacobs, Congressman Issa as well, right? He was tough, but we have gotten a lot of recognition for the need. And I'll tell you one thing is that we have a White House group that Governor Gavin brought together. And so I got to recognize his work as well. They are rabid dogs. Trust me, you guys are nothing compared to that group on keeping me in check on advancing what needs to be done. So there is a lot of attention on this. And so that has brought, I've gone to meetings with a lot of scary people, very powerful people within the White House on this. So they are keeping their finger on this. And we do have many of these important people visit our plant as well because they want to see firsthand from OMB, from State Department. They want to see themselves firsthand. What is this issue? Okay. And I also, in these meetings, as well as highlight that what the issue is a public health. I did my dissertation on public health impacts of raw sewage. And so this is very, in the Texas colonies, this is very near and dear to my heart. And this was just published and actually got a national award a couple years ago. It got picked up by ASCE as a demonstration of showing results, right? But now this is one of the things that I also highlight. My PhD has helped me highlight that within the administration, that the public health, as well as all of the work that's being done outside, is really what ultimately we need to achieve. And I don't think this plant's going to be the only thing, right? And I think the work that the CDC, I just read about the CDC announcement on it, of the work that they're going to do. The Tijuana River diversion is going to be very critical to this, but definitely eliminating human contact with sewage is fundamental to this crisis. I know the plant is mine, and I'm laser focused on that. I promise that. But there is a bigger picture that I am also working in parallel. And then also, I do want to recognize my staff. My staff, the leadership of this position makes a difference. And I always use this term, and somebody just said, "Did you make that up?" And I actually looked it up. I didn't make it up. Is that nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care. Right? And it was Theodore Roosevelt who said that. But my staff really cares about that transparency. And the only reason I was able to very quickly change from an agency that didn't share anything to one that was transparent was because those that felt that wasn't important saw that this agency wasn't for them anymore, and they happily retired. And we have new staff, and we have our existing staff that has been empowered to make their magic. And that's what my job is to make sure they're making their magic. So this isn't just Maria Elena Giner. This is Maria Elena Giner along with all of the people that I have here making their magic happen under my leadership. So I do want to highlight that is also something that is really contingent on the leadership in this agency. So okay, go ahead, Chair.
No, thank you.
Okay, and so Dr. Anaya, you ready?
There's been a request for a 5-minute break. I'm sorry, Dr. Anaya.
That's all right.
I know you all are trying to get down to Mexicali, but we're taking a 5-minute break, and let's make it 5 minutes.
For the people on Zoom who have their hands raised, we will be taking public comments after all of the presentations.
We're going to commence. Our 5 minutes are up. Dr. Gilbert Anaya will be our next speaker. There he is. Dr. Anaya, please proceed. Thank you for your patience.
There it goes. It just turned green. Great. Chair Cantu and members of the board, good morning. Gilbert Anaya. I will be much more brief than the commissioner on my remarks.
Depends on how many questions we have for you.
True. I'm going to focus on the time schedule order with respect to the water quality data, what we monitor under our NPDES permit, and there's some other monitoring that we do at the plant. So most of my remarks are specific to the plant, although even though we have other programs that IBWC monitors, the South Bay Ocean outfall, and working with Mexico. My first slide here is the parameters that are under our permit. And I think there was a prior comment. We were well on our way to getting towards permit compliance in June. But if it weren't for the PSTs, the chain failing and the other one, we would have met it continuously after June. The parameters in green on the slide are the ones I'm going to focus on. In June, we met permit except for 3 of the parameters. All of these you see on the list were parameters that we met. There's a lot of data, but I do want to focus. This is the relationship between the solids issues, the sedimentation, and what's happening at the plant. Okay, just to set a baseline, on this slide is just a quick diagram of the wastewater treatment plant process. We've been focused on sedimentation and what we call our primary area, which consists of the headworks, grit removal, and the primary sedimentation tanks. I call them primary clarifiers. Their job is to remove sediment, which is one component of the solids that comes in with our wastewater, which is giving us such a big problem. We do have screening that is meant to remove the large debris, the trash from the water, and then it goes through the headworks to our grit chambers. The grit chambers are supposed to remove that sediment. And we haven't talked about the grit chambers, but they have been problematic. They were overwhelmed as well by the loading of solids that we received. Those had to be cleaned out. Those are in operation, but there is a large volume of sediment that is still built up in some of our areas. For example, the influent channel, Dr. Olson, you mentioned. We cleaned it, we filled it, and then right away got filled with sediment. The influent channel right now has a reservoir of solids because we can't bring it down separately. That has to be done at a later phase. And so there's sediment that's still sitting in there. We have a plan for that. And once we get some of the PSTs online, then the focus is going to go to that influent channel.
So can I ask, so every time you have a storm, does that sediment from the influent then hit the plant?
There's what's called inflow and infiltration. So when you have a storm event, some of the rainwater comes into the collection system, either through a break, or people will lift the manhole and just let rainwater and sediment and trash get into the collection system. So we do see a higher flow and a higher sediment load during the rainy season because of that I&I. Now, that does not account for what we're seeing at the plant right now. That's a whole different thing, as the commissioner had explained, on the amount of solids. So that's really the first part of the plant in green. That is the physical separation of those solids. And then the second part with the red oval is the biological process. That's the activated sludge tanks, the secondary settling tanks, and then finally the effluent as it leaves the plant. On the bottom I have also the solids processing, which is what we call the wasting of the solids. So we remove the solids from the tanks. Those go down to the dewatering, where we remove the water at about 20% solids, and those get hauled to Mexico. So we haul not only those biosolids, but the trash and sediment that we remove from the headworks and the grit, those get trucked to Mexico as well. So that's kind of the setting for the plant. And as far as the monitoring that we do, the main sites is the influent coming before the process starts, and the final effluent, which is what's leaving the plant. Those are the two main parameters for our permit compliance. There are intermediates within the plant, like the primary effluent that we use as to determine part of the permit compliance, and a lot of process control, specifically in the biological side. Operations, Veolia has to maintain constant vigilance on the solids, because they're not only, we want them to go to the activated sludge tanks, we want them to be able to remove the organic component of the wastewater, convert ammonia to nitrate, more stable. So those processes occur in the secondary, but if the primaries aren't working properly, they start to impact the secondary. And that's kind of what I'm going to try and show very quickly.
Just a quick question on what is being transported back to Mexico. Do you have much understanding of the fate and transport of that? I mean, one of the things we don't know is where is all this sediment and grit coming from? Do you think it could be just boomeranging back like a closed system? Like, is it being dumped very close to where it comes back?
Right. They use primarily the San Antonio de los Buenos site for.
They take it to San Antonio de los Buenos?
Yes. So they're supposed to be contained within their disposal sites.
Be curious to know if it is.
Yes, we have been to SAB, and we have seen where their disposal sites are. And they are looking at other sites because that area is going to be at capacity, and so they need to find another one. This next slide is.
To that, because I think that goes to the source analysis that we're going to be doing in the next month and we will not rule out the boomerang effect. Yes, we will not rule it out.
Thank you.
So this slide is describing the comparison between the influent suspended solids, total suspended solids, known as TSS, and the primary effluent, which is the water that leaves the PSTs. So traditionally, a normally functioning PST will remove anywhere from 50 to 70% of the solids. So as you look at this graph, the concentration of the TSS effluent versus the primary effluent is virtually the same. There is no removal being done right now because of the lack of operation of the PSTs. So what's coming in is some settling, and then there's some coming out. And so those solids are making their way into the ASTs. So that's one of the issues that we're trying to resolve right now, is with the operation of at least 2 to 3 PSTs, we'll be able to get that removal down to a normal operating level for what goes into the ASTs. And of course, this is a direct correlation between the amount of solids coming in. We just can't handle that volume of solids. And I apologize for this, a much more busy graph. This has 3 main parameters: flow. We also have BOD, which is a carbonation biochemical oxygen demand, and TSS. So you can see flow was anywhere from 26 to 19 MGD. But as you can see, the 2 columns that The BOD and the TSS are much higher compared to the black and red lines that represent the permit limits. That's where we should be, and that's where we were getting in June. In June, we were below permit for those two parameters, which is the main indicator for the solids loading. We were looking good, and then just a week later, the PST went down. So with regards to what happens next, you have these solids going into the ASTs. This is just another diagram that shows the representation in the permit between the efficiency of removal of TSS and BOD at the plant compared to the influent versus the effluent. As you can see, the June results, this is a more simpler way just to visually see that the removal efficiency was not being met. And in June, it went up where it should be. And that was just a direct correlation between having two PSTs, a cleaned grit chamber, and our screening, our initial screening in the headworks, the bar screens, everything was in operation. And so we thought we were getting to that point. Now, this is the actual loading. This is the actual pounds of TSS and the pounds of BOD that relate to the water quality concentration. So the light green line represents the limit for the effluent for TSS, which is 6,255 pounds. If you do the calculation, that equals 30 milligrams per liter, which is the permit limit. So that's the logic behind the weight of TSS. And this is just another representation that the data that we're collecting shows that the number of pounds of suspended solids, where it is in relation to the permit limit. This affects, after it leaves the PSTs and into the activated sludge tanks, again, that's a biological process, and you need to have dissolved oxygen in the system. Because you have so many solids, in order to maintain the microbes and keep them in a aeration mode so that they can clean the water, you have to, the blowers that produce the air, you have to run them at 100% in order to get the air that you need in those tanks. So we're spending more money on the process in order to treat what should be a much less, we shouldn't be operating at 100%. But we have to, because there's so many solids in there. We are playing catch up. We're trying to remove solids from that biological process for dewatering and sending to Mexico, and we're trying to maintain a level in there. And it's just not balanced. There's one of the process control parameters called the sludge retention time, and that's measured in number of days. Typically, we want to run it about 6 to 7, an SRT of 7 days. At times, we've been running at 14 or 15 days. And that's, again, there's so many solids in there that we're not getting them through, and they're staying in there much longer than they should be. And they're starting to affect the treatment. Other parameters such as ammonia that usually the bacteria can convert, it's incomplete. And so we have a higher concentration of ammonia in the ASTs than we would like to see. It is below the performance goal in the permit, but that's still to us a concern, because that tells us that the plant's not operating the way it should be. And there's other parameters that are part of that AST that we're looking at, and they all are showing it's just it's high, and it's just too much in those 7 AST tanks that can't handle the loading. Another parameter, this is just again to show you that the testing that we're doing on a monthly basis, sometimes it's done weekly, is showing us that all the parameters are demonstrating the same thing. Turbidity, which is just really the amount of suspended matter in the water has also gone up. And the trend, you can see it's the exact same trend line compared to TSS and BOD and the pounds of loadings. They're all showing the same trend. Promise this would be quick. In summary, of all the parameters that we monitor for at the plant, the ones that are of concern to us is what's happening at the front of the plant. The solids, the organic component, the trash, and the grit, and the sediment. So that, if it's left unchecked, will in the end affect the treatment process and is preventing prevented us from meeting the time schedule order. And so what we have in place right now, we were all at the plant yesterday. We did a quick tour of it. The work is ongoing and things, there's a difference between the last time I was here with regards to the amount of work that's being done on those PSTs to get them online as soon as possible, as well as we already have plans to go next to the influent, and then from there, we'll go to those ASTs to get some of those solids out. So there's just a brief, I think you've seen the dates already. If we get that AST up by the middle of this month, we should be back to where we were in June towards achieving compliance. And not only achieving compliance, but achieving consistent compliance from that point on. This area we've been very focused on. Commissioner mentioned the rehab and expansion project. We have put a lot of thought into it, not only our consultant Arcadis, but the feedback from Veolia, the discussions that we've had, the concerns that we were seeing. So what we intend to do is to make improvements to that headworks so that we have better screening of the trash, improved grit removal that ultimately will protect the PSTs and the rest of the plant. That is our focus because we know the rest of the plant is in good shape in terms of being able to treat the water. It's what's coming in to make sure that we can handle those high loadings, and that coupled with the work that's being done. I know there was a previous comment on, Mr. Gibson mentioned what we consider normal in the US, having sedimentation prior to your pumping plants. The work that's being done at PB1 will include a sedimentation basin so that the international collector will now go through a sedimentation basin prior to going to PB1. Once it goes to PB1, then you'll protect your pumps. There'll be fewer episodes of pump failure due to grit or to sediment and trash. So they will be more reliably pumping from PB1, and we will get hopefully that same benefit of better wastewater coming across to us. Even though we will have, there will be gates put on the collector at the border junction box. So there'll be gates there for control, and our gate that will be replaced, that's being designed, and we'll have two gates where we can control the flow, which we currently don't have. That's another thing. When we remove the sliding mechanism for our gate, we have no control of what comes into the plant. Once JB1 gets repaired, we will have that control back. So we can control the flow. On the US side, Mexico will have two controls as well. So that is part of the design for PB1, which is the main structure along with the collection system for our international plant.
Can I ask, what's the timeline for the settling basin prior to going through the pumps to the plant?
So that has been contracted. That is under, and I probably stole that from Doug, but it is an EPA NatBank Conagua project. So that has been funded. It has been designed. They will be, I believe they'll be issuing that contract very soon. Once that goes in, I believe it has a year timeline to get fix because there's a lot of work, a lot of rehab at PB1. So it's going to take some time to complete those repairs and the rehab. But at the end, you'll have a fully functioned, almost new and better because it has sedimentation and trash removal at PB1.
So because of the long solids retention time in your secondary treatment, what I'm trying to figure out is what sort of what happened to your nitrogen removal? Did your nitrates go up and your ammonia discharge go down? And what about your organic nitrogen? How have they been on discharge?
So overall, total nitrogen has
Mhm.
remained mostly the same. Nitrate levels are about 8 to 10. What changed was the ammonia level. Ammonia went up.
Yeah.
So total nitrogen is still, I think the June report showed around 40 milligrams per liter. Of that, 26 was ammonia.
And
then
what
you
was
have nitrate.
10?
I'm sorry?
So was nitrate 10?
Nitrate 10, yeah, so that's 36. And then you had 2 to 3 of nitrite and whatever residual that comes out to, it wasn't 40, it was 30, it was 38 or 39. But that's the difference. So we, not only do we collect samples, Veolia also has automated, we have what's called the HAWK, Water Management Information System that they use as well for tracking some of the processes at the plant. So Commissioner mentioned that in my area in environmental management, we're going to have more oversight over the permit parameters and the operations. So we were given access to their HAWK system so we can see that weekly data so that we can have discussions with them. If we see something that doesn't look right to us, we'll have that discussion with them along with Morgan Rogers, our area manager, just to make sure that we're staying on top of this rather than waiting until the end of the month to see the monthly summary reports that are provided to the regional board.
And how do you think these will be affected when the plant's working, particularly just looking at nitrite and ammonia? Do you anticipate that your nitrite level and your ammonia level?
Yes, the ammonia level will go down. We want the ammonia at least around 10 or around there, or less than 10.
And nitrate?
Nitrate, it'll stay more or less at around, we hope, what happens is nitrate is used as an oxygen source as part of the biological treatment. So you have the conversion of ammonia to nitrate. Nitrate gets put into the front of the ASTs, which is without oxygen condition, anoxic zone. It goes through that. It uses the nitrate instead of oxygen. So you're consuming nitrate, the bacteria is, so that it's just that cycle. So in the end, you stay with a nitrate level of about 8 to 10. Ammonia goes down. Ammonia should be as low as possible. And that's really the two main forms that we're tracking. Nitrite, we don't do, it doesn't convert all the way to nitrogen gas, but
So you said when the repairs are complete that on the US side, there'll be the ability to control the flow into the plant, and at 2 points, Mexico will have the ability to control the flow into the plant. Did I hear that correctly?
yes.
So my question is, can those two flow rates be different? I'm not an engineer, but can it be out of alignment what Mexico has determined the flow rate to be and what the US side has determined the flow rate to be? And if so, what are the consequences?
Right. We have had that discussion with their operator, Cespete, and they fully understand that their job is to maintain the agreement under the minute. In this case, minute, 283, but there's been subsequent minutes. Their job is to send us 25 MGD every month. It's hard for them to do that because we don't have our controls in place, which is really the gates. The level of the gate and the pipe, you can control the amount of flow that goes wherever in your system. By them having one control and we have the other, we work together to have the settings so that we get 25 MGD and the rest goes to Mexico. That's the agreement. When we complete the expansion at 250 MGD, we will adjust those gate valves so that we're getting 50 and the rest goes to Mexico.
Is there any teeth behind enforcement of that agreement? I mean, it's another minute, right? So I guess not to create problems where they don't exist, but it's really easy to see how this could create problems for the plant. And getting in front of that seems to be what the board is asking for.
Right. So I think prior to the issues that we've had, going back a couple of years, 2-3 years, the international plant had treated 25 MGD consistently. We had those controls. We had the agreement with Mexico. They were providing us that amount of flow. When we did lose those controls, then it became problematic, and it affected the way they operate their system. So with the improvements that they're making, with the improvements, they've actually constructed an international collector bypass, which is a second line, so that they're bypassing the collector that's been severely damaged. So that one will be put online once those gates are, the remaining work that they're doing gets completed. They will flip the valve, and the flow will go through the new bypass collector. And now you have those two gates, and I think I misrepresented. So one gate will control one side of the flow, and then the other one will be placed on the older side of the international collector. So they'll be able to go from one to the other. The first round, it will be, you will now have a collector that is separate, and you can repair it when you're ready to do that. So they can repair the old one, and now they'll have a redundant system. So they can now go back and forth when they need to make repairs. And that is independent of us having our new JB1 that will have 2 gate valves, so that we can also close one for whatever reason for repairs, while all of the flow goes through the other side. So we'll have redundancy on our side, and they'll have some on the other as well, so that we will operate those jointly and ensure that we're getting the flow that as per the minute, and they will treat the remainder. I think that is a much better scenario than what we've had, especially in the last couple of years.
Thank you. And thank you for all this information. I mean, I'm being educated a lot, and lots of things are being done. And it's so good to see that we at least identify what the problems are, and even plans for solution and so forth. But bottom line is, as of today or yesterday, when you were all at the plant itself, was there 2 tanks, the PST, working at this point? Because I see all these schedules and all these dates, but they're constantly breaking down as well. And so I'm just asking, is there a timeline for actually 2 functioning?
We should have 2 August 16th. So this week we should have 2. Now, I think there was the other thing of needing to have 3 so that we can continue to pass flow. So the idea is, once we have all 5 cleaned and in operation, the standard manual of plant operations is you take one down, you take it offline, and you work with 4, and you clean and repair, put it back online. Later on, under the new asset management, you take down the other PST and you do the same thing. So you rotate them on a as needed basis based on how often we feel we need to clean those tanks. And we just follow that from now on. We do not let them just operate until one breaks. We will be checking them. And the same thing for the ASTs, they need that type of maintenance and operation as well.
Okay, but right now, for the public, generally somebody who's not having to see this, how much of the sewage is being treated today?
How much of the sewage?
Yes.
Well, the plant is treating anywhere from 20 to 25.
Okay.
And the commissioner had that slide that showed the mass balance of flow. So you can see that the amount of wastewater in Mexico is X MGD. Our responsibility is 25 MGD of that flow. The issue is the flow in the river, which is not directly related to the international plant because we don't divert into the international plant. It's what is being, how the system's being operated in Mexico. So that's the difference, and that's what we're talking to them about that. We're talking to them right now because under the Minute 328, they are going to do repairs to the collection system, to the pumping plants in preparation so that they can reliably send flows to SAB and that we can take reliably 50 MGD of those flows to our plant. So in order to do that, we need a good collection system in Mexico that provides that and is not going to be breaking the way we've seen. So we're trying to emphasize maintenance, the repairs, the commitment to get to that point when we're ready to start treating 50 MGD. All of the items listed in Minute 328 on the Mexican side have been implemented as well. That's me.
And just to answer the question, there's a lot of information. We have one PST that's operating right now, and we're treating right now about 20 MGD, even though we have a capacity of 25, but we're treating less because of the work that we're doing, right? And treating doesn't mean complying, right? And so that's what we're working to get to comply. So we may be treating 19 MGD of sewage, but we aren't quite yet to the compliance piece yet.
Yeah, I've been sitting here for a long time, okay? And I don't quite get in parallel with your comment that this is a relatively recent, last few years. I remember in 2012, sitting here looking at video where, and granted it was a big rainflow in that December, and they were busy cutting out nozzles in the tanks down there that had just been built and expanding the size because we were taking in way more than what the plant was designed for. So I think the over input to the tank has been the fact that it's been running at 25 MGD. I don't think that squares with a longer term history. I think this problem's been around a lot longer than.
So yeah, 25 MGD is the average. The plant goes up and down during any average day. When you have an event that is significant, yes, you will get more flow into the plant. But the plant as designed is designed to take those high levels to a certain extent. That's what it's called, the peaking factor that's built in. When they design it, they use that peaking factor for sizing and pumping, et cetera. So if you get 50 MGD one day, the plant will respond and absorb that flow. When you get 50 all the time, then that's a different story. You're not supposed to get that. And so that's one of I would say the difference between these recent years versus prior years, where we now don't have any control right now. But yeah, I understand. So we have had issues in the past.
That's my exact question though. So even when we have control and we're saying we only want 25 MGD, right? Like that's what happens when junction box 1 comes back online, right? But what if on the other side, folks where does the water go if we're saying 25 and the other side and Mexico is saying 50?
I believe that's one of the reasons we're doing that reconnaissance survey. So to go analyze the flows, test those flows, and confirm this is what we're seeing. I think that Commissioner mentioned that her data so that we can use that. That's what we're going to do next.
So I guess I would just like with the feeling I'm struck with listening to all this and touring the site is that like we are playing catch up in a game we're never going to catch up. And that at least when we were at the plant, the feeling that struck us was the only real solution here is to recycle the water, right? Like ultimately, we're going to be in drought conditions in this region cross border that will require the water to be recycled. And why is that not in the just to be again to meet transparency with transparency?
Right.
Why is that not a part of the conversation? I have sat on this, I don't know, 10 or 12 years now, and this has been the number one problem we've dealt with for a region that prides itself on, you know, economic, like pointing the finger or pointing the light at economically disadvantaged communities. We can't get this right. And so why are, just to, again, to be totally frank, hundreds of millions of dollars are going towards a project that already feels behind, several steps behind.
Right, right. And you're absolutely correct, Chairman Warren. What we are doing does not preclude from reuse being another phase. Okay. And under Minute 328, there is a reuse project that Doug will talk about, because they do have 2 wastewater treatment plants right now that treat to a very good standard and level. I mean, Tijuana is capable of doing a good job of administering their O&M, their utility. They used to be considered the top utility in the nation, believe it or not, at one point. And so they have 2 wastewater treatment plants that we've never heard any issues on, Arturo Herrera and La Morita. So they're capable of doing that. And that is a project that was part of the Minute 328 to take that. Right now, they discharge it in clean water into the river. So Doug will talk a little bit about where that's at, because that is an EPA funded effort. With regards to the water that's being produced out of the wastewater treatment plants, the ITP, that is still something that's on the table. And we've had various private companies come forward saying, we'd like to take that water, we'd like to reuse it, we would like to take it to Mexico. But this is something that has to be accepted by the Mexican government. They have expressed interest on eventually wanting that water back. Right now, we are laser focused on what is the funding we have available for right now and what's going to reduce transboundary flows. And so the reuse of the water from it is not going to reduce transboundary flows. It has other benefits. We agree. But right now we are focused on that. It will be part of the conversation. I agree, moving
I guess
forward.
not at all expert of your level at all, but I guess I would push back a little bit on that point. Like the pressure is on to recapture as much water as we can, and that will reduce transbound. Like that's exactly, at least what's coming out in the Pacific Ocean. I mean, that's the whole point of all of this, right? Like this is a conversation we've had with the city of San Diego. So I guess that's all. Dave, I don't know if you want to jump in here. It seems to me that if one of the issues is like all of our beaches are closed day after day after day, then capturing the water that would otherwise be discharged and treating it and using it and recycling it does solve part of the problem, right? And so I'm not a critic of what's happening. There are immediate needs that need to be addressed. It just seems that we've sat up here for hours and the entire presentation feels like it's something that should have happened 10 years ago, and that means we're 10 years behind. That's all. That's
Right.
the input
And
on
we
that,
agree.
right? Like
We agree.
it feels frankly a little tone deaf. So that's all.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Anaya? I don't think you're finished.
Oh.
It's okay. I was almost finished.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. No, no. Okay. Do you want to ask it now? Dr. Anaya, we do have one question
Sure.
pending.
I think he has to point over
Ed
there.
doesn't want to change.
Over there, I think was where she, higher.
This happens to everyone.
We're gonna get this one.
There it is. That's your slide. Actually, I was done.
Yeah, so he's done. This is what I want you to kind of walk away with as some of the highlights. I always tell people, I'm going to talk about what I'm going to say. I'm going to say what I say, and then I'm going to say what I just said, right? And just as a summary, the repairs on the plant are underway. We are targeting to have all 5 PSTs clean by October of 2024. Commission and the consulate are meeting to address, the sediment. I've talked about, sediment being we have a strategy in place. We still don't have an answer, but we have a strategy and we'd be more than happy to share that answer. The rehabilitation and expansion, we're looking at awarding it next week. I don't say that, next week. The Tijuana River Valley Monitoring Program that was part of the TSO will be awarded in September. We sent out a blueprint for addressing transboundary flows that we're implementing right now. That was part of the slides. We also have a path forward on continuing to build institutional capacity. This is all catch up, like Chairman Warren has mentioned, right? And so the institutional capacity within our institution is really important, as well as the asset management, so that we can go from a reactive to a proactive. And then great improvements. And one of the things also in the presentation that Dr. Anaya has done, he's showed that we're cautiously optimistic that we will get good effluent quality very quickly after we get that second PST up and running, in the next, by the end of this week. So those are the kind of the highlights of the last 2.5 hours of presentations that we have given to the group. So again, and I'm willing to come back again, hold ourselves accountable and continue presenting.
Please come back again. We do have other speakers, but do we have any other questions for the commissioner or for Dr. Anaya? Okay. So we have no more questions for you at this point. And does that mean that you need to leave to go to?
Yes, but I will be connected online. I've already told my staff we're not having lunch. And so I will be connected online. I have given Mayor Aguirre my apologies that I cannot stay for her comments, but I will be online. And also to the members of the public that are here, as well as the ones online, I will be listening to your comments. And again, thank you for advocating for your region. Thank you for advocating for your community. And thank you for holding this agency accountable. It makes our work have an impact on the lives of the region. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We will be inviting comments from the public, both from Zoom and people in this room, after the next following presenters. So at this point, we'll invite Doug Lyden from US EPA to join us.
Yeah, real quickly, I'll give an introduction to Doug, but I jotted a couple of things down during those presentations. It's just a few items that I wanted to share with you all. This was incorporated into the presentations, but I just wanted to make it very, very, very clear, because it's very often a point of confusion. And I know you all understand this, but we have people in the audience today and with us via Zoom, and I just want to make sure it's very clear that the plant is not intended to treat river water. So, it's permitted for up to 25 million gallons per day. It's a monthly average. And the source of those flows would be two different things, would be the sewage collection system in Tijuana and the 5 canyon collectors during dry weather. During wet weather, the canyon collector, it would overwhelm the system. And so those flows would not be conveyed to the treatment plant. So there are 7 where flows come into the Tijuana River Valley. There's the main channel, and so the plant is not at all intended to capture those flows. Sometimes when the flows are diverted to Punta Bandera, there inadvertently are flows from the river that get into the plant, but that's not the way it's designed, that's not the way it's intended. And then there are 6 tributary flows into the Tijuana River Valley, 5 of which have canyon collectors. So during dry weather, those are conveyed to the plant for treatment. So I just wanted to make that very clear, because very often people believe that there's a lot of flow in the river because of the problems at the plant. That's not at all the case. And the plant is treating everything that it receives, is just only doing partial treatment. It's not quite into compliance yet. So just wanted to make that very clear. Also, Dr. Olson, earlier you had asked about the impact to air quality from these water quality conditions. And fortunately, we actually have somebody here that will be giving a presentation a little bit later, Dr. Kimberly Prather from Scripps Institute of Oceanography, who has been doing studies related to that since 2017. So just wanted to let you know that work is being done, and there will be a presentation on it in a bit. And then lastly,
will that work explain why the nature of the odors that are in the air at the present time that are causing widespread discomfort in the area?
I don't know exactly what Dr. Prather is going to share, but I know it will be related to how air quality is impacted by the water quality and also potential public health impacts. So
Okay,
it will
great.
be
Thank you.
related to that. And then lastly, with respect to reuse, I think everybody's on board with that and excited about that. And as the commissioner explained, that is one of the Minute 328 projects for the plants in Tijuana. The complication with reusing it when it comes to the US and that water does actually belong to Mexico. But the problem with like the way we see reuse within our region, there are a lot of requirements so that we know that we could be doing that safely and effectively, protecting the infrastructure needed for the treatment and then also protecting public health. And one of those components is a pretreatment program. And so within our municipalities here in the US, there's a pretreatment program, which, so for example, we have staff that does inspections of the pretreatment programs by, say, the city of San Diego. And that's a necessary requirement, not only, just for a way to operate a wastewater treatment plant in general, but certainly if that water is going to be used either directly or indirectly for potable reuse. And so that's complicated because what comes to the plant comes from Tijuana, and we couldn't enforce any kind of pretreatment program, nor could US IBWC enforce any kind of pretreatment program in Mexico. So we would never know what could potentially be coming to the other side. Doesn't mean that's a deal breaker by any means. It just means that that's an important component to consider in the type of coordination that would be needed between the two countries. So just
Although Tijuana did have a pretreatment program in the early 20s, it was not universal. But it was one that was inspired by the State Water Board.
I heard about it, and it's but I heard it also fizzled. So unfortunately, if we had we were to invest on this side of the border, in that level of treatment, but have no control over pretreatment, it could be an issue. But like I said, not something that couldn't be overcome with the proper coordination, binational coordination, but just something that makes it a little bit more complicated for this situation versus what we see elsewhere in the region or across the United States.
I get that completely. It just seems like I hear you saying that's not the deal breaker, but we are sticking our heads in the sand if we're allowing those kind of frankly, bureaucratic issues. We just have to, this board does such a good job of being in front of issues. And so this seems like a place where we really need to be. You as a staff, generally speaking, are out of the box thinkers. Dave encourages it. And so I'm not going to repeat myself, but to be focused on what this has been focused on and not the reclamation piece feels very short-sighted. And I hear you saying that that's not it, but that hasn't been the focus.
Yeah, no, I understand your point for sure. All right, so we're not breaking for lunch at this point or anything, right? We can move on to the next presentation. Okay, fantastic. All right. We have 3 more presentations. I don't think any of them will exceed 20 minutes, the presentations themselves. So we have one more.
3 times 20.
Yeah.
So we have at least an hour of scheduled presenters, and then we have the public, which I have quite a few cards there.
Can we do a lunch break?
I was thinking about just powering through, but what is the preference of the board? We have 2 power throughs on my left. It looks like we will continue it.
Excellent. All right. Okay. So yes, so next we will hear from Doug Leyden. Mr. Leyden is an engineer with EPA. And one of his many roles is developing US-Mexico jointly financed wastewater and stormwater projects. Mr. Leyden will provide an update on coordination with agencies in Mexico on projects to upgrade infrastructure and reduce transboundary flows. Thank you, Doug.
I'm glad I'm not the only one standing between you and lunch, but please drag me off in 20 minutes. I'm sure you probably will, but thank you, Chair Cantu, esteemed members of the board, Executive Officer Gibson, members of the public for attending here today. I'm going to give a talk on some of the activities happening in Mexico. We had a meeting yesterday. I translated some of those slides using some software. So if the grammar seems a little odd, it's not mine, it's a translation, but I thought you'd want to hear sort of what we're hearing from Mexico regarding the status of some of their projects. Next slide, please. Of course, this is why we're here. The transboundary flows in the river have been an all-time high during summer months. I've never, in the 20 years I've been working on this issue, I have never seen anything like that. It's a clear pattern of sewage. In fact, it's the same sort of signature that's coming into the international treatment plant. To Chair Cantu's point, coming in really late, there was also probably a delay time from the time it gets discharged into the sewer system. The odd part is, of course, why it's following that pattern so clearly when you're having different sources. But I think there is a lot, and we just analyzed some satellite imagery and determined that out of about 45 storm drains into the river, we saw raw sewage coming out of about 30 plus of those. So it's clear that Mexico is having some real infrastructure problems, and the inability for the ITP to take on the full flows, hinders their ability. There's also, and I'll go into this in a little more detail, also some problems with sending that water from Mexico to send that excess wastewater to the coast. Next slide, please. So IBWC just created this really kind of cool map where you can actually look at the different projects and click on each project and see a description of what that project does. Since I'm limited on time, I'm going to let people go through that on their own and see. I think it provides a good indication as to how these projects will help get these flows to a treatment plant. Clearly, what's the good of expanding the international treatment plant if we can't get the flows there, the wastewater flows there? So all of these projects are designed to do that, to take them to get these flows collected and sent to treatment. Next slide, please.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
All the ones I saw that you showed in that picture on the left-hand side were proposed. Are any of them underway, under construction?
So this slide will indicate that, or this one as well, but actually you go to the next slide because they actually are labeled. But these are the different projects that are underway. Those are in yellow. The green projects have already been completed. And so as Commissioner mentioned, there's actually been a lot of these projects have been funded. If you go to Tijuana right now, you'll see a ton of construction. They're building a massive highway. A lot of that highway construction has caused some definite issues with sediment. But the good news is that has resulted in some rehab of pipes that are required to get those flows to the coast. And so the international collector, for example, that you see in that you see in that picture, the line from PB1 to the coast, both of those projects are funded by the Mexican Army, or funded through the Mexican Army, as well as the San Antonio Los Buenos project. So those are the big two that are being funded right now. Next slide, please. So you could click. There are different types of projects. Click on the next slide, or not next slide, but if you can click, it's kind of animated. Not sure if that works. Okay, interceptors. So the projects kind of fall. Click again, please. There's interceptors, there's collectors. Next slide, please. There's force mains. Next slide. There's pumping plants. There's wastewater treatment, and finally there's reuse. So I could not agree with Ms. Warren's point more strongly. I think we really need to take a step back and look at how, because I also have been fighting this problems for 20 years, and it always struck me as odd that we are spending so much money to treat this water and then just throwing it into the ocean in an area that is facing massive water cuts. And so the focus, our main project right now that we're focused on is EPA, and that my regional administrator is focused on, is a reuse project in Tijuana. Next slide, please. I'll start with that one. So about 12 to 16 MGD of Tijuana's, what's currently flowing in Tijuana right now is highly treated wastewater. One of the most discouraging things you see is if you go to that plant, you'll see this super clean wastewater flowing into a concrete channel, mixing with a bunch of raw sewage, and then having to be diverted, either retreated at the International Treatment Plant or diverted and sent to the ocean. This represents about 14% of Tijuana's total water use, and Mexico just faced a 16% cut of the Colorado River. So this really could offset that cut. The flows are expected to increase from these plants to 20 MGD. And one thing I think that is really, really encouraging, and this is the first time I've seen this, is we have a lot of support from Mexico for this project. Everybody, from the Director General in Mexico, now obviously they're changing administrations. I'm hopeful that the new Director General will still support this project, but they are they're very, very excited. It's a win-win for Mexico. They currently spend, close to $1 million pumping those flows out a year, pumping those flows out of the river when they are pumping those flows out of the river. And so it's a huge cost to Mexico. So why not invest instead that into wastewater reuse? The North American Development Bank just funded a feasibility study. We've been meeting every 2 weeks with our Mexican counterparts. And one of the, I think the fights we're going to see very, very soon is that fight between desal and water reuse in Mexico. I mean, we face that fight everywhere, but this is a case where we've looked at the numbers. It looks very, very attractive compared to desal. We all know it uses a quarter or a third of the energy. And so it's very, very positive. Next slide, please. This is what the current scenario looks like. It's taking those two wastewater plants and then sending it. The only difference is that Mexico would like to send this a little more upstream to take advantage of some infiltration into Rodriguez Dam. Next slide, please. So this obviously would require some investment by Mexico. EPA has set aside $10 million to help fund this idea, this project. We're thinking about putting together even more money. We're taking our deputy administrator down next month to see this site. And this is, I won't go into all the details about, it's very similar to what's required in the US. I think Melissa brought up a good point. Mexico would have to focus a little more on a pre-treatment system if they intend to use this for potable reuse. Next slide. I think there are obviously some big questions. There is a lot of raw sewage currently going into the dam. That would have to be treated. But I think what we can do in the very near future is get that water sent to the dam, have that be almost like an equalization basin so that it gets out of the river during dry weather. And then while they work on the reuse components, the additional treatment at the plant, the additional treatment at their drinking water system, they could retain that water if indeed it started. I think at one point we calculated that at about 8 years of capacity because the dam levels were so low. Say we get another wet year and they start exceeding that, well then we do a discharge during a wet weather event. Just dilute that flow that's coming across the border. So I think it's a real win-win. And I'm personally very excited about it because I do agree that we need to start treating wastewater less like waste and more like water, because once there is a financial incentive for Mexico to capture this water, I think that's going to be really a key in getting these problems solved in a long term. I'll also mention Mexico brought to us the idea of using the wastewater from the International Treatment Plant, sending it also to Rodriguez Dam. They've done a conceptual plan. One of the big challenges is that they basically said, well, that's too much water. And I think the desal, especially as we go forward with the desal and the fights, I mean, that's my biggest worry is that desal will sort of, once you heavily invest in desal, where are you going to have the investment? Where are you even going to use this kind of water? So that's one of the big obstacles I see as we move forward. But this is, I think, very, very encouraging. Next slide, please. I'm going to go through really quickly, mostly just look at the pictures, but these are some of the activities. I think one of the big frustrations for all of us is that we do see a lot of infrastructure construction happening in Mexico, but it's not being reflected. And I do think the storms that we saw last year, the lack of capacity to pump the flows, to treat the flows, is really resulting in just a ton of transboundary flows. We calculated when we saw that about half the flows based on an SDSU study we're funding looks like it's raw sewage. And so it's just a tremendous amount of raw sewage is coming across the border. So you can look at these as your leisure, but this is a collector system. I mean, you can kind of get an appreciation. If you think it's hard to maintain a treatment plant, maintaining an aging collection infrastructure is even harder because you're having to tear up streets, you're having to divert traffic. So these are very, very costly and time-intensive projects. Next slide, please. So this is the big project that we've completed a few years ago, and this was to be able to divert more flows from the river. So this allows for up to 35 MGD to be diverted from the river. Unfortunately, right now, that plant is completely offline. And one of the reasons it's offline is they have nowhere for that river to, the pumping, once they pump those flows out of the river, there's nowhere right now for it to go because of a problem in the line that goes from pump station 1 to the coast. Next slide, please. So this is the international collector. This one I mentioned that's being funded by the Mexican Army. This is the largest wastewater collector in Tijuana. And so this is hugely important. This fortunately didn't have any big breaks, but if it did have breaks, it would have resulted in a massive discharge across the border. So this is being completely realigned to make way for the highway. It's about $11 million project, and it covers over 5,000 meters of pipe. And they are almost done with this project. We expect it to be completed by the end of the year. Next slide, please. There is also this is we call the old force main, but this carries river water from pump station 1 to the coast. This was severely damaged as part of that highway project. And so they had to replace all this with new pipe. It kind of needed to be replaced anyway, but that project is underway, and we expect that to be completed fairly soon. Part of it has been funded. The other part is remaining, is still waiting financing from Mexico. Next slide, please. Now, this is that I was talking about the siphons, and this is what we heard yesterday. There are 3 siphons siphons are the areas that it goes from gravity to uphill. And so it's an open channel, but then it has to be into a channelized area. That area produces a lot of gas. And so they've had a lot of corrosion in these pipes. And so they've had to, this pipe, they eventually intend to replace this whole line. That's one of the Minute 328 projects. But in the meantime, they're having to rehabilitate these so that they can get more flows to the coast. So you can just see the level of effort. I mean, these pictures were just sent to me yesterday. So this is kind of a level of effort. And this is not part of that $12 million. This is just emergency funds that Mexico is having to spend because their infrastructure is so fragile. Next slide, please. This is one of the pump stations in the canyons. Los Laureles is the one that has received funding. Unfortunately, the other pump stations have not received funding in the canyons. There's another pump station in Los Laureles Canyon. There's another pump station as well in Matadero Canyon. And so we're hoping those get funded this year. But in the meantime, the Los Laureles project is more than half complete, and we're hoping for completion by the end of this year. Next slide, please. So this is, really the gem of Mexico's new wastewater system, and this will be the new treatment plant at San Antonio Los Buenos. And they are well along their way of finishing this by the end of the year. They expect to have all the civil works completed by October, and then they're going to be waiting some equipment and have to do the test to turn it on. But we're hopeful that that this plant is able to operate at 18 MGD. Now we know this plant, because we haven't expanded the ITP yet, is going to be immediately overloaded. So they're going to bypass some flows that come from the excess flows that are supposed to be treated by the International Treatment Plant. There's also another wastewater facility that Mexico is going to invest in. It's not part of the Minute 328, that's in the coastal area that was abandoned. And those have about 2 million gallons a day of flows. And so there's still a lot more work to be done to address the flows at San Antonio Los Buenos. But the hope is that this will have a significant improvement on the water quality of the flows going into San Antonio Los Buenos, which, as you all know, is very important, especially during dry months and we'll be hearing from Dr. Feddersen later about that. So I won't go into much detail, but we're very impressed at how fast they were able to move on this project. Next slide, please. This is just another picture. I won't go into detail, but it points out the different pieces of that infrastructure in the minute 328. Next slide, please. And then I won't go through all this, but just to go to the next slide, please. You can see the ones that have no, these are all ones that are still awaiting funding from the Mexican federal government. So one of our goals is to continue to push Mexico to get these projects funded. And we've been doing that through the ambassador, through directly working with the Mexican equivalent of the State Department to make sure these projects get budgeted, because we still have a long ways to go to get all of these projects funded by Mexico. And I agree with Commissioner Heener, who said that we're very hopeful they're not going to simply rest on the laurels of the San Antonio Los Buenos plant. Next slide, please. And following the next. This also gives a very good description of all the different projects. I will mention one project I did miss was the pump station 1 that was discussed. Unfortunately, they did not have pictures of it, so I think that's why they didn't include it. But we are working with the North American Development Bank and with EPA money. We are going to be completely rehabilitating pump station 1. And if you recall, a couple of years ago, 3 years ago maybe, pump station 1 completely flooded, and we had these transboundary flows all through the summer. We are putting in flood protection now. We're putting in screening, as Gilbert mentioned, we're putting in screening. We'll eventually be putting in a backup generator, and we're putting in SCADA. And that's one of the projects, and we expect that has already been, the project will be awarded this month. It's been designed. We expect it to be completed by 2026. The other project I should mention that's really, really important are the gates. I mentioned that those drains are discharging. Well, those are coming, although obviously those are supposed to be storm drains. There are broken collectors upstream of those. We are working on a project to address the flows from 8 of those gates. That's about a $4 million project. We expect that to see a reduction of about 5 million gallons a day of sewage going in the water. I think Executive Officer Gibson has approached me with a really good idea, and that is to start using these smart covers, and so that we can start measuring the flows in these different collectors to the largest extent possible. We often see, I used to live in Tijuana, you often see missing manhole covers, which is one of the big problems during storm events. But I think he mentioned that they are cheap enough that they can be readily replaced, and I think that would go. So we have been in touch with Mexico about this idea, and I think it's really a terrific idea. And so that project is 11,000 meters of new pipe, and we are the design was just initiated. Meanwhile, as Commissioner Heener said, they're actually looking at the sources of the sources of the other flows into the river, and they may be approaching EPA for additional funds, because this gate project is also a project that will be funded in part by the EPA. Next slide, please. And so, just to end with, I think the goal is obviously, you can click once more, is to turn all those red spots to green. Anyway. It was a clever animation, but I guess it's not working. Anyway, I hope that's, I think with all of these projects, I am very, very hopeful that what we're seeing now is kind of the storm before the calm. But I do think we have a long way to go. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
I'd like to ask, which one of these projects that you went through has to do with the river diversion flow?
So the river diversion, I was asked just to focus on the US side. I mean, sorry, on Mexico side. The river diversion that we're talking about, so there's 2. There's PB Sila. That was the one I mentioned. That's the structure. It's actually, we call it pumping plant Sila, but there's also 2 intakes right there, right at the border. And they just built another one. They expanded an intake. And so now the question is, where does that water pump to? The idea that we presented under our programmatic environmental impact statement was taking those flows from the river, pumped out of the river at PB Sila, and rather than having to pipe them all the way to the coast, which represents a great cost for Mexico, obviously infrastructure that is failing, we would instead divert those flows underground to a U.S. side facility that would be dedicated to just treating those river flows. And so that's something that we are not funding through, through our border water infrastructure project program. It does not have funding attached to it yet, but it's something that the IBWC is further studying.
And then I wanted to say something about recycled water.
Mhm.
Recycled water, as far as I understand, most of Tijuana has no infrastructure for recycled water. And I don't know what the cost there would be compared to the United States, but if you say 20%, it's really a very large ticket item. The other thing I'd like to say is you can think about seawater, desal, along with dilution from recycled water. Because I don't know what the TDS is when you look at your recycled water, but in the States, it's about 1,000 TDS.
Yeah. that's
And of
about what
course,
we-
the cost that you said,
Mhm.
it's 30% less. You also, if you use just recycled water and go to direct, you lose 25% of the water, whereas with desal, you use 50%.
Right.
So I think it's admirable. I mean, I'm associated with the utility and we're approaching 80% recycle, which means our discharge to the ocean is 20%.
Yeah.
But it's been a multi-year, tens and hundreds of millions of dollars. And so as we go forward, whoever is paying for this has to realize it has to be phased in because I want it to be a success. That's why I asked, okay, we can propose everything.
Right.
I've been involved with recycled water for more than 30 years and people propose things. Many of them never get the yield that they say they're going to get. So I'm totally dedicated to it, but I just want to do these cautionary tales. I think the river diversion seems to be pretty important. I mean, that's after listening today, the wastewater treatment plant's going to be all right, hopefully. But we do have these odors, and it seems to me that they must be what's coming into the ocean. And so to be able to divert those is pretty important, as well as knowing what those compounds are that are volatilized.
No, we heard that loud and clear yesterday at the meeting at IBWC. I'll just mention one thing that I think has changed, and Mexico does not have standards or legal requirements that are very clear on whether actually wastewater can be reused for a potable source. That's been kind of a struggle we faced. So prior to this actual project, Mexico was always talking about sending this water great distances for ag use. And I think nobody could make the finances work because of the pumping costs, because of the added infrastructure costs, and because the farmers are paying virtually nothing. So anything you're trying to get money from farmers to pay for it, they're going to say, well, I'm perfectly happy using my existing source. So I think that's what's changed here. And, what remains to be seen if CONAGUA can permit this, and I totally agree with you that it needs to be done right. I mean, the last thing you want is people getting sick. And so that's something, those are the studies that would have to be done because TDS, our consultant did say, it might require a fraction to be treated with reverse osmosis, but if you want to take out the PFAS, that sort of thing, you still need reverse osmosis for a larger component of that water, and that drives up the cost. We sort of budgeted about 90 million for that whole project that you saw, which when you compare it to desal is pretty cheap. And we think those are pretty high estimates because this was done using U.S. costs with a U.S. consultant. So anyway.
Any additional questions for Doug Lighty?
Sorry, are you based here in our region?
I am. I just did a stint in Mexico City and I'm now based in the San Diego border office.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have two speakers. I don't know which one wants to go first.
Yes, we're going to have Dr. Prather go first. So yes, the next presentation will be by Dr. Kimberly Prather. She is a distinguished professor at Scripps Institute of Oceanography. Her research expertise is studying aerosols and air quality impacts on climate and human health. Since 2017, as I mentioned earlier, she has been working in the Imperial Beach region, studying the impact of border water quality on air quality and human health. Thank you for joining us.
Welcome, Dr. Prather.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I guess somebody else is going to be, I have slides. That's not, I'm just going to, their slide. There they are. Yay. Okay. Well, thank you for having me. And I'm looking forward to talking a little bit about the research that we're doing. I'll sort of give a background on things that we've been learning. And then maybe some hopeful information towards the end on plans that are coming up that I think the public is pretty aware of, but I want to make sure that you all are aware of it as well. Okay, so next slide, please. All right, so I don't have to spend any time on this. I'm in between you and lunch, so everybody knows this issue. Let's go to the next slide. I think so. Keep going. Keep going. Next slide. There it is. All right, so main point I want to make about this is that, it has achieved a lot of attention. I think, as it was mentioned, and I think somebody asked the question, is anybody looking at the effects of water quality on air quality? And the answer is yes, not formally we actually did receive some funding through congressionally directed funds last year through Scott Peters' office. So that was a pleasant surprise and has helped us gear up and do the work that I'm going to talk about towards the end. But one of the points that I commonly make is that I've studied the air for over 30 years. I'm the one that convinced Fauci that COVID is airborne. And, that's sort of my area of expertise. And I am stunned, I will say, in all honesty, that, people just don't seem to think about the air as a transmission pathway still. I mean, the good thing about COVID is it caused people to kind of wake up and realize all this stuff floats through the air. But what people haven't thought enough about, I don't think, is just how much air works, but like that pathway. We drink 2 liters of water a day and we inhale 11,000 liters of air a day. So it is
your stomach is really designed to take care of toxins.
Yeah, right. Yep. I mean, there's an issue that people think, that one of the debates, but not really in the literature, but in the public is, if you inhale something, can it make you sick in your stomach? And the answer is yes. There's plenty of literature showing you can get GI issues because you ingest it. You taste what you breathe. You do. And so there's been a bit of pushback on that, and we can talk about that all day, but I want to move on and sort of talk about the things that we're seeing in the air. So next slide. Okay, so everybody knows the region that we're working in. We've been working here since, as was mentioned, 2017. We sort of jumped on this as a sidekick to Falk Fedderson's work, where they added the dye to see sort of how far up and down the beach, the coast, how many people were being exposed that went in the water. But since we've studied the air, we knew that if this dye was making it into the air, the pollution would be making it into the air too. And that can travel much further and impact many more people. You don't have to go to the beach. You don't have to go in the water. And honestly, our hope to some extent there was just to kind of wake more people up. Because I think a lot of people think that, I don't live in Imperial Beach. I don't go to that beach. So it's not my problem. But when you realize the air can travel a long, long distance and that many more people are affected, we hoped that this would sort of wake people up to this issue of, and it's not really been addressed that much. How much does coastal water quality affect air quality, believe it or not? So I have a National Science Foundation project working on this. This is a global issue. Everybody's dumping pollution into their water. It could be lakes, could be rivers, could be the ocean, but the ocean presents an interesting case because you have the surf zone. And the surf zone, if that pollution gets trapped in the surf zone, it makes it into the air, plain and simple. So next slide, please. So I've spent my career studying aerosolization, as we call it, of breaking waves. So can you click it forward? You'll see a little movie. That's a breaking wave. Lots of spray comes off. You see when waves break, all that spray contains the pollution. Go forward a couple clicks. One more. So basically, we worked for 4 years to get this sort of aerosolization process from the ocean understood. And once we did, we started to see all kinds of biological species in the air: bacteria, viruses, proteins, everything that's, you know, sort of biological and gooey and doesn't really want to be in the water makes it into the air when those waves crash. You're not going to love me on your Sunday morning walks as much, but you know, it's just the reality. And you know, now we're trying to sort of work through what does this mean in a region where we know there's a lot of these sorts of things that are in the water from that sewage that's flowing into the ocean. Okay, next slide, please. So again, I direct the Center for the National Science Foundation for the last 14 years, which has looked at just at this question of aerosolization, and that's on the left. And so all of these biological species, you can think of it like oil and water. The oil sits on top, and these things don't like water, so they concentrate in that top layer. And so when those bubbles rupture, these things make it in the air. But when you add humans, click forward, please, you start to see many more things. Everything is in that waste. We heard PFAS, there's metals, there's, you know, agricultural waste, industrial waste, sort of everything you can imagine is in that water. And so the question becomes, if you go to the next, click a couple times, please, there we go. Basically, what gets into the air? And once it's in the air, how far does it go? So that's been the question that we've been trying to address for a while, and we're finally making, I think, pretty good progress on this. Next question, please. So then if we think about sort of where we started showing the results, one of the questions we had is, how do you prove, if you detect bacteria in the air, how do you prove that it came from the river? We did essentially contact tracing. You know, you sequence it, and we sequenced what was in the river, and we showed that up to 3/4 of the bacteria you breathe in Imperial Beach come from that river. And so what happens is that river flow goes into the ocean, and it doesn't always get trapped in the surf zone. So if it flows out into the ocean, that's actually sort of good news, at least for then, because that will just stay in the ocean. But if it gets trapped in the surf zone and flows up and down, that entire surf zone region is aerosolizing this pollution into the air, and people are breathing what was in that water. Next slide, please.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes,
Does it
you may.
require, I think one of your slides maybe addressed this, but does it really require the surf action, or can it be sufficient to have a stormy day in the river and
Winds.
the water is okay?
Storms too. So yeah, we don't have, you know, like certain oceans, there's a lot more winds, you know, and when you get out to the open ocean, it could come back out again. But in terms of, yeah, the waves are what are the big thing for us, because we just don't have, but when you get these big storms, and I will talk about that. Yeah, when you have big winds and surf. So one of the things is, what about the chemicals? And so we are just about ready to publish a paper showing these chemicals, which were the most abundant. And what we were able to see is that, as you can see, we have ocean concentrations versus air concentrations. And the more you have in the water, the more you have in the air. And we see things like sunscreen, methamphetamines, cocaine, drugs, personal care products, sort of everything that we know is in sewage can make it into the air in Imperial Beach. So next slide, please.
I'm sorry. Is this,
Yep.
is your slide available to the board or to the public right now?
Yeah.
Can you click back on that?
Yep.
Slide? Sorry. Thank you.
This will be published in the next, hopefully the next month. Okay. So basically we have ramped up, and we've been sampling the air mostly, well, I would say totally during the winter. So we were really interested in this high flow going through the river. And so all of our sampling has been done. This, you can see in 2023, we did about 40 days in a row. 2024, same thing. And we've been very heavily focused in these air sampling campaigns on what the microbes are, what the viruses and bacteria are. We're doing DNA and RNA sequencing. So we're looking at both the bacteria and viruses now. Before we were just looking at the bacteria and the DNA. But you can see, and I don't have to dwell on this, that, you know, it's just the flow is getting higher and higher. And one of the questions we had was, is there any sort of correlation between that transboundary flow, increasing transboundary flow, which we know is happening, and what we're actually detecting in the air? So next slide, please. Again, I won't dwell on this. I think we saw this slide on the left, and if you click it again, we know that it was a record in 2023. One more click. There we go. So 45 billion gallons in 2023. So we were luckily sampling right while this was dumping into the ocean. So next slide, please. So basically, it shows our air samplers on the top. We are stationed. We have been doing most of our sampling at the lifeguard station at the head of the Imperial Beach Pier. We also sample at Scripps Pier as our sort of background site, so that we can, you know, really know what normal marine microbes look like, because there's lots of bacteria and viruses that aren't from the sewage, right, that you will detect in the air, and we do detect in the air. So that's our background site. If we go to the next slide, please. Okay, so this is the transboundary flow plotted versus DNA in the air. And what you see is, and this is 2023, and what you see is that every time you have a rain event, which is the spikes of the transboundary flow, we see more DNA in the air. This is a pretty serious sort of smoking gun of linking the DNA. Most of the DNA that we're finding in the air is being driven by this transboundary flow in the winter. And so you might say, okay, maybe it's just a coincidence. What else could we look for to sort of back that up? So next slide, please. We can look at the RNA. And so the bottom shows the RNA, which are the blue dots. And again, it tracks those spikes almost perfectly. A little bit of a lag because it's got to go from the water to the air and we have to detect it, but it's pretty strong indicator that a lot of the bacteria and viruses, most of the bacteria and viruses that we are detecting in the air are coming from that river. And so these show our just an example of what our filters look like after we've been running for a while. And so, you can see that sometimes they're very heavily polluted, sometimes they're not. Actually, a lot of the bacteria we see on some of the least polluted ones, the ones that look the best, don't show that much pollution because it came from over the ocean where things are relatively clean, except for these microbes that we see. If you go to the next slide, please. So this was a big surprise. We see basically anybody who knows microbiology, these are phage, and they look like the little cartoons and they're real. And we detected these for the first time in urban air in San Diego. And these are one of your best indicators of wastewater. They're phage are in the ocean, but they're really enriched in wastewater. And we were able to show them, not just show them in the air or detect them in the air, we detect them in the air in pretty high abundance, and they were still intact, which is important because that says that they still can be active and doing lots of things from a sort of a health perspective, such as horizontal gene transfer. There's all these different things that have implications once we detected these phage, because they can be very busy, and people hadn't really ever thought about what happens if they make it into the air. If you go to the next slide, we saw all kinds of phage.
So how much air did you collect for each one for the samples?
These are for the bacteria and for these are about 6 hours of collection of air. It's 200 liters per minute. So you can do that, yeah. So then we extract it off the filter, or in these cases, we just take the filter and do imaging. This is electron microscopy imaging. So basically, to my knowledge, this is the first time anybody has detected phage in urban air. The only place you might detect phage like this would be at a wastewater treatment plant. And so, from our thinking we've had some pushback, like, how do we know that people can get sick from breathing this? But if you look, there's lots of publications on wastewater treatment plant workers getting GI issues, respiratory issues. There's a boatload of papers on this. This is not new. And to me, when you look at the concentrations of sewage that's in that water, that's a pretty reasonable comparison to make if you really want to understand the health effects. And GI issues are one of the issues. Yeah.
So phages are very, very, very small. If we, from a public health point of view, suggested that anybody walking on the beach in Imperial Beach should wear a mask, would that be effective?
Yes. And we do. When we're sampling now, we do.
Okay.
And also putting filtration in their house. If you live on the beach and it's a day where there's going to be a lot, we just filter it out of the air. There's not a problem. There's all kinds of fixes once you acknowledge they're there.
Good to know.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've had sort of some discussions where people will say from a public health perspective, this will put the public in fear. And I disagree. I think that this will alert the public to how they can protect themselves. And it's a totally fixable problem if they're aware, but if we're in denial, right? Okay, next slide, please. All right, so I just want to sort of point out, and this gets to the point about GI issues. Hurricane Hilary hit. That's big winds. You're asking about big winds. You go to the next slide. And so one of the things that was detected, and again, this has been, this is, we have to be careful as we show this, but this was an urgent care clinic where they saw this increase in GI issues right after Hurricane Hilary. And I should point out, and this is leading to where we're going, at this time, there were lots of positive cases of norovirus in people and that visited this clinic. I think there were 10 during a 2-week period, and none of them had gone to the beach or in the water. And so there's some confusion. People are saying, well, how would you get infected, or how would you get a gut infection, if you weren't near someone or you didn't touch the same surface? But we all share the same air. And so to me, as an atmospheric chemist, to ignore it, we're missing probably, the largest exposure pathway to a lot more people. So next slide, please. So I was thinking this, and then all of a sudden I started hearing there's these outbreaks of norovirus at the Grand Canyon. And then there was a big story in June where a bunch of campers camped overnight near this waterfall. If you hit the next one, they basically all got infected with norovirus. They didn't go in the water. There were water advisories. They didn't drink the water, and they were all really sick. And a waterfall is just like the surf zone, is just like a toilet. Basically, that green is the biological particles that have been stained that come out of a toilet when you flush it. And I'm sorry, it's a terrible analogy, but kind of from a disgusting perspective, but it's real. There are so many ways you can get aerosolization, and these microbes do not want to be in the water. So they get heavily enriched in the air. Okay, next slide, please. So what are the health effects we could spend? I could spend forever. We have doctors now calling us with, now that they've seen this, they're like, oh, that explains this, that explains that. And so we've gone from being sort of the crazy ones to now it explains a lot of things. And so I don't want to spend a huge amount of time on this, other than to point out that people have spent a lot of time thinking about what happens when you drink or eat microbes, but they haven't thought about what if you breathe them. And so that's what we're launching on now. But there's all kinds of evidence along coastal zones for all of these things in other parts of the world as well. Okay, next slide, please. So what are we going to do about it? Well, if you look at the map of air quality measurements in southern San Diego, there is a pretty big, gap, relatively speaking, in the Imperial Beach region. So I guess if you don't measure it, you don't have to worry about it, but we are going to be measuring it. And so the right is citizen science. Anyone can get these sensors. Even with those, there's more across the border. If you look, these are particle measurements in real time that anyone can look up. And so if you go to the next slide, please. We are going to launch a major study actually a week from Monday. So that's why I was barely able to be here. We're setting up things right now. We're putting a sensor as we speak on the roof of City Hall, or the fire station right by City Hall in Imperial Beach. People are coming with an electric van from UT Austin with state-of-the-art measurements so we can drive around. We have a sniffer, an odor system that we're going to try and correlate what's in the air during the worst smells. Also sample the air, working with San Diego State, who's launching a health survey where people can say how they're feeling. And we're going to try and tie that together with our sampling. We just got our IRB approved so we can start doing nose and throat swabs so we can see what's physically getting into people. And so, I think we're going to make major headway. We'll be out there for about a month. And so if any of you are interested or want to come visit any of our sites, we're going to be at Border Field, which is where the sewage is pooling up, I'm told, right there. And we'll be at the pier, and then we'll be at Airbnb right on the beach with some of our measurements. And then we're putting air quality measurements at different people's houses. We have 22 high-end instruments we're putting out all across the region, and then we'll be driving through as well. All right, next slide, please.
How far back from the surf zone are you going? How many miles back?
We are trying to go the furthest we're sort of looking at right now is San Ysidro. And because they have the site right there, and San Diego State has been doing sampling in that region. So we're looking there, and we're looking at Chula Vista. And so these sensors are pretty expensive, the ones we're putting out. So we're putting them in places where we know people kind of better. So we have better sites. So we're short on Chula Vista. We want to see how far, in Otay. We'd like to go further out, right? We can drive there too. But anyway, so these are the different sampling sites, as I mentioned, that we're filling in. Next slide. This was kind of fun. So we actually asked the public, would you like a sensor at your house? And this is the map of all the people that volunteered their houses. So we're not going to give them the super expensive ones, but we are going to give a subset of these, the smaller, less expensive ones, to put inside and outside of their house. We're also collecting dust in homes. So if anybody wants to know what they're being exposed to in their home, we are going to be collecting dust samples, because that's one of the best ways to sort of see the microbial world in one snapshot of what people are breathing inside their homes, which is where we spend 90% of our time. Okay, next slide, please. This is the track, one of the tracks we're going to use for driving the mobile van and going around. There's been some, people mentioning odor in these different regions. And so we'll be able to do about a 6-hour trek with this van to sort of characterize what's in the air and map out the concentrations across this region. Next slide, please. This is the team, and the team is growing. There will be about 50 people doing this study from all over. It's going to be a really exciting project. If we go to the next one. And I have to thank all the people, Mayor Aguirre, she's speaking of Dr. Scott Peters. They've really helped really build this up. It's much bigger than I ever anticipated, but I think we're making good progress. We also worked with Mara Vista High School. We had a great teacher who's shown up there with the team. So we're creating these youth advocates to go out into the community. They are fireballs. And so they're helping. So we're trying to help the public feel like they're being heard and find ways. They wrote I don't know if you saw, they wrote an op-ed that appeared recently. So anyway, it's pretty fun to be working with this wide group of people. And I think that's it. So I'm happy to answer any questions. And
Great
yeah,
presentation.
Thank you.
We'll start here. Any questions?
No, just thank
You're welcome.
Dr. Olson?
Who's doing the chemistry on these, in this study? Or are you only looking at biologicals?
We are doing the chemistry. We're doing the chemistry. I'm a chemist. And so
I noticed that in
yeah,
your
yeah, we do the
credentials.
I'm a mass spectrometrist in
Oh, yeah,
particular. So we're doing mass spectrometry, high resolution mass spec. And then we also, this time we're going to share some of our samples with San Diego State, who's been doing a lot of the chemistry historically, further back, further east, I should say. So they'll be doing some of the chemistry as well. So non-targeted analysis, or what are the metals? What are the organics? What are the drugs? What else are we seeing?
So can you measure small organic amines?
Oh yeah. So, okay. So what I do, I actually developed an instrument that measures each particle, the chemistry one at a time. And so we were the first to show amines in the air. That's what our instrument does better. And we can get it in real time, second by second information. So we'll be able to see the spikes, not like averaged out over 6 hours. So we're putting that in the Airbnb. So we'll be doing real-time measurements we'll be able to see the amines and the ammonium. If it partitions into the particles, we'll see it. And we'll be able to see, those tend to occur based on our knowledge in really short-term spikes. So when you average it as out over 12 or 24 hours, it doesn't look that bad, but we'll be able to see the more sharper spikes of those kinds of compounds.
And so do you have any idea about what's causing the odors now?
I mean, it's sulfur compounds, but we have a bigger question. So it's H2S,
but there's a lot more than H2S.
Oh yeah, I know.
I happened to get the opportunity to smell it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, so what we're going to do is we also have an instrument that does real-time gas measurements, high resolution. So it sees thousands of compounds. That's in the van. So that sees thousands of compounds, thousands of gas phase compounds. So we're going to put that alongside this olfactory nose called a nose ranger, and we're going to try and calibrate it. What they've been doing is going around sort of people have been sniffing, but your nose becomes weaker over time. So we're trying to actually do it more quantitatively. And we're going to try and train what's there during certain types of smells with what's actually present in the air in terms of the classes and types of compounds.
And I have one other question, and that's in regard, so at wastewater workers, it was found that it was new wastewater workers who became ill, and then over time they developed immunity. So are there going to be any epidemiologists in the future that will look at this to see whether or not, in terms of biologicals, that those people who are in coastal zones, whether they do or do not develop immunity?
Yeah, that definitely needs an epi study. And I've talked to people who are a lot of top epidemiologists, they're ready to go. That's something where, people sometimes will come to me and say, think about what you would do with X, right? And so that needs to be done. We need a cohort study done to go after that big time. Although, again, just talking to the residents, sometimes there's studies. I wouldn't say all the studies agree. And also I would say if you talk to the residents, they probably wouldn't tell you they're feeling too immune right now. So
Well, I certainly get that, but the problem is, journals don't like self-reporting all that much.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, so we have, so between right now, it's sort of more of a survey to map out where everything is and understand what it is. And then you're absolutely right. We need to do an epidemiology, we need a cohort study for sure.
And so one of my concerns is we have this, the source of all these organisms is the water.
Mhm.
And then it gets transferred into air. And then air, as you mentioned, is the transmittal system. So what would you advise should the water board get together with the air resources board? Do you get, well, first let me ask one question. Do you get money from the air resources board in this area?
Not right. Nope, not in this area.
Okay, interesting.
It's been, but I haven't asked. And there is an
Oh.
interest. I'm being contacted now by the California Department of Public Health. Like,
Oh,
there is an
okay.
interest. I just haven't,
Yeah.
we've been fine for
Well,
what we're
that's
doing.
good.
For the
There's
health
only
part,
so
we have
much
to-
money you can use at one time.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's just, there's so much work we can do at one
Yeah,
time. which
that's
is a lot
right,
right
too.
now, let me tell you. Yeah.
So to go back to the other question then.
Should they get together?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
Because here's the deal. It's like atmospheric chemists and oceanographers. We got better when we started working together. They communicate, right? And what people tend to do is look at only the ocean and the
That's right.
water or only the air. And the same holds for the regulatory agencies, right? But they're communicating, they're going back and forth. That's absolutely what has to happen. And so we have started, I think a couple might even be here, the San Diego Air Pollution Control District. We just started talking to them because they're the ones that are putting out the odor sensors. So we're trying to it's just a different way of thinking. It's like people just for some reason, hadn't thought of this. So I think those connections are being made, but they absolutely should be talking to, because here, let me give you an example. One of the things I keep hearing about is people are saying, okay, because we now know what it looks like at the worst. Okay, that's the good news. And so I hope we can help like that, like we're up here, right? And then as fixes start going in, there's lots of ways to potentially fix things. Can we watch what people have been talking about, being focused on looking just at the water as you make those changes? But I'm going to argue you should be looking at the air, because one of the methods I heard was they're going to take, we'll just pump it further out into the ocean. But the place they were talking about pumping it, actually the currents, which they study,
you
bring it
saw.
right back into the surf zone. So it goes from being a water problem to an air problem. You cannot look at one without looking at the other. That is a really important point.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
I heard you give this same spiel a month or so ago
Yeah,
to the River
the
Conservancy, and I was so impressed. I immediately asked David if we could, and Celeste, if we could bring you here today. So I appreciate that. One thing I neglected to get write down properly is you were talking about filtration, and somebody asked about the benefit of the mask. And I've subsequently talked to my grandkids. They have filters in your classrooms at
That's what we
school.
want to do.
Would you somehow feed some information back to us? And I went online and started shopping for filters, right? Well, there's a whole ton of
No,
information. Well, what do I need to look for?
Yeah, I will get that back to you, because I also want to work with the Imperial Beach school districts. If we can just put filters in all the kids' schools, like as a demonstration, I can almost guarantee you that we will knock back all respiratory, there will be a lot less people sick, even during the winter. Like, we just accept it, and people think it's because the kids are all licking things and touching. The kids are all breathing. When the whole classroom gets sick, it's not from touching the same toy. It's from breathing the same air. And so I just so desperately, and there are states now that are putting air filters in every single classroom. Maine is one. There's a bunch of them that are just starting to do this. There's legislation in place. Start with schools, start with long care facilities where people are trapped inside. Let's start there and do that experiment. And I guarantee you, people are going to be far less sick. Teachers aren't going to be as sick, staff. So I'm happy to help. But I will tell you, they did give money during COVID, the federal government did, for schools. But then as I call them, snake oil salespeople came out of the woodwork and started selling these $800 ionized fancy names. There's no fancy name. You send it through a filter, and that filter will remove it. You'll have clean air in 5 minutes when you turn on the filters, and you can build one. We have kids building their own. They're all over, and I'll send you those links as well. You can build your own for about $70, and it outcompetes the $800
I mean,
version.
I was looking at that, but
Yep.
also, I got a filter that goes in my air
That's
conditioner.
what you use. You tape those together and you put a fan on top.
Yeah. So,
Boom.
but there's a dozen different kinds of filters. Which ones
Absolutely.
are
So yeah,
best. So
I'm happy to help. And I would say I would
that's
love
an
to make.
expense we do anyway. I mean,
Yeah,
I just want to
absolutely.
make sure I get a good one.
Absolutely. Yep. Happy to help.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Thank you. This has been fascinating.
you.
And thank you, Gary, for bringing Dr. Prater to us. And we have another one.
Yes, last but not least, we have one more presentation from Dr. Falk Feddersen. Dr. Feddersen is a professor of oceanography at Scripps Institute of Oceanography. His research work focuses on nearshore physical oceanography, and today he's going to share some of his modeling work in the border region. He's also extremely knowledgeable and invested in his work, just like Dr. Prather.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the board. And yes, I presented to some of you. I think you and Gary, you guys were there, or board member Strawn. I'm going to try and make this go a little bit fast because I think most people are aware of the issue. So I've been studying things related to water quality down in Imperial Beach for a long time. This is an aerial photo of a dye release that we actually did in 2009. And we were using the dye as sort of like a proxy for pollution, kind of like fake pollution. We got a water board permit for that. Anyway, this is the border region. There's, how do I make, here we go. It's just a little lag. Okay, so you guys know about the estuary. You guys know about Punta Bandera. This is a video of the outfall of Punta Bandera. And what happened when we were doing some of this work is that the lifeguards and folks down in Imperial Beach were asking us, you know, does the water from Punta Bandera get up to Imperial Beach? Because in the summertime, sometimes the water, it smells bad and it tastes like laundry detergent and these sorts of things. And I was like, I don't know, it could, maybe, you know, this was back in 2009. So it's 15 kilometers. Since then, we've done a number of studies, and I'll just sort of like summarize a little bit about it. But one of the issues was that with, so the lifeguards would say in the summertime, the water tastes bad and smells funny. The county would come out and they'd measure for fecal indicator bacteria. And there are a number of issues with that. First, just the standard practice, you take a water sample, you culture for fecal indicator bacteria. This is sort of like the Louis Pasteur method from the end of the late 19th century. And if it was positive, you'd close the beach for 3 days. And of course, at that point in time, the beach may no longer be contaminated. And additionally, now they're doing ddPCR testing. But the other thing that's important is that this was fecal indicator bacteria, so Enterococcus mostly. And the swimmer illness is dominated by norovirus. And fecal indicator bacteria, they die, they indicate a fecal source, and they also die in the sunlight very rapidly. Norovirus is the thing that actually makes you sick, has a 14-day half-life in the ocean. And we don't sample for it. And there's a reason for that. They're tiny, they're viruses, they're much harder to sample, much more expensive than this sort of thing, than Enterococcus is. All right. The other thing that's important, it's a very, very important takeaway, is if you release stuff close to the shoreline, the surf zone, anywhere near the surf zone, it's going to get transported up and down coast depending on the direction of the wave angle. So in this case, we released at the Star, and the dye, after about an hour, had almost reached the IB Pier. And the reason why that is because the waves were coming out of the southwest. And in the summertime, we get waves out of the southwest because the storm's down in Antarctica. In the wintertime here, we get waves out of the northwest, and we typically get southern flow close to shore. So basically, this acts like a little, almost like a little pipe that does have some leakiness to it that just takes stuff going up and down the coast. And what we did with some EPA and NatBank funding is we simulated the year 2017 raw sewage plumes that encompassed both the estuary, the surf zone, and the shelf. And I'm just going to show you one picture of what that looks like. So this is our the border region, and what is in the red colors is the concentration of dye. And you can think of it as dye. You can also think of it as the fraction of raw sewage. So if it's 10 to the minus 3, that's 1 in 1,000 dilution. And there's the color bar that represents the concentration. So that's about 10 to the minus 3. That's 1 in 1 part in 1,000 of raw sewage. If you were to take a 1 milliliter syringe, pour it into a 1 liter bottle, fill the rest with fresh water. So 1 milliliter of raw sewage, and then that's what you're swimming in, right? And so what you can see.
That's remarkably less diluted than I would have guessed.
Yes, it's not uncommon that you can get more than 1 in 1,000 concentration at the Imperial Beach Pier. This is a pretty special case because this was a long-lived south swell, like basically almost as, more than a 7-day south swell, and also winds that were coming out of the south at the same time. Okay, so then what we did is the USMCA was passed, and in discussions with folks at the Water Board, Dave Gibson, and with Doug Lyden and stuff like that, the question was, well, what infrastructure projects would give the greatest benefit for how do we get the best bang for the buck? And so what we came up with was to do basically simulate the year 2017. This was during the start of COVID that we started doing this. So we had our baseline scenario, which was already done. And then we did a scenario A where we divert the river inflow to 35 million gallons a day, reduce Punta Bandera to 10 million gallons a day treated. So both the estuary and Punta Bandera were affected. Scenario B was just to divert the inflow up to 100 million gallons a day, but don't do anything in Punta Bandera. Scenario C was divert the inflow to 163 million gallons a day, don't do anything in Punta Bandera. And initially, scenario C was the favorite. We used the model to calculate the fraction of time, percentage of time that the beach should be closed from norovirus. And here are those scenarios again. And then we looked at 4 different beaches: Playas Tijuana, Imperial Beach, Silver Strand, and the Hotel del Coronado. And this is just sort of like the big summary slide. So what we have here is the 4 beaches, the percentage of time that the beach should be closed or under advisory, which is the correct technical term. The blue line is the baseline. And you can see that Playas, for baseline, what the model says is 60% of the time it should have been closed down to, and it decreases in Hotel del Coronado is like 17% of the time. And this is for the entire year. And then the other colors represent the other scenarios. And what you can see is that scenario A, the bar was by far the lowest of the others. And then scenario B is bigger. And then if you bring it from 100 to 163 million gallons a day, you get a tiny little bit of benefit, but it's not really much. So what this shows is that scenario A, which fixes Punta Bandera, has the largest reduction in beach closures overall. Scenarios B and C have the largest reduction in beach closures during the wet season. But it's the dry season, the summertime, when you have the towels on the beach and people spending money at the ice cream shops and stuff like that. Okay, and then overall it's things. So fixing Punta Bandera gives the greatest benefits. This was our paper. Got some attention in the UT and KPBS. And then also when the county switched over to DDP. So one of the pushbacks that I received when I presented this, I presented it many times, is that folks would say, you know what, you're saying that in Coronado, the beach should be closed 17% of the time, but the water, do they test the water there once a week? It's fine. There's almost never any problems. It's like not 17% of the time. And then they switched over to DDPCR testing. And then in 2022, summer 22, all hell broke loose, right? And it's just like, yeah, there's dead bacteria in the water, right? And yes, you can't culture those bacteria, and that's why you're not getting tested. But the dead bacteria in the water is still an indicator of a fecal source. And if they had also been sampling for norovirus, you would have been seeing norovirus there, or I presume you would have been seeing norovirus there. So importance of Punta Bandera is recognized. So now we're going to go on to the next thing. This is what we're doing now, is that through this work, we've been now funded to develop a pathogen forecast model for the border region. And so the goal is basically to allow a family in, say, Chula Vista, but really anywhere, to know whether they can take their kids to the beach on the weekend. And the secondary goal is the modeling. So one of the things that happened is by showing movies and animations of how the dye flows back and forth, when I'd show it to, so let's say, Mexican stakeholders, they'd be like, oh, you know, and sort of like these things become more tangible. And so basically, we can use the model also to support water quality infrastructure investment. Okay, and so what we're going to do is combine a pathogen ecology and hydrodynamic model, put it into forecast mode, leverage previous investment, provide forecasts, lots of PIs because we have microbiologists and things like that. And we're also going to be complementing Dr. Prather's work as well as SDSU's research. So this is a mock-up. This is what we think it would look like. You go to a website and you see a map, and then you'd see a timestamp, and it would say high risk, moderate risk, minimal risk. I don't know. Something like this. And then you could also click on a beach, and then it might tell you as a function of time, oh yeah, it's good now, but it's bad or whatever, something like this. So what you would see in a weather app. Okay, we have computing components, pathogen ecology experiments, mooring deployments, and we're also making measurements in Mexico. All right, so the first thing is we had to build a cluster. That's done now. And then we also have to develop a forecast mode. With ocean modeling, this may be more than you want to know, but you have to go from nested telescoping grids. So this is our outermost grid. We have another grid, and then our finest grid is this one. And so what's interesting is that the currents out here actually impact what's happening in the currents around here. So the currents way offshore, like in the California current, can impact what's happening here. And so you need to sort of like run a series of telescoping models. Data assimilation, develop the pathogen ecology model, and make it also can run in forecast mode. So previously, we always do things sort of like bespoke. And now we have to basically make it so the computer can run it automatically without problems, and develop an interface for public access. And we now have an alpha version of just the level 1 forecast mode working. And here's just a plot of currents from out there. And if you're an oceanographer, seeing stuff like this is always fun. Okay, let's keep going. The next stage is can we go to the next slide? Okay, now we just go, there we go. So we're also making norovirus measurements. And we focus on norovirus because it gives the greatest risk. And it's also infectious at a very, very low amount. And it's because it's so small and because it's low abundance, it's difficult to measure and detect in water. However, we've developed methods to capture norovirus at low cost and at the scale and needed that we need to for developing and testing the model. Optimized ddPCR methods. This is all sort of like Jeff Bowman's lab group stuff. So we've acquired the instrumentation. We've gotten all the approval from UCSD. We've gotten permits from various agencies. We've begun full field campaign 2 months ago. And all right, here we go. So here's a map that shows where we are sampling norovirus. We have 16 locations that we sample once a week. So the 4 red locations, we're in collaboration with the county sampling efforts. So this is sort of like at Camp Surf, the YMCA Camp Surf, IB Pier down to the end of Seacoast Drive. We're sampling the blue locations or locations we're sampling with a boat once a week because we also need to know, to test a model, we need to know what's going on a little bit further offshore. And then we're also just driving ourselves with a truck and testing, sampling at the 3 green locations. And so we've got a very multi-step concentration process to take the water and get it into, get everything onto a little filter thing so that we can be quantified with a ddPCR. We do have some preliminary results, and there, for example, in June, we had a measurement on a boat just a few hundred meters offshore the IB Pier, and it was the amount of norovirus there was consistent with being like a substantial fraction of wastewater, like almost 10% of wastewater. We have a postdoctoral researcher who began in July. One of the hardest things in academia is finding people and getting them started right away. But there's Vitul and Shelby. Okay, so the next thing we have 1 mooring in place now. We're going to have 4 moorings total. We're working on putting together, having the moorings connected to current meters. This is just an example of time series of temperature and salinity. And we're actually developing methods because of the freshwater, that comes out of the estuary or the freshwater in Punta Bandera. We're working on methods now to use the signals from temperature and salinity to see if we can figure out when that might indicate that there's raw wastewater. Okay, we've also, in conjunction with the Autonomous University of Baja California, we have deployed 3 ADCPs south of the border. ADCPs are basically current meters that tell us what direction the currents are going, and this is also important for testing and calibrating the model. Dr. Amaya Ruiz is involved with this, and I tried to go fast. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to State Senator Padilla and the State Assembly delegation, many others for their support.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Feddersen? Carrie.
Real quick, on your last slide there, it just made me think, have you approached the Navy to see if they'd help sample or pay for samples at their new SEAL training site there just north of IB?
So I've talked to the Navy a bunch about this particular issue, but I haven't gone and asked them if they want to give us money to do that. The Navy, I receive funding from the Navy for other sorts of projects and stuff, but how they actually do funding, the process in which it has to go through is very, very complicated.
I understand. I thought maybe they'd stick one of your sampling sites right there at their new facility, since it's just north of.
Yeah, we're sampling. We got permits to sample the waters just offshore. So we were doing our boat samplings on their in their training zone area. So we got permits.
That's important.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Betty, Miss Olson.
So I have a couple of questions. When you were showing some of those, I wondered, is wind direction an influence as well as current?
So wind direction, the direction of the wind influences the currents. And so the wind direction is, and it's not just wave direction, but wind direction is very important for what direction the currents go offshore of the surf zone. So like a kilometer to further offshore. And so we incorporate that into our model. The model has wind forcing. But
So is that indicative of the blue dots that you had further out?
that's where the boat is. So
Yeah.
at once a week, we're with a boat and we're taking a water sample at that location.
So those would be influenced in a sense by.
Exactly.
And how
exactly.
far out was that again?
A little more than a kilometer.
1 kilometer.
Yeah.
All right, then my next question is, nested models are kind of interesting, used a lot in climate. So what are the sizes that you use? You showed 3 sizes on your.
We have 4 different grids. The largest grid encompasses beyond Point Conception down below, well below Ensenada. And that grid's at 2 kilometer resolution. And then we nest down to another grid that covers sort of like from San Pedro down to Ensenada at 600 meters. And then we have another grid that's like from just south of Rosarito to Encinitas at a 200 meter grid. And then finally we collapse down to like Baja Malibu, from Baja Malibu to almost OB, Ocean Beach, here at a much finer resolution. So that cascades from 100 to 7 meters resolutions.
Okay, and then what was the baseline data that you, or how many, maybe whatever is easiest for you to answer, in terms of the baseline data that went into the models?
So the baseline model is just sort of like business as usual. There's no infrastructure changes. And what we put.
So it's just current.
Yeah, and so what we did is, because we were doing the simulation in 2020, we could go to NOAA archives and we could go to wave data archives and stuff like that, and get all the wind and precipitations and things like that, the tidal information that we need. And we could do these sort of like quote unquote bespoke simulations. Those are the inputs that went into the model. We also used the flow gauge going into the estuaries so that we knew how much water was coming into the estuary. And we used historical reports from Arcadis for how much was coming out of Punta Bandera from the San Antonio de los Buenos non-treatment plant at that time.
And then my last question was, I didn't get what you said. Was it 10% of the samples that were positive for norovirus, or you used the number 10? I'm sorry, I didn't catch what the units
so
were.
we've seen just offshore of the mouth of the estuary, we've seen norovirus numbers that are as high as consistent with approximately 10%, the water being 10% raw sewage.
The water being 10% norovirus?
No, 10% raw sewage.
Oh, 10% raw sewage.
Yeah. So we know how much norovirus is. We know the probability distribution function of norovirus in raw sewage. And if you just look at the mean of that,
Mhm.
then we're at 10% raw.
So
would be-
does not norovirus attach to particles as it goes through the sewage treatment
That I don't,
process?
I'm not an expert on these things. I'm a fluid mechanician by trade. So,
You can determine that.
Oh, yeah. I don't want to determine. I did lots of determination.
I should also say that these values that we have, we're still sort of like, figuring out the methods and everything like that. We're doing double and triple checking
Mhm.
and stuff, the numbers.
So would it be worthwhile to have someone somewhere look at norovirus concentrations coming out of wastewater treatment or advanced wastewater treatment so that we know what numbers are viable? I mean, there are people who look at, they culture it and
So, so the norovirus
takes
has
a lot
been,
more than one
there are a number of studies and like meta studies of like measuring norovirus going into a wastewater treatment plant, measuring norovirus going out.
But what about viability of norovirus?
Yeah, so I don't know how much of I don't know how much of those have focused on viability or if they're just looking at how much DNA is in the water. I can't speak to that.
Okay, great. Very interesting. Greatly appreciate all the.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
So I'm standing up now just to see if my blood still works. I have 14 cards. I don't know if these are only for the, not faint of heart because we undoubtedly lost some people, but I'm going to call 2 names at a time so that the second person can queue up. Our first speaker is Mayor Aguirre, who has done so much to he has been a champion all the way around.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if you allow me, I just wanted to add to some of the couple questions you had related to the Air Resources Control Board and the Water Board working together. Unfortunately, they left, but we had members of the Air Pollution Control District. I don't know if you had heard in the news, but they just recently issued citations, notice of violations to IBWC for odor nuisances caused by the sewage spill at Hollister Station. And then to your question regarding the CDC and an EPI study, we did request that from the CDC. We understand that the CDC is now working with the California Department of Public Health to conduct an EPI study. But in addition to that, the Imperial Beach Task Force, which is also comprised by Dr. Prather is also a member of, we are about to launch a community health survey. So we're hoping, it's not as in-depth as an EPI study, but we're hoping to collect information, anecdotal, if you will, but to help us paint a broader picture of what our community is. Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it okay if I have 4 minutes?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Cantu and members of the board. I stand before you today as the mayor of Imperial Beach, but more importantly, as a voice for a community that has been relentlessly harmed by the ongoing transboundary pollution and wastewater infrastructure failures on both sides of the border. For too long, we've watched as toxic sewage flows into our river, our communities, and our beaches. Today marks the 978th consecutive day our beaches have been closed. Our residents are not just statistics. They're families, children, and seniors whose health is being compromised every single day. Our children have had to be bused 12 miles away to other beaches so that they could participate in ocean programs in clean water. Last year, our residents were promised economic help following the 4-day boil water advisory, where people couldn't drink tap water and our businesses lost tens of thousands of dollars. That economic help never came. In fact, no help ever came, despite there being a Shigella outbreak in our community during the boil water advisory. To add insult to injury, our community has been devastated by the ongoing permeating odors caused by the onslaught of sewage coming from Mexico. As you may imagine, it doesn't take a rocket science to put 2 and 2 together to determine that the 40 to 50 million gallons of sewage currently in the river is likely all the sewage that would have gone to Punta Bandera otherwise. Our community desperately needs air purifiers and filters. We've heard about that earlier. Our residents now have to enter a raffle in order to be considered to get an air purifier. The raffle is taking place because only $100,000 were dedicated to this program, while $750,000 are being dedicated to a brick and mortar project actually in the floodplain of the Tijuana River. I mention all of this because we are the modern day example of what an environmental justice community looks like. And these harms are happening under the watch of our governor and our president. And no matter how we see it, this is a fact. And that's the simple truth. We do believe that no state agency, especially those that oversee water quality, should be absolved of responsibility when California beaches are constantly polluted and closed due to raw sewage. The Water Board could reclaim its authority and enforce the law with the full weight of its power. We must not shy away from issuing an administrative civil liability for the maximum amount allowable, regardless of the entity involved. By doing so, obviously, we heard this morning, the commission has a lot of funding issues. They wouldn't be able to pay. But by doing so, it would send a very clear message that this state agency is committed to addressing this issue under the leadership of Governor Newsom. It would send a clear message that environmental standards and public health are non-negotiable and that the federal government, like any other entity, must be held accountable for its actions. Today you heard an informational update and you will be considering potentially an extension of the timeline, the TSO, the time schedule order that you issued earlier. I would say IBWC's has a poor track record, right? We heard missed deadlines, ignored warnings, and requests for leniency, despite Commissioner Heener's exhaustive efforts to undo the wrongs of the past caused by her predecessors. I really commend her, as you did today, for being open and transparent and trying as best as she can with the tools she has available to her. But the matter of the fact remains that we have decades of deferred maintenance and repairs to catch up to. Lastly, I just want to address the recent response we received from the California Office of Emergency Services, which denied our request for a state of emergency declaration. They claim the crisis doesn't qualify as an emergency because it's not a natural catastrophe and it is due to deferred maintenance. But the fact is that there is no deferred maintenance when there is no infrastructure in place to begin with. The IBWC, as you heard earlier today, does not treat the Tijuana River. It treats wastewater from Tijuana. We need that state of emergency to accelerate the actions needed to divert and treat the Tijuana River itself. I urge the board to observe its own environmental justice policy, which mandates the consideration of environmental justice in the development of programs, permits, and enforcement actions, particularly in regions like the Tijuana River Valley, where pollution has historically impacted disadvantaged communities more severely. We must act now. Don't let our own environmental justice policy be words on paper. Please send a clear message that this is an emergency that merits strong and decisive action from our state. Otherwise, there will come a time when we look back and ask ourselves, did we do enough? Because history is a great equalizer and it will not be kind to those who had the power to change things. Thank you so much for your work and for bringing this attention today. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Holman is, I think, via Zoom. Oh, you're right here. And after Karen is Philip Musagas.
Good afternoon, Chair Cantu, board members, Executive Officer Gibson. My name is Karen Holman, and I'm the director of the Port of San Diego's Environmental Protection Department. And on behalf of the Port, I wanted to thank you for hearing the item today. Your continued regulatory focus on this important issue is critical and we appreciate the strategic partnership between our two agencies. I also want to appreciate Mayor Aguirre's points and support those. I thought that was excellent, and the port supports the points that she made today. As you know, and you've heard, the Tijuana River Valley toxic pollution crisis continues to be the most egregious violation of clean water standards in the United States. You've heard public beaches in Imperial Beach and near the border have been closed for over 900 days, and over 100 billion gallons of sewage and toxic flows have continued into the US. The flows continue even during the dry season. And you heard several presenters talk about and document the severity of what we're seeing. The pollutants identified in the flows continue to be and are shown to be bioaccumulative, carcinogenic, and toxic. They permeate the water, leach into the soil, and foul the air, exposing nearby San Diego communities, and it needs to stop. The port and our regional partners have made repeated requests under current and previous administrations for additional and urgent resources in this fight. We have called for a state of emergency at the regional, state, and federal level. And in solidarity with our partners, the port, as a trustee of state lands, has declared its own state of local emergency. And in fact, just yesterday at our Board of Port Commissioners meeting, we voted to continue that local emergency declaration. We appreciate hearing from the IBWC, in particular, Dr. Hiner and her team, and commend them for their progress. We recognize and support their efforts to complete the repairs and move forward on the expansion of the treatment plant. However, despite those advances, as you heard, the discharges continue and continue much faster than the progress. Today, we ask that the regional board continue its efforts and leverage its authority to call for actions and hold the IBWC accountable for the ongoing violations at the treatment plant, and to make sure maintenance happens proactively and quickly. Accountable for meeting the TSO requirements on time and complying with their permit effluent limitations. Accountable for the millions of gallons of ongoing polluted transboundary flows discharging into the Tijuana River each day, and accountable to the San Diego communities for the public health impacts stemming from this crisis. We ask that you consider any and all mechanisms in your regulatory toolbox, including the enforcement authorities vested to you to end this pollution crisis. Chair Cantu and board members, thank you for your commitment in this fight. Your leadership will demonstrate the collective desire of all affected by this generational catastrophe. This public health crisis is not going to fix itself. We need to hold the federal government responsible for doing their job and show our region's resolve to seeing this injustice end. And thank you.
Thank you. Philip Musagas and then Camille Locke.
Thank you, Chair Cantu. May I ask how much time I have?
Well, everybody has 3 minutes.
Okay, that's more than usual. Thank you. I will be concise. My name is Philip Musagas. I'm the Executive Director of San Diego Coastkeeper. And Coastkeeper, I would say, shares your outrage about the situation. And we appreciate the comments from Chair Cantu and other board members and the questions and the invitation to have these presentations today. We think it was very informative and helpful to hear from these other researchers and other people involved on this issue. I want to focus my comments on 3 requests to the board. And just before that, I want to mention that Coastkeeper has a lawsuit that we filed in federal court against IBWC in April. Our suit is moving forward. We filed motions responding to the Department of Justice's request to basically put the case on hold, and also Veolia's request to dismiss our case. We oppose those, of course, and we expect a ruling in August. So just to give you an update on that. And we have 3 main requests to make to the board. The first is fairly minor. We would greatly appreciate, and I think the public would appreciate, if you had a standing agenda item on your board meetings. If you do already, then that would be fantastic. But we think at every board meeting, it would be great, if not to have IBWC here, but at least to have Dave give an update based on what he knows about what's going on. I think the public would,
Yeah,
would
that
really.
generally happens, if not
Okay.
as an agenda item specifically, which
Mhm.
often is listed, but through the executive officer's report.
Okay, great.
So
Thank you.
often that's, I haven't gone back and checked, but that's
Okay.
pretty close, yeah.
That would be great. Thanks. And then two other requests. The second is, given the lack of compliance by IBWC to the administrative enforcement actions that have happened so far, we just, from our perspective, and I think the public's perspective, despite the board's best efforts, the administrative enforcement is not working. Without the threat of penalties, which the board has not considered doing, which we think would be a good consideration, IBWC is just continuing to miss its deadlines. So we urge the board to strongly consider going back to court and filing a lawsuit in federal court, as they did 5 years ago or 6 years ago, I guess, to address this issue. We think that having federal court oversight would be important in this matter. That's why Coastkeeper filed their own lawsuit, because we don't think IBWC is competent enough to regulate and to police themselves. And the last request is very specific. About a year ago, the Coastkeeper put in a FOIA request, Freedom of Information request, to IBWC asking for an Arcadis report, Arcadis assessment that was done of the plant's condition back in 2021 to assess, to determine kind of where the funding would go. We got back a response that had a fully redacted report. The report is basically not released at all. We filed an appeal on that, which we have not heard back from. We simply asked the board to request a copy of that report and release that to the public. That is the initial independent assessment of what the condition of the plant was 2 years ago, and that goes directly to the issue of where we need to focus our resources. And I think from what you heard from Commissioner Hiner today and her staff, there is a lot of work to be done in organizing how they're operating the plant, in their level of competency at the plant. And we need all the information that they have in their possession about the history of the plant. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Camille Locke, followed by Linda Weaver.
Hi there. Thank you guys so much. Oh, sorry. So much for everything you guys do. Mainly, I really just want to thank you guys and for holding this meeting, for being here for hours. And I'll be very quick, but my main request is for you to all be empowered to continue this fight. Honestly, today I've felt really hopeful that you guys are all working here for this. About a month ago, I started a grassroots movement to give voice to people in IB, because like Mayor Paloma mentioned, this community isn't generally people that get access to being able to speak, you know? So mainly I'm just trying to give everybody the opportunity to feel empowered. And I want to extend that to you guys, to feel empowered that you are giving radical hope to people like me that are young and slightly powerless in this situation. And the fact that you are all sitting here fighting for this is really amazing to me. So thank you. That is all I'm going to say. I'll give time to other people. Thank you guys.
So we have a lot of authority. None of it extends international lines. And the federal government is a sovereign nation, even to us. So we can find them all we want, but they have no track record of paying. And we worry about what precedents that may establish in other places. And as for people, I believe all people have voice. Every single one of our meetings, every month, second Wednesday of the month, we have a public forum listed, and everyone is invited to come to say 3 minutes. So that's part of our design. Linda Weaver, and then I think it's Laura Silton.
Hi.
Hi, Linda.
I have to say, I'm very impressed with the board up here. You have to forgive me because I've never spoken in front of people. Very impressed. I've been a resident of Imperial Beach since I was in the grade 8. And the smells, I'm glad to hear today that the smells were addressed. I've been hearing pollution. It's the smells that are killing us. And glad to see that you guys have actually know what you're talking about and have investigated. I'd love to see you meet at the old Susie's farm down there. I've heard some of you say you've smelled it. Every almost out of the last 7 days, 5 days, I had to get up, close my windows and put my toilet seat down, cover up all my vents. Sometimes it feels like it's coming out of my floor, the smells. And I'm in agreement, it needs to be taken care of now. All the meetings, the research, that means nothing to my family right now because I have to smell it every night. It needs to be taken care of now, whether it be, it's drastic, yeah, shut those borders. I guarantee you, shut those borders, charge tariffs to Mexico, they'll be fixing those freaking plants.
Water flows downhill, no matter what you do, water will flow downhill.
Yep. So thank you again. I
you
know,
for your patience.
I know who I'll be writing to now. I'm good at writing letters, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Laura Silton and Sarah Davidson next.
Good afternoon, Chair Cantu and the board. Thank you for your time today. My name is Laura Wilkinson Sinton. I'm from the Coronado Cays. The modeling showed 10 years ago that this would hit our beaches last year, and it hit a year ahead of time. The sewage smell is overwhelming. I woke up like my neighbors did just a couple of weeks ago, and we all thought we had to call a plumber. Those gases include methane and hydrogen sulfide, which were used in terrorist attacks and in World War I for chemical warfare. We don't know what those low doses do to people, but really it's the human part of it that's affecting us so drastically. And Coronado has now joined Imperial Beach as an environmental justice location. My barista this morning has an infant son who lives down in Imperial Beach, and she is really concerned of the effects of the gases as well as the pathogens in the air. We don't even know what it does to adults yet, let alone children. The economic impact is being felt all over, not just in Imperial Beach, but in Coronado. In the Coronado shores, I have a friend who's 80 years old. She leases her place in the summertime so she can afford her property taxes and HOA fees. No takers. You go by there now in August and in July, half of those are empty and dark at night. The Hotel Del is giving refunds. They're doing it secretly, but they're giving refunds all the time to people coming. Our citizens are literally in crisis. We're breathing these gases. The water is toxic. And now measures showing we likely will have something similar to a Flint, Michigan on our hands. We don't know the health impacts yet, but we have storied people studying it right now. We even have Aaron Brockovich, who is now engaged in this and is punching it on social media. So I'm here to ask you on behalf of stopthesewage.org and the Stop the Sewage High School Club in Coronado High School, which is the largest club there, by the way, and won Club of the Year last year, which tells you how drastic this is. We ask you to use your powers here. The authority vested in you to publicly declare your strongest request to our governor to declare a state of emergency and to accelerate the timetables that we're seeing here that have been pushed back every time you've seen them. It impacts the health of our people, our rivers, our estuaries, and the wildlife that depend on us not to poison them, like the fish that are now gone from the estuary. And what's after the fish? We're not far behind. We ask you to use your authority, because even if somebody is found guilty and pardoned, they are still made guilty by the act that you make. I ask that you take the strongest fine that you can possibly put. And even though you can't collect the fines, and even though they will be pardoned, it will send a message from you that you represent us as the people of California and the people in San Diego that are so drastically impacted by this. And it will send that message that you are on our side. I implore you to consider that, and thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Sarah Davidson, followed by Brian McNeice.
Good afternoon, Chair Cantu and board members and staff. My name is Sarah Davidson, and I manage the Clean Border Water Now program at the Surfrider Foundation. Thank you for the updates, the presentations, and the opportunity to comment today. Thank you also, board members, for pushing the IBWC for more answers today than we've heard before. 3 months ago, I testified before you about the ongoing flooding in the Tijuana River Valley and the impacts to frustrated and concerned residents. As you know, the situation has only gotten worse since then. There has been yet another wastewater infrastructure management failure at the Hollister pump station specifically, leaving a new flood of raw sewage and industrial waste. Residents are reporting waking up from the stench and having symptoms such as coughs, headaches, and dizziness, as you've heard today. There were so many calls from residents that the San Diego County Air Pollution Control District issued a notice of violation to the IBWC on July 31st for failing to maintain the Hollister pump station, violating state law and resulting in a public nuisance, as Mayor Aguirre mentioned. The district cites the public's right to breathe clean air. We appreciate the sediment challenges and others laid out by IBWC in addressing this dire and worsening emergency. But I'm here to ask you to keep applying pressures on the IBWC to fix the Hollister pump station immediately and to issue an administrative civil liability for not meeting the August 15th deadline tomorrow. If time schedule orders are to be meaningful, there must be repercussions for not meeting them. In this case, it's not simply a matter of principle. It's a matter of communities becoming unhealthy for human life and an ecosystem on the brink of collapse. If ever there were a time to apply consequences for not meeting a deadline, I would think this would be one of them. You may have heard that the Tijuana River was named one of the top 10 most endangered rivers in the country this year, and that the Surfrider 2023 Clean Water Report listed Imperial Beach as one of the most polluted in the country. With all of this in mind and all that you've heard today, I ask that you take a moment to close your eyes and imagine that this is your life. Imagine that you cannot open your windows, stand in your yard, or spend time in your coastline without breathing in nauseating air. Imagine your children sitting in this environment in order to receive an education. Imagine how angry you would be if elected officials and agencies have allowed this to happen to your community, knowing full well that it would not be allowed to happen in more affluent communities. And then act accordingly, as if this were your home, your coast, your community, your health, and your children's future. Thank you.
So it doesn't take much of our imagination, because there are people at this dais where this is their home, this is where their kids' home, and where they recreate. And so this is not a far task for us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brian McNeese and then Marvel Harrelson. Is Brian no longer with us? I don't see him. Okay.
Brian must have gone for lunch.
He likes to. Are you Marvel
I'm
Harrison?
Marvel, yeah.
Okay, after that, we have Tom Cassandi. Chinati. Chinati. Thank you. Will you just stay around and help me with all of this?
Yeah, whatever. So I am hungry. I'm also very tired because the stench was so bad last night that we were awakened numerous times, and that, sleep hygiene is so critical to basic health. And I don't think we could even begin to imagine ourselves connecting that to a sewage spill. It's stunning to me that in this day and age, I am living in the glories of an amazing, beautiful beach and suffering with chronic headaches and cough because of that. But my name is Marvel Harrison. I'm a psychologist, an IB community member, and a proud resident of the South Bay. This is a public health, environmental, and economic crisis, and it hits us all. And I'd like to just say a couple of things about the impacts mental health wise for people. That the stench and toxic water lead children and adults to worry about their health. I mean, people are in this chronic sense of stress, worrying about their health. What can they do? What can they not do? They're rightly upset because they can't trust their being safe in their own community. It's a chronic worry about their pets, the environment being poisoned, and businesses closing. Worry becomes stress, becomes anxiety, begets depression. The loss of sleep, chronic headaches, and frustration become anger, manifesting many physical health complications. Stress and anger become hopelessness and despair. Despair is rooted in disparity. And that's what you've heard about today, that this is definitely environmental racism and social injustice. And not that you're causing it, but you're our place of protection. We're desperate for you to act on our behalf. The IBWC is clearly out of compliance, has been for years. And as much as the commissioner is working and investing time to get the entire border structure set up and organized, I applaud her for that. But that doesn't stop, as you as a chair boldly and proudly, boldly said, that doesn't help us get our plant back in place. For hundreds of years, or for 100 years, we've dealt with sewage across the globe. We know how to do this. We need the political will bent. And one of the things is, I realize you don't have the ability to collect fines, but you can levy them. And you're levying the fines that could be done here, even though they would be symbolic, would give us as a community the ability to address Congress, which I heard your executive officer say earlier today is where we need to get the support, whether it's from the state or wherever. I think that that's the power that you hold on our behalf. And when our elected officials, our paid employees, don't support us, it's sanctuary betrayal. We're betrayed as human beings, which sets up more stress and anxiety and depression. So thank you very much. I applaud all of you that have been able to speak out about what's gone on, and I implore you to move forward.
Thank you.
And get some lunch soon. Thank you.
So now via Zoom, so I think we need to rely on our clerk to allow them in, is Tom Chanady. And after Tom Chanady is Tony Trinidad.
Am I good to go? Oh, there we go.
There, Mr. Chanady is good to go.
Okay, okay. Good afternoon, Chair Cantu and members of the board. I'm a pediatrician who enjoyed a very rewarding 30-year career and then chose to retire in Imperial Beach a few years ago. My focus will always be on children's health and safety. There's a corridor where the stench from the standing pools and the flowing river of raw human sewage is the most awful. And in this corridor, there are a number of schools, all of which have well over 90% Hispanic Latino students. Berry Elementary School is TK through grade 6 with around 300 students. Nestor Language Academy Charter School, TK through grade 8 with roughly 1,000 students. It offers bilingual instruction, and over half the students are English language learners. Southwest Middle School with around 500 students, grades 7 and 8, and they have an integrated STEAM program. Southwest High School, grades 9 through 12, has just under 2,000 students, and 90% of these students are economically disadvantaged. In spite of this, it has been designated a California Distinguished School, and several years won the entire San Diego County academic decathlon. As most of you probably know, hydrogen sulfide is a byproduct of sewage and is the predominant gas that humans can smell among all the very many other gases in the sewage. In minuscule amounts, it helps the body's physiologic functioning. In higher amounts, it is a toxin. It has been used as a chemical agent in warfare, and as a means of death by suicide. Its mechanism of toxicity is very similar to that of cyanide. Even low-grade exposure causes nausea, headache, dizziness, difficulty concentrating, loss of sleep, fatigue, and poor memory. With this in mind, I respectfully invite you to drive down Hollister Road in Nestor in the early morning when the stench is the strongest, right at school drop-off. Experience what these kids are exposed to every single day, and then consider whether we would be okay dropping our kids off there as well. I would not, but I would have options. I believe you have the ability in whatever way to get the attention of the IBWC and the State Department. We are asking you to please do so. And finally, I'd like you also to consider the credo of Berry Elementary School, which is the acronym RISE, which stands for responsibility, integrity, safety, and empathy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tony Trinidad, followed by Lance Rogers.
Ms. Trinidad has left the meeting.
Mr. Trinidad?
Ms. Trinidad has left the meeting, yes.
Okay.
So I can.
Lance Rogers, followed by Ted Kynes.
Hello, my name is Lance Rogers. I'm a San Diego native and resident of Imperial Beach since 2019. As an attorney, I have represented many businesses and farmers throughout the state who have had dealings with the Water Board. I've worked with the agency on licensing matters and handled enforcement Water Board litigation matters for other clients. I know the board means business and goes after folks aggressively who violate our laws and pollute our water system here in California. To give you an idea of what it's like to live downstream from a sewage dump site, let me tell you that what my family experiences every single day. Every night the air smells like a latrine. The mosquitoes are worse this summer than they have been in the last 5 years. There is concern of contracting West Nile virus as a result. I'm just now hearing that there are apparently no fish left in the Tijuana estuary. I can only imagine what impact that fact will have on our bird population, many of which are endangered species. I've reviewed the supporting documents and communication for this agenda item, and from that review, I understand the following set of facts. In December of last year, the board ordered IBWC to comply with secondary effluent limitations by August 15th. Ms. Henner's office now claims that their partner, the Veolia North America Corporation, provided them with an inaccurate schedule last December. IBWC and Veolia have been operating the plant together for many years. IBWC claims that it only learned from Veolia in May that the sedimentation tanks would not be completed on time. In her email, Ms. Henner now claims that it is possible that there are additional flows from unknown sources flowing into the river. As someone whose family has to live with the effects of this ongoing sewage leak, Ms. Henner's agency's efforts do not bring me much comfort, and her excuses are unacceptable. I don't find it funny to hear engineers push back on talking to people. This lackadaisical approach to this crisis is the problem. For all the millions of dollars spent, Ms. Henner's agency is not making progress on the problem. I don't understand how she claims that her agency holds itself accountable while still offering no meaningful plan of action for the ongoing environmental crisis. Her responses to questions about what her agency is doing about the crisis is more and more meetings, putting together scopes and policies, gathering information, having more meetings about lessons learned. She blames contracting issues with Veolia, although she recently just started meeting with Veolia personally. She also blames HR issues at her organizations. This is absolutely unacceptable. It seems clear that IBWC and Veolia are in violation of the TSO and the numerous notices of violation. The question comes down to what the penalty should be. I reviewed a couple of water board press releases and noticed that earlier this year, the board issued fines of $6 million to the County of Los Angeles for an 8.5 million gallon sewage spill. And I noticed that this board issued a fine of $4.6 million to the city of San Diego for an 11 million gallon spill. The river is currently spilling 30 to 60 million gallons of untreated sewage every single day. I ask that the IBWC deny the request for an extension, consider penalties against IBWC and Veolia, because to put it into perspective, a 45-day extension is equal to an additional 2 billion gallons of sewage being dumped into the river based on the current flows. I ask that the board put its foot down on these delays. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ted Kimes, and followed by Katie Robinson Phillip.
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Kimes?
Yeah, I spoke earlier, but please allow me, I apologize for not properly introducing myself. My name is Ted Kimes. I'm a 20-year retired Navy steam propulsion engineer with electrical engineering. Then I served BAE Systems ship repair, project management for very complex repair and modernization availabilities. I've lived in Imperial Beach since 1997, my wife and I. Last night, it wasn't just the stench, it was also some, I don't know, some sort of chemical or something in the air where we literally had to drive my wife somewhere to East County, up 15, to where we could finally find some clear air to allow her lungs to calm down so we could avoid going to the emergency room. So everybody's aware of the problem, but I would like to ask IBWC some rather pointed questions. One, Veolia, your contractor, has failed, yet you continue to contract with Veolia. Are you right now asking for quotes from other contractors to, provide a service that is absolute and not to continue to fund and contract with a contractor that has obviously failed? The contractor is now part of litigation and a lawsuit that is being brought against the IBWC and also Veolia. Why? Oh, if this is the highest priority, is the contractor and is IBWC working 2 shifts, 6 days a week? Are they paying premium time to their contractors? Are they incentivizing the work? What are they incentivizing those that provide materials required to get the work accomplished? I would say obviously not, because when you look at their timeline of repairs on those PSTs, as a contractor myself that does complex repair work, the amount of time it's taking them to get this work done is completely unacceptable and obviously not their highest priority. So those would be a few questions. The other that I think is very important is what I call phase 2 of where they're going with the next Minute 328 and the contract between IBWC and Mexico, is to create more treatment on the US side when really they have yet, no one has addressed the root cause, which is actually the sources of contamination that enter the river, whether they be industrial, commercial, or residential. And the biggest reason Mexico hasn't taken care of it, it comes down to funding. Yet it was the US and Mexico that entered into NAFTA, which drove the industrialization of the Tijuana Basin and the river, drove the overpopulation of Tijuana, which then overwhelmed the infrastructure, which quickly overwhelmed the ITP, the outfall that was brought online in 97. And the root cause still has not been addressed, which is all of those entities that need to be within code compliance, Clean Water Act, and anything that leaves a household, an industry, does not go into the river. It goes into a sewage piping transfer system into wastewater treatment. And if you
Mr.
look
Kimes,
at
thank
yes,
you
I know
very
I'm
much,
over.
but we're
Yep.
out of time now.
Yep, no problem. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Katie Robinson Phillip, followed by Gary Brown.
Hello, thank you, members of the board and Executive Officer Gibson, for the opportunity to comment on this informational item related to the Tijuana River transboundary pollution crisis. My name is Katie Robinson Phillip. I am a senior environmental scientist with California State Lands Commission. For context, the commission manages 4 million acres of tide and submerged lands and the beds of natural navigable rivers, streams, lakes, bays, estuaries, inlets, and straits. Currently, the commission leases tide and submerged land in the Tijuana River estuary to the California Department of Parks and Recreation for the Border Field State Park and to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for the Tijuana River National Estuarine Research Reserve. Additionally, the City of San Diego and the U.S. section of the International Boundary and Water Commission lease tide and submerged land in the Pacific Ocean for an outfall associated with the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant. The Commission is incredibly concerned by the continuing flows of debris and untreated sewage across the border, which impacts not only public access to California's treasured coast, but also adversely affects the health and safety of the communities in the area and the critically important estuarine and coastal habitat of the Tijuana River Valley. On behalf of staff at the Commission, I want to extend our gratitude to the board staff for facilitating this update from the US IBWC on the status of the South Bay International Treatment Plant, as well as for the updates on minutes 320 and 328, and Dr. Prather's and Dr. Fedderson's updates on research into transboundary flows, impact on ocean conditions and public health. As staff, we are concerned that the US IBWC is not in compliance with the time schedule order, and we will continue to track the US IBWC's efforts to achieve compliance. We recognize the ongoing challenges, especially with the current sediment flows of unknown origin, but encourage the US IBWC to act with urgency. Lastly, I want to share that during our June 2024 State Lands Commission meeting, the commissioners, including California Lieutenant Governor Canelakis and State Controller Cohen, emphasized the severity of the crisis and directed our staff to critically assess how the Commission may support efforts to address transboundary flows. Commission staff will continue to work with local, regional, state, and federal partners to identify opportunities where we may be able to provide support. And we look forward to continuing to work with the board staff and again express our gratitude to the board for prioritizing this crisis. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson Phillip. Gary Brown is next, followed by Kirsten Hamilton.
Hello, this is Gary Brown. I'm a resident of Imperial Beach. I have little to add to what has been said, except please levy the fines that are appropriate. Urge the governor and the president to declare a national emergency or state of emergency. And third, I'm not sure question two, but given all the money that's needed to solve the situation, aid to Mexico, sufficient funds to fix the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And finally, Kirsten Hamilton is our last public speaker.
She has left the meeting.
And she has left the meeting. So we have no more speakers. This concludes our agenda today. Thank you all for your patience. And unless there are any further statements, we have no more agenda items, and we will see you the second Wednesday of next month. Thank you.